Greetings, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. Let me know if the audio is not balanced. Rather, if the music is too loud. Peace, orange soda. All rights reserved and retained. Customer digital. Peace. Oh yeah. Cool beans. Cool beans. Meta Netta. Peace. Good afternoon. So, essentially, karma. The book study for this month was represented by Karma and Karma Yoga by Swami Niranjanananda Saraswati. And for the most part, we finished the book last week. I think I probably needed an extra week to wrap it up because I had other things going on. But for those of you who are catching the replay and or figuring out where we're headed next, this is the next book, and it's called Matra and Yantra. And if you notice, the text and the study is following a certain pattern, right? We started with the different paths of poverty and nivriti, which represented coming into an awareness of how you stand in your relationship with your environment, right? Whether you're completely and totally engrossed in the external, or whether or not you're making the journey inward to the world that is transcendent of the five senses, right? So that represents the two paths, being wrapped up in the external or going within. So in those two paths, we start to realize that there are currents of energy that must be dealt with, or at least acknowledged, right? And these currents of energy represent the outflow of time within the context of space, reality as we know it. Now, another word for that whole process is karma. Right? Karma is another word for the transmutation of energy from one form to another through time within the boundary of space. That's what karma is. So when you, going back to the path of poverty and nivriti, when you take into account your life, your decisions, the things that affect your decisions and your personality and your behavior, when you take that into consideration, you start to notice that there are cycles, loops, and patterns. This is why we're studying karma and karma yoga, to become aware of those patterns and to become aware of the different things that can be done, techniques that can be done to balance that process out. So if you look in here, page 71, he mentions halfway down the page, he's talking about chitta shuddhi, right? Now we know that shuddhi means purification. First heard that word from this book here, taught with Shuddhi, which means purification of the five elements, of the subtle nature of tangible and intangible reality, the building blocks of matter, the elements, basically. Taught with Shuddhi represents the purification of those elements. So in here he's talking about chitta shuddhi. Now what is chitta? We know shuddhi is purification. What is chitta? Chitta represents what's called the mind stuff. Chitta is the big deal of yoga, right? In the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, verse number 2, which is quoted all over the place, he says that yoga is the management of chitta, the management of the mind stuff, the management of the fluctuations of the mind, right? Controlling your own mind. That's what yoga is. So right here we're talking about chitta shuddhi, which is the purification of the mind stuff, the very substance that we pull our reality from. Now, one way to think of this is that everything already exists in this big undifferentiated soup. But because you have a point of awareness within that soup, you have a sort of gravity, and that's what your awareness is. It's gravity. And within that gravity of your personal awareness, you're pulling forms and name and shape out of the mind stuff that's surrounding you. You're pulling that towards you, and in your pulling of it, you're shaping the world as you see it. Now, most people think that this is unconscious and they have no control over it, so they're just going through the motions of what they're shaping with their awareness. This is why such a thing such as Chitta Shuddhi is necessary, so that you can purify how you shape and how you form the reality around you, because you're doing it. There's literally no one to blame. There's no one to blame. The way that your life is unfolding now has everything to do with how you're shaping it. We're talking about right now. We're not talking about 5 years ago, 10 years ago, yesterday. Right now, you are shaping your reality from here forward. Now, you have two choices, right? You can let things play out the way that they've always played out. It's a pattern, and you know how that pattern is going to end because you see it repeating over and over and over again. You can do that, and you have the right to do that. Or you can begin to change the small elements of that pattern so that you can move towards a different pattern. Your choice. Truly. But anyways, what he says here in Chitta Shuddhi is, just as information is stored in the computer in an electronic form, life stores information in Chitta in the form of memories, right? He goes on further to say that Chitta Shuddhi, or purification of Chitta, is necessary for the negative elements from the manifesting memory and experience to be recognized and transformed. He says, thus one would be able to bring the memories, experiences, impressions, and knowledge which are helpful for positive growth to the forefront of awareness, right? So how do we do that? He says the tools of Matra, Yantra, and Bhakti. Mantra being the verbal reciting of certain algorithms that have an effect on your environment. Mantra. Then there's Yantra, which would be the visual form of the same technology. And then of course Bhakti, which is the process of worship, the process of devotion, the process of engulfing and engaging yourself within this science. So he says the method to access the Chitta, right? The method to access the mind stuff, the big deal of yoga, the method to access the Chitta is through Mantra, Yantra, and Bhakti. Bhakti, which was worship, devotion, Bhakti cleans away the gross emotions and brings spirituality in emotions. Mantras are like a broom for the Chitta. Yantras bring out the hidden stuff. So just as with a torch one can see the way on a dark road, Yantra helps to see the real form of Chitta. When we concentrate on a Yantra which is appropriate for our sadhana, it realigns the mind, leading to the purification of the Chitta. When we concentrate on a Yantra which is appropriate for our sadhana, it realigns the mind, leading to the purification of Chitta. The first sign of Chitta Shuddhi is a calming and energizing of the mind. A calming and an energizing of the mind. If your mind is not calm, if it's chaotic, if it's not energized, if it's weak and lethargic, your Chitta needs to be purified. It's caked up and gunked up with a lot of stuff that is causing your experience to be very deteriorated, degraded, and of low quality. So how do we purify it? Right? He says that the first sign of Chitta Shuddhi is the calming and energizing of the mind. This is what mantra achieves, right? This is what mantra achieves. Then one can concentrate on a yantra to enter the deeper regions of Chitta. Then with Bhakti, balance and organize the various manifestations of the Chitta and make it turn towards God. We connect the Chitta to the higher consciousness. We take it from the apara state to the para state and establish it there. So the tools to purify this mind stuff, the big deal of yoga, the tools to purify this are mantra, yantra, and bhakti. So it's no coincidence that as we wrap up this book, we head right into the next one, which is mantra and yantra. So we're gradually going through the entire process of purifying the self, purifying the experience, purifying the mind stuff, which we build our experience out of. So I hope that you guys are reading these books. I hope that you're spending some time to meditate on these books, and I hope that you are applying some of the techniques to your life. I mean, it's really simple. The stuff that he suggests that you can do as exercises are not difficult at all. They're not difficult at all. You just have to acknowledge whether or not you've got the energy to go through the process, basically. out. Samantha Miriamun, peace. Anu Kemkus 7, peace, bro, peace. Cradle of Humankind, peace. Al Dickey, peace, good evening. Sunshine Chick, greetings, greetings. CJ, greetings. Alicia M, good afternoon. Zaire Anu, peace, peace. Sadi Ejects, peace, bro. ZJ, greetings, greetings. Andreas, peace, peace. So yeah, that was all just to demonstrate that this is a process, and it's an intentional process. And if you follow this intentional process, you'll begin to have better results in your life, if that's what you're looking for. If what you're looking for is a better understanding of your mind, a better understanding of your experience, if what you're looking for is solutions on how to make small, manageable decisions to make your life better, you should be experiencing that, even at a small scale. Right? That's what these books are for. That's what the study is for. That's what these discussions are for, so that you can apply these things to your life. So if you're not experiencing the calmness and the energizing of the mind, then maybe it would help to analyze what's going on. Connor Black, peace, peace. Connor Black says Matra, Yantra, and Bhakti is literally taught with Shuddhi. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mantra, Yantra, and Bhakti is literally taught with Shuddhi. Really? Because we use the mantras of the tattvas. Lam, Yam, Ram, Vam, Ham, Om. And then we use the yantras of the sigils of the tattvas themselves. Right? We use the yantras of these sigils. And then the bhakti is performed at the very end of the process, when we come into contact with prana shakti. It all makes sense. Perfect absolute sense. I love it. Sirius Suit 888, peace, bro. Same old me. Greetings, greetings. Tamas, and Saatva. So in all that we're doing here, there's got to be an understanding. All right, this should not just be done blindly just because somebody said it on YouTube. There should be a level of awareness that's happening as you research this information and as you apply it to your experience. And one of the things that should be becoming very, very clear to you is that nothing is random and nothing comes out of nowhere. All these things happen as a result of a series of patterns that are enacting and interacting throughout the entirety of the cosmos, right? And one of those patterns that we begin to see is a pattern of threes. That pattern of threes, there's no specific name for it, but please understand that when we're dealing with these spiritual concepts, it's never about one thing. It's about the relationships between all these different things. So whenever you see a pattern of threes, keep in mind that that's referring to the relationship of what's going on with the gunas, right? Remember, you got Rajas, Saatva, and Tamas. One of them being inert, one of them being very active, and one of them being harmonized, balanced, and transcendental. Just for an example here, I had some technical difficulties today. I think that my camera is no longer working, so I had to set this up a little bit differently. Anyways, this is what webcams are for, because they're convenient and easy. But anyways, we have got Rajas, which is agitation, movement, activity. We got Tamas, which is the opposite, right? Inertia, death, decay, moving downwards. That's what we've got here. Rajas, activity, agitation, wildness, movement. It's not settled. It's not going to sit still. It is pure movement, pure energy. Now, the pure opposite of that is Tamas. This represents the aspect of nature that is very dead, decaying, still, gravitation. Right? Do you see the difference here? One is total, fully fiery movement. The other is more like earth, and it's just very still, very dead. It's not moving, it's lifeless, it's inert. Right? Now check this out. There is a third element that comes into play here, and that represents the quality of Saatva. Right? It's really, 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 really key and important to understand these terms, because, like I said, this is all an algorithm, this is all a pattern, and if you understand these patterns, you can understand this whole thing. This is not about understanding specific words and memorizing books and sentences and shit. That's not what this is about. This is about reading in between the lines and seeing the essence of what's behind the words. And the only way that you're going to be able to do that is if you pay attention to these patterns. So when we're typically dealing with patterns of 3, all throughout the occult, you're going to notice this right here. Rajas, which is fiery movement, activity, and agitation. It's never still, right? It's never still, therefore Rajas is not the answer. Tamas is the opposite. It's death, decay, laziness, inertia, sloth. It's also not the answer, right? The answer is the middle path, which is Saatva. Now, Saatva represents harmony, balance, equilibrium, okay? Equilibrium, because with the Rajas, you're throwing off way too much energy. You're creating way too many waves, and what's going to happen is they're going to have to balance out eventually. Eventually, they're going to have to balance out. If you cause chaos, it's going to have to balance out. It's going to have to harmonize into order at some point. Has to. And as far as Tamas, that death, that decay, that stillness, it's going to have to be corrected as well by the Raja. So that these two are out of order, out of balance. They're always vying for supremacy. The only way to transcend this up and this down is through, which is the Sattvic aspect. All right? Through the Sattvic aspect. It's the only way. Oh, man. Where was I going with that? Oh, yeah. So, with that being said, you've got to understand what's going on with the level of 3s. So when we talk about what's going on in creation, there are 2 aspects here that we're dealing with. We're dealing with consciousness and we're dealing with matter. So, consciousness and matter. Remember, I talked about the fact that you've got one that is very active and agitated and one that is inert and dead. So in this case, it's pretty easy to figure out that consciousness is not matter. Consciousness is completely opposite of matter. Matter is inert, lifeless. It doesn't have anything. It doesn't make any decisions or any movements. It is moved by consciousness. Now, they do work together, but at this point, we're talking about life force, right? We're talking about life force here. Matter itself is all movement, but no mind. Consciousness is all mind, but no movement. So when I'm putting it up here, I'm not saying that consciousness is equivalent to Rajas. I'm not saying that. But what I'm demonstrating here is that there's a relationship between the 3. One goes up, one goes down, and one is transcendental. So in this relationship of consciousness versus matter, that middle ground is what's called energy or prana. Now, it is through energy that these 3 forms can transform. And I will explain what I mean here. All right. I like that. Same old me says my new favorite word is trichotomy. Yeah, it's a trichotomy, right? So these are the 3 forms that life presents itself in this existence. Matter in its inert, dead state. All right, pure matter, that's everything that you can see with your eyes. Everything is just pure matter. Now the thing is, that is the most dense form of life. That is the most dense and slowest vibration of life that can manifest. Not much to do here. Now, if you increase the amount of consciousness, that matter is going to begin to manifest energy. right? Now, this is where we're dealing with prana. This is why we're doing the whole meditations and any type of magic or spiritual work, is because we're increasing the capacity for energy and the capacity to process energy. This is the only way to move matter into something more than just dead, inert weight. This is how matter is able to, this is how the consciousness is able to become extracted from matter. It is through the increase of energy. So when we do these meditations and the spiritual practices, this is all about increasing the energy to allow the consciousness that is inherent within the energy to come out of it. So, with that being said, dealing with all these patterns, dealing with all these cycles and all these loops, we've got this egg of creation. We've got Mother Nature, also known as Prakriti. Now, from an outside perspective, she's completely harmonized. From an outside looking in perspective, she's completely harmonized, completely balanced. Everything is perfect. This is the unmanifest dimension. This is a realm that is more real than what we're currently experiencing through time and through space. Because through time and through space, we're going up and we're going down, up and down, up and down. Now, that's part of the illusion. It's part of the illusion because it's our perspective from within this egg of Mother Nature, this egg of consciousness. As long as our perspective is within this egg of nature, it's always going to be up and down, up and down. And that's the cycle, that's the loop, that's the pattern. Up, down, up, down. Always, always, always. No rest. No answers, no salvation. It's just going to continue to go up and down, continue fluctuating. It isn't until we raise our awareness to come beyond this egg, right? And we do that through meditation, we do that through dhyana, we do that through concentration, dharana. We do that through all these different practices that we've been talking about. Even Matra and Yantra can get you to this place, just like what it said there in that paragraph. When you're able to expand beyond this up and this down cycle and looping, you're able to see that everything is already harmonized. It's already balanced. There's nothing to do. There's nothing you have to do. Because through the process of karma, which is what I mentioned earlier, the cycle of cause and effect throughout time and space, because karma is at play, karma is the process of the harmonizing and balancing. So if karma is the process of the harmonizing and balancing, if you're witnessing that process from within the egg, you're seeing it go up and down, and more than likely you're riding the waves of up and down. So you're feeling the joy and you're feeling the pain, then the joy, then the pain, and it repeats. It's never constant. The only constant is the fact that it continues to change. But it isn't until you begin to perform non-attachment and expand beyond this up and this down cycle. It isn't until you're able to expand that you're able to see that this shit is already harmonized. It's already taken care of. There's nothing you have to do. You don't have to change your profile picture to the Ukraine flag. You don't have to put the Black Lives Matter fist on your profile picture. There's nothing that you have to do. You don't have to donate money to the starving kids across the world, right? Karma is taking care of that already. You, tiny human being with very, very limited physical power, aren't going to do much against this wave. The only changes that you can do towards this wave is placing your awareness and your attention towards your own personal situation, your chitta, your mind stuff, what you create your reality out of, how you apprehend your reality, how you categorize what's happening to you. That's what you can fix. That's what you can help. Change your profile picture to that. I love it. Always a new distraction. Always a new distraction. You can tell when they got a good one because they keep playing it over and over and over and over again. But once they change it, that lets you know that the old one is starting to die down. What to do, what to do. What to do, what to do. So we talk about the expansion of awareness, and this is, this is really the whole point. To expand beyond your 5 sense experience, your very limited 5 sense experience. If you've never done that before, intentionally, if you've never really experienced that, then you don't know what I'm talking about. It just sounds like some cool words and some fantasy sci-fi make-believe. That's all it is until you experience it yourself. And it's not hard. You don't need a special crystal to make things happen, right? You don't need a special crystal or a special type of incense or a special type of sigil. You don't need any of that. Unless you believe that that's what it's going to take, but you don't need any of that. All you need is to sit down and learn how to expand your awareness beyond just the 5 sense experience. What do I mean by expand your awareness? I mean to be able to have a capacity that can hold more information and process more data, right? So here's the thing. Here you are as a person. This is your 5 sense experience within that egg that I talked about. Here's your 5 sense experience, right? Now, the Bible even talks about, having to protect your eye gate and your ear gate and your mouth gate, right? Because those are the different ways that your soul is affected. Well, as most everything spiritual, not everything, but most everything that I've ever seen, it can be traced back to something that was said in the Vedic texts. And what the Vedic texts talk about is that there's 7 main pathways, main nadis, main channels that allow for an experience beyond the physical body. All right. Now, the 2 most popular of those pathways will be represented as Sushumna, right, which is going up the spine, Kundalini style. Sushumna, then of course Ida, and then Pingala. Those are the 3 main channels that allow for an experience beyond the body. Remember about the 3s, by the way. I talked about Raja, Saatva, and Tamas. Well, here they are again as Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna. One being a solar channel, one being a lunar channel, and one being a transcendental channel. But those are only 3. The other 7 would be the right eye, the left eye, the right ear, the left ear, the mouth, the sex organ, and the anus. These 10 are the main channels that allow for one to have an experience beyond the body. So, most people are contained within this circle. They don't ever experience anything out of it. So all the data that they collect is stuff that they heard, smelled, said, tasted, touched, etc. That's all that most people know consciously. That's their awareness. They're aware of what they can smell, taste, touch, feel, etc. That's what they're aware of. But here's the thing. There's actually 5 bodies, 5 different apparatuses to experience. This is just the physical experience. This is just the physical experience. Hopefully, if you've been paying attention and reading, just beyond the physical experience, there's another experience. And this one is considered the Etheric Plane. Right? It can be the Etheric Plane. It can also be considered as the plane of Prana, or the body of Prana, Pranamaya Kosha. Right? So most people are contained within the 5 sense experience, very limited. And not only is it very limited, but it's extremely easy to manipulate. Not much of this realm is true or accurate in an absolute sense. Everything about this plane is relative. Everything about this plane is relative. There's nothing absolute here, right? So I can say that, oh, dragons are good. You can say, no, dragons are bad. And you know what? Nobody's right, because everything here is relative, right? It literally depends on what you have in your mind, what you have in your awareness. You're not going to get to absolute reality unless you extend past the physical plane. But like I said, most people never do that. So everything about most people's realities is relative and inaccurate. Inaccurate, which means false, which means a lie. Now, most people live in this five sense experience. Now, just beyond the five sense experience, there's the plane of prana. Now, prana isn't too separated from the plane of matter. It's not too separated. It's about as separated as the shadow is separated from your body, right? You can't get rid of your shadow. As a matter of fact, at any point in time that a light is shined upon you, your shadow is going to come out. It's intricate. Now, you don't know where it is because it's not anywhere physical. It's relative to the light source. You feel me? Likewise, your pranic body, it's not anywhere physical, but it is relative to the light source. It's always there with you, and it is what actually moves and pushes the physical, right? Because as I mentioned in the diagram before, you've got these three levels that life manifests itself in, right? In inert matter, that's one level. Then energy, where and as the levels increase, there's more activity, there's more life, right? So there's matter, then there's energy, and then of course there is consciousness. And I'm gonna have to correct myself from earlier, because earlier I related consciousness to the rajasic aspect. Well, that was incorrect. The way that it actually goes is that matter is related to tamas. Energy is related to rajas, the rajasic aspect. Energy, active, agitated, movement, pure movement, energy. Now, consciousness is what's related to the sattvic aspect, okay? Consciousness is transcendental to both energy and matter. Now, consciousness is inherent within energy. Consciousness is inherent within matter. But within matter, it's dormant. That's what's inert. That's what's dead. That's what's sleeping. Consciousness is sleeping in matter. But once you raise the vibration of matter, it becomes energy. Now consciousness is a little bit more alive in matter. We call that energy. The same way that my matter, this meat suit, is moving around because it's full of energy, that's the consciousness stirring within it. Now, if you continue that process, continue raising that process, it soon becomes pure consciousness. But it only becomes pure consciousness once it extends beyond these planes that I'm laying out here. So we got this physical aspect, five senses. Just beyond and outside it is what's called the etheric plane, or the prana maya kosha, the prana body. It exists right outside of the physical experience. This is the realm of energy, right? The realm of energy, pure energy, not matter. Matter's beneath it. And this is where, for the most part, people have spiritual experiences and psychic experiences, because you're able to see things that are not physical. You're able to hear things that aren't physical, right? You're able to taste, smell, touch, interact with things that are not physical, because you're interacting with the pure energetic form of those things. Because guess what? Everything that exists physically has an energetic counterpart, the same way that everything physical has a shadow, right? So for the most part, when you have a spooky experience, or you have a special dream, or, oh, I spoke with this god or goddess or demon, for the most part, you're having an experience in the etheric plane. Now, I mentioned that the majority of people here don't have anything beyond a physical experience. And then if anyone does, they don't extend too much past the etheric, right? So that's pretty much the extent of what anybody you're ever going to meet experiences, plane-wise. Now, if we extend that just a bit further, though, because there's quite a few planes to go, most people don't make it past that second plane. And it's not so much a race, but just to kind of put things in order, because everyone claims that they're doing these magnificent things, but in reality, this stuff is really basic. There's so much more and so much further to go. So, just beyond this etheric aspect is the place that everyone talks about, but damn near no one has ever been consciously. Can anyone guess what that plane will be called? La 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 la. Okay, well, just outside of the etheric plane, we've got the astral plane. All right, so The same way that the etheric plane is like the shadow of the physical, the astral is like the shadow of the etheric. Now what we're doing, it seems like we're expanding out, but what we're actually doing is zooming in, right? Matter is a certain size. With our telescope or our microscopes, we can actually zoom down and see matter at the smallest aspect. But there's actually infinitely more than that. The only reason that that's as much as we can see is because our physical eye is limited. The physical eye is limited to see that small. That's the physical matter that the physical eye can see. But see, there's even smaller, and this is for the etheric eye, the third eye, right? And then there's even smaller than that, and this is the astral. And what's going on is that these are the underlying, this is the underlying fabric that animates and moves the dense, gross aspect of reality. Okay, now here's the thing about these planes. Yes, Ankh Shield, Zaire Anu, you guys got it right. So here's the thing about these planes. When I talk about prana, when I talk about karma, when I talk about time and space, and time being the... let me draw this out here. So what we're dealing with is time and space. Alright. So imagine that this is like a floor. This is my little floor right here. It's a square floor. It's a cube floor. Matter of fact, let's just go ahead and get a cult with it and make it a checkerboard floor. See that checkerboard floor down there? That is space. Space is the platform and the laboratory that everything happens within. Space. Up, down, left, right, in and out. That's space. Now these upward arrows, that's going to represent time. So things happen in the physical plane within time and space. All right. So what we have here, there's my little wave form within the laboratory of time and space. So essentially, space is the place, right? Sun Ra. Space is the place that the wave forms can manifest within, right? Now, time is the element that allows these waveforms to process. So time is beginning, middle, and end, right? So space and time, that's what makes up the third dimension. Well, excuse me. That's what makes up the physical plane, the physical aspect. It has to go in order. It has to go from beginning, middle to end. There's no skipping steps. It has to be that way. The physical plane is bound and constricted by time and space. It's locked in. Those are the parameters. Don't call it a prison. This isn't about good and bad and gods and devils and, oh, the demiurge is going to eat us. Please drop that shit as soon as you can, because that's infecting your whole mindset. There is no good and bad. There's just science and math and process. Now, in this manifest dimension, there's space, which is where these vibrations take place. There's time, which is the process and the method of the vibrations happening. Now here's the deal. As you expand, like I'm talking about here, because this is matter. Matter's constrained in here. As you expand and get more into the pure energetic aspect of things, one of these layers begins to dissolve. Can anyone guess which layer dissolves first? You probably know because I posted about it a few hours ago. Okay, well, I know that there's a delay with the chat, so I'm just going to say it. As you start to expand beyond this dense realm of matter, as you begin to expand here and you make it into this etheric aspect, now space begins to dissolve, right? So now in the etheric plane, bordering on the astral, you're dealing with just time, just beginning, middle, and end. So these waveforms, not only are they happening from beginning, middle to end, but they can also go backwards. They can also skip ahead, etc., etc. Okay, so here's a good way to think about this. In the physical plane right here, two objects cannot occupy the same space. They also cannot occupy the same, well, they can occupy the same time, but we definitely can't occupy the same space. But say we're in the metaverse now, right? Say we make a metaverse replication of this room and my body and you. You know that if you move it just right, we can actually occupy the same space. Have you ever played a video game where when you first spawn in the lobby, everyone spawns at the same spot, and then like you move and you see like everybody's like there meshed up together in the same spot? That's because space is not a limitation in this realm. Space exists, but it's not a limitation that energy is constrained to. Energy is constrained to both time and space in the physical. It's not constrained to space in the etheric. Now it is somewhat constrained to time, but these constraints are very loose, very loose. Now as we expand even more and we get to this astral aspect of things, what happens is that both the limits of time and space begin to dissolve. So now instead of being a waveform that plays out from beginning, middle to end, we've got a waveform that it's now circling, right? Now you can see it from different angles. Now it's not in unity yet. It appears that way because we're so used to this experience here. I almost said a bad word. We're so used to this experience here that by the time we make it here, we think we're in heaven. We think we met God, and we think that we are Jesus Christ. No, there's always more to go. This is why you've got to maintain non-attachment and understand that when you start seeing these fantastic things, you can't let that blind you and you just think that, I saw the truth. Y'all, I understand it now, guys. No, you don't. I don't. We're still learning this stuff. But when you start to get ahead of yourself, you literally close yourself off from understanding even more. But understand from this aspect of the astral, it does look like it's unified. But no, you're looking at it. You're looking at the same thing from different angles of it. You're able to approach it from different angles. Okay. Now, as you go even higher, so to speak, right? There is another plane beyond that one. Okay. And essentially, can somebody guess what that next plane is called? Alright, so essentially, once you expand even more, you start to bridge over into what's known as the mental plane, right? Now, the substance of the mental plane is thought. And yes, I spelled that like my favorite thing, T-H-O-T. The substance of the mental plane is thought. So, thought is not limited to space. Thought isn't limited to time. As a matter of fact, the way that these vibrations and frequencies look and play out in this thought plane is as a point. You're able to literally experience as much as you can handle at once, beginning, middle, and end. But again, this is not the source. This is not the causal plane. The causal plane is one more layer that extends beyond it. And at this point, everything is existing at once. And that's incredibly difficult for the human mind to grasp because, like I said, we're so used to this experience. We're so used to our awareness being stretched out and scattered across 5 different senses. We're so used to our awareness being stretched out and scattered, collecting different types of data from different sources. And it isn't until we realize that these different sources and this different data is actually emanating from a singular point. When you learn to be able to grasp this information and condense it, then you're able to handle more. This is what I mean by expanding your capacity. Check it out. Let me erase a little bit of this. Because here's the thing right here. Here's the thing. I'm going to show you the thing. Alright, so check this out. So let's say this little triangle represents your daily life. This represents you're able to wake up and you have to eat food, you have to use a bathroom, take a shower, and go to sleep. Like, that's the basic stuff that you know how to do. Right? Now, there are some animals that only have a capacity to handle that. But you being a little bit more than an animal, you got more things that you have to do. Right? You have to go to work, you have to have a little bit of fun, and you have to manage your bills. Right? There's a ton of stuff that you have to do. Now, this is your capacity. For most people, you've got to amount of capacity that you can handle. You can handle that daily wake up, eat, take a shit, wash, basic stuff, plus the other stuff of your life, right? That's your capacity. Now, there are some people who have a capacity to handle even more. Like, say, for example, you're involved in politics, or you train a different sport, or art, or video games, or whatever. Let's say that there's something else that you spend your time on. Now your capacity to understand has been expanded even more. You can handle all these things plus the original stuff. Now, when I say expand your awareness, and I'm talking about intelligence here, because intelligence is your capacity to understand. What happens is, as you expand it more and more, you begin to see something very interesting. Let's go ahead and use this whole drawing board. You begin to understand something very interesting here. You begin to understand that... Oh, am I running out of ink? I think so. Alright, this is going to make sense here once I finish it, if it doesn't already. But you begin to understand that the more that you... The higher your capacity to understand information, you start to notice patterns, right? You begin to notice patterns. So you begin to notice that the same way that you have to train and practice for basketball, there's some elements there that correlate with training and practicing music. There's some elements that are there for training and practicing martial arts and fighting, right? You start to notice that there's similar patterns, even though the external thing looks different. Right? So it may seem on the surface that you do what you do over there and you do what you do over there, and it may seem different. But once you start expanding your awareness and expanding your capacity, you start to learn that there are actually dots to connect here. And while they seem different on the surface, they're actually not. So now you begin to see the underlying patterns. You see that you have to do something consistently. You have to apply certain things consistently. You begin to notice that what seemed different previously is actually the same thing in just a different outfit. Now, the more that you begin to collect, the more data that you begin to collect, the more patterns that you begin to recognize, you begin to see that, yo, there isn't that much different stuff in the world. There really isn't that much different stuff. As a matter of fact, everything is kind of the same. Everything's kind of the same. Whether it's gatekeepers in basketball, right, where somebody says you can play in the NBA or you cannot, right? Not based on your talent or your skill, it's based on who you know. Same thing in music, right? You're signed to this record label, you're allowed to go on tour, you're not. It's not about talent, it's about who you know, right? Just like you can translate that across the board. You can translate that across the board. There's many different scenarios where those rules are the same. That's just an example. But what I'm saying is that you're finding these underlying patterns across the board. So as you expand your capacity, you begin to notice that life really isn't as complicated as you thought. Now, when you begin to notice these patterns, now you're able to take a look at life through a more spiritual lens. Because within these patterns lie certain types of life force. This is why we can say this God represents this, or this spirit represents that. The spirit that we're talking about is actually a pattern, a process, right? Not a spooky entity somewhere, not a demon, not an angel with some hair that you can brush. We're literally talking about patterns. Now, the more patterns that you can understand, the more patterns that you can apply to your life, the more that you can get done. And when I say get things done, just like I showed before that there's different levels, physical, etheric, astral, mental, you can get things done not just with your physical body. You can get things done with the etheric body, with the astral body, with the mental body. And people who don't understand, they call it magic. How did you do it? Wow. Well, that's my spiel. I hope that it was educational. This is the next book that we're reading. Have a good evening.
Trev.
Hey, Laura. I don't
Hey,
think
Trev. You can't hear me?
Why can I not hear you?
Uh-oh. How about now?
Volume is up. Where are my speakers going? Oh, that's why. Speak now.
Hello.
Hey.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That's an amazing breakdown. I had a question about time because as you were explaining it, I was thinking about how, like, when people say how the idea is there's a beginning, a middle, and an end. But one of the things that binds us to this realm, right, that is made up of the lower mind stuff, I guess you could say, is that we have a sequential mind. We have something that constantly wants to go with, this is the beginning, this is how it's going to be in the middle, and then this is the end.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's this idea that everything has to be sequential, yet there's a lot of stuff where it's not necessarily sequential, but more cause and effect. So is it the more that we connect to our other bodies, to our other realms, is it not necessarily that time doesn't exist, but that our perception of time now starts to change because we recognize that cause and effect is not necessarily sequential?
Absolutely. And I think that's a super great observation. Time is definitely based on perception. It's definitely based on perception. And the more that you begin to understand, like you said, that time doesn't have to be sequential, the more that it displays that effect.
Yes. And so that leads me to my next question, or I guess more clarification on, so, like, for example, manifestation, right? People say, well, not people, but it's kind of like a thing, right? Like your thoughts are desires. You come from the thought realm, and you want to create a clear communication between your material existence and then this existence that's in your head that you want to manifest in the material realm, right? So it's mentioned as coming from the thought realm. Now that seems like such a higher plane, really, than I think what we perceive as, because as you just mentioned, the thought realm is actually the spot where everything's already existing. It's just we have so many different layers to get through, but we're connected to it all the time. We're just unaware of it. So maybe could this and not bringing the time aspect into it as we see it with our sequential mind, how does that affect what goes on in the thought realm, in the actual thought realm? How can we recognize what's actually coming from the thought realm versus what we are simply perceiving as the thought realm? I guess that's my question. Yeah.
Yeah. So the thought realm being, or I said the mental plane, right?
Yeah.
The mental plane is existing beyond the influence of time and space. So those thoughts are always there. Those thought forms, those things that exist as pure thought, you know, and on the Tree of Life, we're talking about the realm of Chesed and Gibura and beyond. This is the realm where these archetypes exist, and it doesn't matter what time it is, because at any given time, when man and woman meet, they're going to play their archetypes out. Whether it was in 500 BC or 10,000 years from now, man and woman are going to do what they came here to do, because there's a thought, an archetype pattern of that. You feel me? So what we're experiencing here in this physical plane, for the most part, is an expression of archetypes, an echo of archetypes.
Okay, so, like, for example, right? I like, if you're training martial arts, you learn the basic movements, right? It's limited movements. They're patterns of movements, as you mentioned before. So you have, like, your jab, your uppercut, your right hook, which got me in this one, but you know, and like, if you're, and so you learn these basic movements and you try them out. And as you try them out, you find out you get your foundation, the archetype that you then start to apply to other patterns or to other things that you're seeing. And so this being the mental plane, if that's where these archetypes start to sort of take form, would it be then, would you say that it would be crucial then to, well, of course it's crucial to recognize like what's in your field already, but I guess I'm just kind of wondering, like, we know we can change our archetype here now, but there's some things that are going to kind of just remain as part of our pattern. Are those coming from the thought realm? Has the thought realm sort of like a predestiny kind of thing? Or is it the realm of all opportunities?
It'd probably be better to think of it as the realm of all opportunities, not so much a predestiny, because the predestiny thing, that is an indication of time, right? And how time must be. Time is relative, right? We just said that. Yeah. Really, your time and my time and everybody else's time, it belongs, well, nothing belongs to anybody, but it's yours based on karma and your experience. But beyond time, these things just exist in the unmanifest. So since it's unmanifest, it hasn't manifested yet. It's just there as potential.
And so that would be experienced once you go beyond, once you become detached from the space, from the bottom layer of the space. But time would still be active.
So because we're, okay, so here's the thing. Because we're going beyond time and space, we're dealing more with seeds. Now, I mentioned before that space was a lot like a fertile laboratory that these things can express themselves and evolve through, and time is the process of them evolving. So we would be looking at that from the outside, right? So we got the laboratory of space, and then we've got this little biodome of time that it's all contained within, right? Now, we're in the mental plane, we're outside of it, looking at it. So there's a bunch of thoughts all around, or I should say thought forms that are all around here. But what happens is every now and then the thought form penetrates. That seed is now planted into the biome, and now it manifests as a thing, karma. So it has a beginning, middle, an end, and it exhausts. It is born, it develops, and then it dies. I see. Now, depending on the echoes that it puts out, it may plant more seeds in other pieces of fertile soil, and that process will continue.
I see. So this is how you get the archetypes of like man and woman playing out, or something like that. Those are simply seeds that have been spread across throughout this tangible realm.
Okay, another way to think of that, though, they're not simply archetypes, though. Male and female are the two modes of function that energy can express itself through. Because this is all about different layers, cycles, and patterns. So one of those layers, cycles, and patterns is matter, energy, and consciousness. Different levels. Now, when we talk about the level of consciousness, we're talking about unification. There's not much separation here. All is one. But when we get to the plane of energy, what do we know about batteries, right? What's on the top end of a battery and the bottom end of a battery?
A positive and a negative charge.
Right. So that's in the energetic realm. But as we get to matter, it gets even more dense and solidified and tamasic, and that, where in the energy plane, it comes as needed. If we need some masculine energy, we become that. If we need feminine energy, we become that. Now in the physical plane, in the plane of matter, there's not that many options. You are male-bodied or you are female-bodied. Now you can transcend that limitation and behave as energy, but until you lose that body, you're still constrained more or less to the body.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's becoming clearer. So that's why they say, like in the beginning, before you get into all of this becoming God self, the first part of that is seeing how you tick and function in this realm, because you are constantly using all of your senses and all of this in order to play out specific patterns. And if you're not recognizing those patterns, then you're not going to be able to tap into the more advanced combinations. Now I'm thinking of it like a sparring match, but you know, but yeah, like you have your foundation. If you don't know what your foundation is, there's no way you're going to be able to even hold a matchup against to someone who's going to be, or to something that is beyond your potential, in a sense. I don't know about potential, but beyond your form.
So I've been going deeper and deeper into this information, and I'm realizing where what I thought was a limit before is only the beginning. So really, I'm really trying to get a lot of this information out and understood so that we can really explore some of the deeper aspects of this stuff, because we've been on the elementary stuff way too long. I mean, in my opinion, but everything happens the way it's supposed to. But I think at this point now, there's enough information out there for people to catch up. There just is.
Yeah, I agree.
And even as you said, like with the sparring match, you know, someone who is more advanced, not only do they have an awareness of more moves and combinations, but they also have the wisdom to know when to use what. Most people are still learning how to throw a punch and take a punch.
Right.
But they want to go against the master.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you for helping me to clarify that. This is really good food for thought. Because I think we even just get stuck in the lower mind space so often, because so many things are attached that we pick up that we assume is authentic, but it's actually not. It's just something from this realm that we're clinging on to.
Right. Big thing. Talking about non-attachment, talking about, you know, karma and different things like that. You can always tell who's not reading these books, who's not paying attention, because the first thing they want to say is, karma ain't real, cause and effect, right? Stuff like that. We're moving past what we previously had as far as limited understanding. It's not that karma is something you believe in, like astrology. It doesn't matter if you believe in astrology. It's literally a science, which means that it's provable, which means that you can look for yourself and see how it makes sense. Same thing with karma. And also with non-attachment, right? If you believe that, say for example, I made that post about not owing anybody anything. You don't. Well, who do you owe? Your parents, your ancestors? No. Just like you, they incarnated in a specific space and time under the influence of the karma that they had to deal with. And then that's it. Then they're gone. Same with you. You got your own stuff to deal with.
So when you speak of, like, let's go to the gunas, I have another question too about, because this just inspired like a whole bunch of awesome thoughts. But so like one of the things that, you know, I recognize when it comes to speaking to other practitioners is they'll be like, well, anger is a really excellent tool for movement, and this is how I function, right? Like I function on the dark side, you know, on like this side that's like, you know, that because the anger and the vengeance, or just like the stuff that incites rage causes movement, right? Because we know we know that rajas is typically associated with this, because when you're uncomfortable, you are bound to move. If you're comfortable, you're bound to stay. So in response to that, outside of a moral code perspective, would you say that you don't necessarily, that is not as optimal to move from, because it is limited to the attachments that you are experiencing in this realm, which then blocks your passage to going to the more subtle aspects of self? So this is where when they contact Goetia or something like that, or an entity, it comes off as evil to them, because it's actually a manifestation of all of the rage, of all of this rajas that is fueling itself off of the attachments to this physical, tangible.
Okay, so I think there's a couple of different things to address with what you just said, because I don't think that one necessarily causes the other. I think we're dealing with a combination of things right there. One of the things to be dealt with would be samskaras, right? Another thing would be emotional, what's a word? Tools, I could say. Right? And another would be, like I said, non-attachment. And I will address those here. So we know what samskaras are. Can you tell me your definition of a samskara? Because based on what you just said now, remember your question, and we're going to get to the answer of it, but I see it can be answered in 3 different stages, dealing with samskaras, emotional tools, and non-attachment. So what are samskaras?
For me, samskaras are attachments to sensory objects or experiences that then change that create a perception.
Okay. All right. So let's just say that samskaras would be a mental fluctuation, an emotional disturbance, something that happens in your experience that leaves such a deep impression that it affects everything after that. So where typically your life and mind would just be a straight line, everything's cool, you were attacked or something, and that leaves a big ass indentation. So every single day when something reminds you of it, even just a little bit of it, you're always going to have that bump. Always going to have that bump. Even years later, you're still going to have that bump, right? It isn't until we flatten that bump and neutralize it, we literally have to go back into our memory bank in our past and erase that bump. And that's the only way that the rest of these bumps will begin to become healed. Talking about anger, in order to tap into that anger and use it as a tool to deal with these spirits, yes, it's very possible, but let's be careful, because we've got some scars that have not been dealt with, and they haven't, right? Because we want to be a dark side vampire. Well, that's coming from a samskara of, more than likely, being made to feel like you're insignificant and small and out of place and nobody wants you around, so you have to become something new to compensate for that, right? That's probably the samskara that dark side shit's coming from. That's one thing. The other thing, emotional tools. So dealing with these different realms that I mentioned, right? The physical realm, to the etheric realm, to the astral realm, and all the way to the mental, right? All these different realms. So the astral plane is known to have the emotions as its substance, which means that the emotions are going to influence everything within it. The same way that the mental realm, thought and thought forms are going to influence everything within it, right? So most people, if they're operating from the physical realm or the etheric plane, again, they're probably dealing with a lot of these mental fluctuations. They're under the influence of them. So a person may say, I'm tapping into my anger or whatever. What they probably mean is, I'm just opening myself to be more influenced by this samskara that's already there. So they're not using it as a tool from this low level. They're being used by it. They're just saying, well, that's just me. I'm not going to change, right? They're basically just submitting to the influence that's upon them. It isn't until you begin to raise yourself to the astral plane and the mental plane, it isn't until you begin to work on these samskaras that you're able to use that emotion as a tool, right? Some people don't know the difference. Sometimes you're using it as a tool, sometimes it's using you, right? So a person should ask themselves, do I know the difference? Do I really know the difference? Or am I just not resisting anymore? Am I just not fighting it anymore? I'm just letting it take me over and calling it magical, right? And then, of course, the aspect of non-attachment here, which means that, honestly, ideally, you want to get to the level where you don't have to utilize any of these emotions. You don't have to use any of them, because emotion indicates attachment. If I'm angry, that indicates an attachment. Something changed about what I was attached to. Love, or at least the feeling of attachment, right? Emotion indicates attachment. Long story short, two things to be dealt with here are, am I really using these emotions as a tool, or am I just letting them use me and making myself feel good about it? And have I dealt with the samskaras?
So on the samskaras, say you had really traumatic childhood, right? From like utero or something like that. This is where I find that the information gets a little weird when it comes to stuff, because some people will say, oh, well, that's shit that you brought over from your past life. Mm-hmm. It was bound to happen. You were bound to have these samskaras because of something you did in a past life that you had an experience. But what we've discussed is that karma, right, being really non-sequential, but instead actually just having that beginning, middle, and end, that cause and effect, is that you are experiencing the same cause and effect, but from a different aspect of it.
Yes.
So it's not necessarily that you are meant to be used by this ahamkara, but that it has come into your life because it is a different aspect of the causes and effects that you have been accumulating, or that you have resonated the most with from the thought realm, or like how, like, I guess I'm wondering, like, how does that come about? Because a lot of things happen to us that nobody asked for, you know?
Right. And just like what the Kabbalion says, there's no coincidences or chance. There's just an effect of which the cause you're not aware of. So, there are some things that affect us from past lives, of course. But again, you got to extend beyond the physical and the etheric to even know that, right? I mean, somebody could tell you that and you could believe it and it could sound good. And maybe it's true, who knows? But until you experience it for yourself, you're not really able to deal with that. But you're exactly right when you talked about experiencing from a different angle. We're talking about this karma. That's just the outflow of what has to happen. That's just the outflow of nature. If water accumulates in the sky at a certain level, it's gonna rain. Period. Like, there's nothing that somebody didn't do. That's just the way it is. But we can deal with that, right? We can deal with that depending on what angle that we're dealing with it from. If we're in the thick of it, in the physical, bound to the five senses as our information source, and that's it, we're riding that wave. So it takes us up and it takes us down, and we complain and bitch and moan about it, but that's because we're seeing it from the perspective of this waveform. Once we expand, we can see it from a different angle, and being able to see it from a different angle means that, I don't want to say you can choose how it plays out, but your awareness of not being attached to this wave simply means that it can play itself out in a different way. That's not going to move you so violently, so rajasically. So neutralizing karma isn't so much about stopping it. It's more about expanding your position and your angle of how you're viewing it. Let me say this as well about that. Damn, her blessings. Her blessing says Travis looks like Whoopi Goldberg and Ghost. Fucked up.
Yeah. Hey,
so
I love Whoopi though, man. Okay, go ahead.
Let me say this also. So this is slightly different, but it's similar. So I'm just gonna draw these symbols here, and I want you, Miss Alora Cohen, to tell me how familiar this looks and what it means. Yeah. Not the Tawas, but what's this?
Are you talking about like what do you mean? What is this? Like,
okay, have you seen this combination of symbols?
Yes.
Have you seen this combination of symbols before that I posted?
Yes. And in books.
Okay. So what comes to mind?
Sacred geometry, because this is the formation of how source replicates itself.
Okay. So sacred geometry, truly sacred, because honestly, you can explain everything with these basic ass shapes. You really can. But we're gonna get specific here. Talking about karma, right?
Mm-hmm.
Talking about the perception of time, right?
Right.
Can you read what's there? Or is it backwards?
Cause is in the square. No, it's up, yeah. Cause and effect make, so is a circle karma? Nope. Then what is this?
This has to do with perception.
Okay.
So yeah. So check this out. One thing that I realized, look, I don't make nothing up. I haven't been here long enough to make anything up. Nobody makes anything up. We don't own shit. Anyone who tells you that they made something up is full of, they don't understand the process. None of us make anything up. We simply receive. So anyways, something happens and then there's an effect caused by it, right? This happens. Now, what we do as human beings is we give a meaning to it. I look at the clock, I see 11:11. So I give a meaning to it. 11:11 don't mean anything, but I gave it a meaning. And because I gave 1111 a meaning, because I saw cause and effect and gave it a meaning, I have a spiritual experience. Therefore, 1111 is spiritual. Nothing's wrong with that process. I'm just saying this is how the structure of a belief is created. This is how we experience reality. So check this out. Whenever something happens to us, you know, like say for example, I break my windshield, right? I'm driving along the road and this big ass horse comes out of nowhere and I break my windshield from the horse's big ass head. Now I can give meaning to that afterwards and say, oh, I'm cursed. Demons are after me. The demiurge wants to eat me. Or I can say, wow, it's a sign, because a horse represents travel and my windshield represents my veil breaking, whatever. You make any kind of meaning to it. But here's the thing, meaning doesn't come until after the thing happened. So life happens and then we make a meaning to it, right? My camera broke, like when I tried to start the live stream. I didn't give a meaning and say, oh, my camera's gonna break. No, it broke. Then I assigned a meaning to it. Oh, this must mean it's time to get a new camera. Even though beforehand I had an inclination, I should buy a new camera. But anyways, what I'm saying is that all throughout life, we have these things that happen to us and we assign meanings to them. This happens after the fact. This just goes to show how much control we really do have over our experience.
Yeah, because, okay, so then according to that meaning that we assign to it, that then alters our perception of what goes on, which then also alters our perception of causes and effects.
Right.
So the causes and effects are always going to be causes and effects, but the way how they present themselves in our lives then change because of the meaning that we assign them.
Yes.
Rad.
So important to be aware of that cycle, because while we blame other people for what's happening in our lives, we ignore how much of an influence we really have on that process. Oh, they're out to get me. Only because you see it that way. Look, they did this, here's proof. No, cause and effect, and you put the meaning on that thing. You put the meaning on it. They didn't do that to you. You filled in those blanks, and you keep doing that shit. That's why it keeps happening to you. Man.
Yeah, that's rad.
But see, this is again talking about karma, right? This isn't changing the subject at all, because we got this endless loop here. Now, as soon as something happens, right, and we give it a meaning, whatever happens next, what happened previously is going to have a lot of influence on how we give a meaning to this next thing, right? Which is going to have even twice the impact when the next thing happens. So we're literally going in this cycle of meaning around and around, and it's getting stronger and stronger and tighter and tighter. This is what karma is, right? We keep creating this for ourselves. Truly, nothing is happening. We're pulling from the cheetah and creating this. We're pulling from the mind stuff. We're not managing the mind stuff. We're letting it rule us. This is why people live in hell and life is just terrible and oh my God, we're going to World War III and all this stuff. No, you're making this happen by your perception.
And so the more we experience that perception, the more solidified it becomes, and then the more solidified we become.
Dense.
Yeah.
Tamasic is another word, right?
Yeah, bit stupid.
Ignorance is a word for Thomas, you know.
Yeah.
Al Dickey, thank you very much for your donation.
Okay. So we have to clean up our perception in order to be able to reach these higher states. And so that's where they say Saatva is, or gaining more sattvic qualities is crucial, because Saatva is the perception that has changed.
Yes, Saatva is removing a lot of the perceptions that we're placing on reality. To be sattvic is to be clear. Otherwise, we've got Rajasic shades on or Tamasic shades on, and those are blocking how things actually are. Walking through Walmart and you look at someone and they're looking at you with a mean face, what are you thinking? Oh, well, fuck them, they don't like me, they're mean mugging me, I'll kick their ass. You're like, where's that even coming from? In reality, that person's in their own head thinking about some shit and they have resting bitch face. But you just created this whole scenario in your head now, made yourself upset, right? Thinking the world's against you. How many of us do this on a daily basis?
Yeah. I mean, I've just been watching my own thoughts recently. I'm becoming more aware, and God, so much shit comes from the ego. Like, it all comes from the ego, but a lot of it, I can tell directly, is for self-serving and not really clear.
The ego is all about self-preservation, and you're right. That's unclear. It's unclear. There's 3 levels. There's I forgot where I read this about just yesterday, but there's like 3 levels of this evolution. I think it was in the new book that I got. I made an unboxing video, but it was too spicy. I had to put my clothes back on. But this one right here, it's called the Spiritual Discourses of Sri Atmananda. I'm starting to branch out from the Bihar School of Yoga and see what some of the different teachers say. But this is basically him just, I think this is actually 4 books long. This is just the first book. No, 3 books long, 1 of 3. But he's just given his different enlightened perspectives on different subjects. Well, one of the things I saw was about these 3 levels, and the first level was selfishness. Most people are selfish. They can only think about self-preservation. That's probably the lowest level of consciousness. Right after that, they're still a little bit selfish, but they're able to think about others too. They're able to give and consider others. And then, of course, that top level of being completely sattvic is selflessness. You don't even consider yourself. They literally live in a zone where all they do is give. Because if you truly understand nature and karma and how everything's going to work itself out, you don't have to worry about yourself. You don't. You just worry about giving to make sure that the rest of consciousness can make its way up out of matter. Because you're talking about self-preservation and ego. That's what ego does. Ego puts a container on, just a good example was in this book of Karma and Karma Yoga, how he talked about the kitchen, right? And he talked about ego was the pot. That was a really good part. Ego is the pot, right? Now, chitta, that mind stuff, the mind stuff is just that raw substance that we create reality out of. When I say create reality, I don't mean we create reality. What I mean is we perceive it as, like the fact that I'm seeing my computer and this microphone and I'm hearing my voice, all that's being pulled from what's called the chitta. But you talked about that ego. That ego is holding in a certain amount of chitta, and it's almost getting stale. Like having a bowl full of water just sitting out in the window, what's going to happen? If you don't stir that water, if you don't move it, if you don't change it, it's going to get dirty. That's the chitta that we're holding inside of our ahamkara. Unless we rinse it and flush it and have some kind of currency going on, that water is pretty tamasic.
And so I guess that's where that's where we go in that full circle, where it's people who are like, oh, well, I'm happy being, masochistic, or I'm happy being, in this rage. This is where they're actually being used by their ahamkara, by the cause and effect, instead of actually assigning a meaning to it, because they're coming at it from an ego standpoint.
Imagine living a life where you're not so quick to assign meaning to everything. Where you experience life as it is instead of trying to put a meaning on everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine seeing 11:11 on the clock and just smiling instead of saying, oh, this must mean the Pleiadians are trying to contact me through my third eye, so I need to go and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You don't have to do that. Just enjoy, just experience.
Mm-hmm. I think people like the thrill, though. Like, I know for yeah. I mean, like, right. I know for myself that's a lot of my, now that I'm watching all of my thoughts and meanings that I put on things, there's a constant thrill seeking going on. It's like, I could do this and just let it be, but that's just so boring. Like, let's spice it up a bit.
Yeah, you're right. And I was there too. That's the Rajasic nature, and it's real. It's cool. But eventually, that's going to have to be put in its place.
Well, and so where is its place? If it's for us not to be attached to meaning, which then changes our perception, which then allows us to reach a more sattvic state, where does Raja fit in once we stop trying to assign meanings to things?
Being in a sattvic state means that we transcend rajas. So for example, with these meditations that we've talked about, right? If you really go deep in these meditations, you're going to start experiencing things in your little laboratory. You're going to have memories, emotions, feelings, body urges, all type of things are going to come up rajasically, right? It's happening. It's a part of nature. A part of prakriti is to be rajasic, but that doesn't mean that you attach to it. You're aware of it, but that doesn't mean you identify with it. The mind does its thing, but you don't have to identify with it. You let it be. That's being put in its place. Let it be in its place. Its place is not you, and attaching to it and saying, this is me.
Right. I see what you're saying. So it's recognizing that these are the three attributes to nature, but not identifying with them because you know that is not of you.
Right. Melissa, good to see you. Thank you for bearing with me through my awful technical difficulties.
Good to see you too. No worries. Hey, Laura.
Hi, Melissa.
So dealing with Prakriti, she's a giant egg, and dealing with her in the unmanifest state, because what we learn from Samkhya Darshan is that there are three levels: the level of pure consciousness, the level of the unmanifest, and the level of manifestation. If you guys can't tell, I'm loving this little whiteboard. Well, we got the manifest dimension. That's where we currently see ourselves. Then we got the unmanifest. And then beyond that, transcendental to nature is pure consciousness, undifferentiated. Now, this level of unmanifest is Mother Nature, Prakriti, Great Mama, chilling in her finest glory, undisturbed, right? Unbothered. But that's not where we are. We're in the manifest dimension. And in the manifest dimension, this is all mixed up and jumbled up. So in this manifest dimension, we're seeing the process. Unmanifest dimension is her continually trying to become this again. Malkuth trying to become Bina, right? Because if you study Kabbalah, you know that Malkuth and Bina are the same thing. They're the same thing, but in different levels, different states. One is the mother and one is the daughter, but they're the same woman, same female. And this also relates to the myth of the goddess being the crone, the maiden, and the mother, right? The different state of crone, maiden, mother, again with the triplicities. But anyways, in the manifest dimension, nature is trying to become harmonized again, but she will never be harmonized as long as she is manifested. So we have to extend this reality and we have to expand and go into the unmanifest, where we can observe and experience her as harmonized and balanced. That's what we do when we go into deep meditation. We experience her as she is. And it's there that we learn, you know what? I don't have to identify with Rajas. Damn sure ain't got to identify with Tamas. They're parts of her. I don't have to banish them or run from them or nothing. It's just not me. Matter of fact, I'm none of this. I'm up here.
It's like this happens like in all levels, right? Like I was just thinking about from your physical body, when you eat unhealthy food and your body does the most that it can do to cleanse itself. But if you have no exit, or if you're too clogged up, then your body just forms like a calcification, and that's its way to balance it, right?
Yeah.
And then it's also its way for you not to feel that pain. But then if you don't cleanse, then it just becomes like a tumor, and then now you're forced to go into like a sattvic environment, right? Like you have to come to that. And then like I think about like even like children who are not heard, and then they act out. Them acting out is just them wanting to be heard, and they do it in the most obnoxious ways. And that's just letting you know that they've really been neglected, right?
Or you know about that from the work that you've done, right? With the young folks.
And also too on the health end too, I think Melissa, I think that's a really good reflection of it, because when you talk about, like, say something became calcified in your body, right? Because you never dealt with it. In order to reach a sattvic state, it's going to be much harder. It's going to be a really, like, you know, I give sports massage, right, to athletes, and man, I got to go in deep, and it is painful. It is not a relaxing la massage, because I have to repair their muscles. Like I'm there helping the muscles go back to a more original state. But because of all the damage that they had done and ignored, it's now causing these issues. So I think we tend to perceive sattva as being like, oh yeah, all I got to do is meditate. But if you've spent so long cluttering up your space with rajas and tamas, it's going to be a lot of shit you got to clean out. It's going to be a lot of processing and a lot of layers for you to reach. Not saying that you're not going to see a sattvic state once in a while or anything like that, but to gain consistency with it, that's going to be a much harder deal. It's going to be a longer journey.
Yes.
That part.
Yes. That reminds me of, like, when I first had my epiphany, like when I first started, even before, like, having an interest in, like, society and why and how it runs the way it runs and all that. I then had, like, my epiphany of myself and my life experiences, like probably like 7-8 years after. And the first 3 years of that was all ego. Even though I had that epiphany, like, oh, like, I get it now. Like, I create this, but I'm still dirty energetically, if that makes sense. You know, like I'm still carrying these things that I haven't worked on myself, but I gained this new perspective. And now my ego just wants to identify with that new perspective and then say, I'm enlightened. Like,
right.
Not how it works. And then you go through these experiences and you look back, and that was all ego. Like that, even though your intention may be, like, you know, you really want other people to, like, understand or help others, it's really just like, it's kind of like your spirit infused, your intent. It's a lot of things infused in that action, right? And then you think about it, but the weight of it is more ego. Like, you're still uncleansed. And I find, like, even doing these meditations, like even with the chakra shuddhi that I've been working on, like, has definitely been bringing up, like, past memories that I thought those were over. Like, I thought I was over that. Like, I wasn't even thinking about this at all. But then, like, the more I ponder, I'm like, yes, I felt this way before. I just didn't care to be in that feeling. And now it's coming back up, you know? So it's just like that really, really fire conversation you were having last week with MC Maestro. And, like, you know, you can't pour clean water in, like, a dirty cup. You know, it just doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't do much.
What you said really touches on what we talk about with karma and karma's impact on our personality. Like, ignorance, it becomes irritating when you learn more of the truth, but at the same time, you let it be because it's supposed to be that way. But, you know, when I hear people talk about how, oh, I don't believe in karma is no such thing, like, you don't know what it is. That's why you're saying that. But just looking at karma and the samskaras, it's like, it can be explained simply. We have this experience of trauma, right? Now, as our life happens, that trauma will always impact us. We never get rid of it until we get rid of it. So no matter how old we get, these are years of time, right? This is another year of my life. It's still being impacted. And what's crazy is, over the years, what actually happened becomes mutated. I lose the details. I don't even remember. Sometimes we completely forget what it was, but these bumps remain. And everything that we do continues to make these crazy bumps. This becomes our personality. This becomes our ego. When I say this is karma, what I mean, what's actually going on with this line is that new experience happens, the bump of trauma is felt, and then we make a decision based on that bump of trauma. How can you tell me karma doesn't exist? This is literally explaining the process of how you deal with your day-to-day life. Now, depending on what this bump is and what's experienced, this is going to lead to all number of things. For example, if people made me feel less intelligent and stupid, I'm going to do everything I can to prove how smart I am. So it wouldn't be too far-fetched for me to come across some spiritual information that nobody that I know knows, and then suddenly be like, I'm enlightened. My third eye is opened. My new name is Heru Ankh Kundalini Demiurge Archon Swadhisthana. Right? Right? It's easy to do that because now I want to feel significant, because that trauma bump made me feel insignificant. So literally, until you're able to deal with this trauma, those bumps are going to affect your entire life. You're going to talk about some free will. This ain't free will. You're living in an echo. You're repeating a memory until we deal with that. So for someone to say, I don't believe in trauma, I don't believe in karma, karma doesn't affect me, that's just another way of saying I don't understand what you're talking about. Right. So I'm going to just repeat what Brother Panic said.
And and that makes me think too, when it comes to the trauma creating a ripple, right? It's like, where does our ego come from? Well, if you think about it, our mere existence, right? We have to prove that we're existing because we were birthed. To be birthed is the trauma, and that trauma is a ripple in our lives. So we are attached to this life, to this self-preservation, like, I just kind of wonder, like, what's the trauma of birth? Like birth and death, right? Is that what is possibly one of the foundations of our ego, of having us come back here? And, because it's this trauma that happens, and then we're here in this space and we are seeking for safety. And then we have to leave this space, but this space becomes so familiar to us when we die that we have this fear. So it's this trauma that's now creating a ripple in our lives. Our very life itself is started with a trauma. I wonder if that's what keeps our ego going, in the sense that that's one of those things that we really need to learn how to detach from. I think a lot of us think, I know, like for myself, right, it's exactly how you were explaining, because I don't remember it. I don't necessarily think it has an effect until I start doing work.
Man, and when you do the meditations, like what Melissa was talking about with Chakra Shuddhi, sometimes if you go deep enough, you start to penetrate these layers. Sometimes you can even see this. I think most recently, I found something that I thought was gone. Like, all of us, I dealt with my traumas. My shadow work is complete. I'm done. Keep going. There's always going to be something in there, right? It's a continual process. But yeah, that birth and that death, man, just imagine dying and not having learned any of this information, and all you're doing in your whole death experience is trying to cling on to everything. Like, no, not yet. I haven't done this yet. I haven't made this amount of money. No. That's horrible. That's excruciating. And how long does it last?
And think about how our environment, how the karma, how the meaning has been assigned to birth and death. When we're birthed, people are attached to that. They say, oh, that was a good trauma. That was a good thing because you were born, you're here. We're so happy you're here. And then when you die, it's like this thing of sadness and fear. Oh my God, I lost them. How could that be? So our entire lives, we're surrounded with this type of meaning and perception of what birth and death is, which leaves us attached to it and attached to everything in between.
We identify with it.
Yeah. And therefore, you continue being birthed and you continue dying.
You know what you're explaining there? You're explaining racial karma. Because now this trauma is no longer individual. Now we're dealing with a whole human race or a nation, right? Everybody thinking about how terrible death is and how wonderful birth is. Every time your friend dies or your family member dies, that ripple is just being more and more reinforced because you know your day is coming. And especially as you're getting older, right? You reach about 50, 60, 70, 80. Now you're really dreading it. Got to deal with it. Got to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's going to be Return of the Mac once again.
I don't know how much of a Mac you're going to be, but yeah.
Right.
You'll be returning.
Return of the Whack.
Mac the Whack.
You know that I'll be back.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes me think about that because, it's like, okay, what is, how can you detach from all of your karmas or of all of your traumas? You like, there's so much because it's you detaching from the meanings that you've assigned to every single experience that you've had.
Mm-hmm. Right. The meanings that you've assigned to every single experience you had. No one to blame. And no one owes you anything. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like when you listen to people talk about their story and they have this narrative and the narrative just continues. And even like when they find themselves like being like if they identify with being the victim and even if something really did happen to them, they continue with this narrative and it's like it imprisons them from trying to see it from the other point of view, which can be wild for people who've been through crazy trauma. Like, I get it, but there's something so freeing when you look at when you look at other angles. So I find like if I'm telling my story from my experiences, the minute that I just detach from my personal experience and how that made me feel, and I think about the other party, the other person, and I think about them and I put myself in their shoes and who they are and what they've been going through. Like it just expands your awareness more. Like it's a different experience now. Like it's not the same narrative anymore. Like,
yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
That's powerful. And I'm telling you, it takes an expanded awareness to be able to see from that perspective. Like you said, most people, as they tell their story, especially if it's a painful story and they are the victim in that story, they're telling it as if it's still happening. So they remain in that position. And that's unfortunate, because if you're still there, then healing can't take place. In psychology, they say that you can't heal in the same environment you were damaged in. That doesn't just mean physically. That means your mental environment. If you were raised as an abused child, in your mind, you're probably still an abused child. And you're interpreting how your parents treated you through the people around you. And that's one way that we allow the abuse to continue, because we're looking for it subconsciously.
Well, and that goes back to your explanation of being limited to this time and space, right? When you are living within that trauma, you are stuck within that time. So you've developed a prism within the prism.
Right.
You are no longer able to surpass that border of space and time because you have limited yourself to this specific period. So this beginning, middle, and end is in a continuous loop for you. You are no longer you are within the confines of space and time.
Ooh, you're getting a little too deep for us, Laura. We're trying to keep the...
Come on, man, we're ascending. Come on, catch up. Because really, like this group, right? Like what we're studying is we're trying to ascend from all aspects of human. Like we're not just like, oh, I'm no longer my trauma, or I'm no longer my past in this life. We're actually working on like, I'm no longer this. Like whatever this is in me.
Right. And when I say there are no enemies, when I say you don't owe anybody anything, that's too big for some people to get. That's literally too big of a concept. Of course there's enemies. Of course I owe my ancestors for their sacrifice and what they did for me. I'm not talking about disrespecting the people that you appreciate. What I'm saying is your future depends on you. Nobody else.
And even on the aspect of, you know, I'm doing this out of respect for my ancestors and all of that. If you start ascending, or if you start really meditating and working on getting to those higher levels, at least in my experience, it all becomes synchronistic. Like there is no separation between you and your ancestors. The only respect that you can give is to yourself. And in the end, it's all synchronistic. It's all the same. So like that whole idea that you have of, I must give them respect, I must do this for them, or I am depleted because of this thing, that is still a very confined human perspective that doesn't actually exist on the higher realms. The people who died before us do not exist the way that we are perceiving them.
That's what I'm trying. Yes, you get it. That's what I'm talking about. That's why when there are no enemies and you don't owe anybody, it's bigger than some people can handle. And for that reason, on an expanded plane, like we just don't see it the same. Like I don't see my ancestors as some group of people in the past who did something a long time ago. Like this is the same spirit existing in different times and spaces, the same energy.
Yeah, like when I did my research on my own, like just bringing it back to a fundamental, very tangible thing, right? So I did my genealogy because that's the one way that you can really find out where like your family moved to or whatever, right? And I found all of these specific locations: Brazil, Netherlands, Ohio, all these kinds of places. But the relationships that occurred, right, were actually behavioral traits that I had within myself that you could say I inherited epigenetically, right? Like this interest in traveling and being around other cultures and not being, you know, stuck to where you're actually from or anything like that. Like not actually, there's just like all these, you know, even down to professions, there was all these characteristics that I harbor within me and how I'm living this avatar in this life. So, you know, in my perspective, this was more solidification that what you're experiencing right now is the same spirit. There is no, oh, I'm connecting to my grandma, you know, like, oh, I'm connecting to my grandpa. Like, no, it really is the same spirit. That's why you get interest, you know, like that's why you get interesting cravings at times or something like this, because the spirit is experiencing different things within different aspects, different parts of this reality. So you may be like, wow, I never craved this kind of beer before, but all of a sudden I'm just really want to have this, right? And you could even say, and that's an experience of the spirit. It could be from a past relation, but it's the same thing. It's the same flow. You're stuck in the same orbit.
This is good. I know that the book Agora goes into this a little bit too. There's a really interesting story in Agora where the grandfather has passed and his spirit isn't leaving. Now, what happens is he's possessing some of the children and grandchildren. Apparently, he was a very horny man, and they keep getting these urges and they don't know where they're coming from. And the yogi finds out it's coming from the grandfather. So in order to solve that, basically, they do a ritual to help the grandfather's spirit go off and reincarnate into an animal. So he can have all the sex he wants. I don't know if it was like a deer or a rabbit or some kind of animal. But that's just an example of how these impulses and these urges, you know, they come from places sometimes that are beyond your five sense experience. And that's not because you're being haunted, that's because you're connected, the same way that mushrooms are connected underground by a mycelium network.
Right. Like in the Agora book as well, in another one, they were talking about how there are spirits that await outside the wombs of mothers. So then as soon as the baby's given birth, they inhabit it. But they're only able to do that when there is an open channel for them to be able to come in, which means they're already the same level as what life is coming in, so they can possess it. It's the same thing.
See, when you think about this train of thought, it becomes so silly when people are like, oh, I need to protect myself from evil spirits. Nah, that so-called evil spirit, that's you and your peoples. That's you and your peoples. You're not getting haunted by no demons. You're not getting cursed. That's you and your people and y'all karma. So if you want to deal with that, then you can pay the Facebook girl to cleanse your chakras for you, or you can start getting on that karma yoga, right? Take responsibility.
Karma yoga's changed my life, man. Hell to the yes.
Same.
She's charging $100 to clean your chakras from across the Facebook platform. You know. She can whisper in your ear and your chakras become clean, or I don't know how she does it. I didn't pay for it, but.
But you know what? Even that trap, that's of the same spirit. If you're doing it, it's because y'all are resonating, because you are the people together, right? That's your thing. So that's your girl. Ask her for a discount.
Right.
Like the same, family and friends benefits. Come on.
We're the same spirit, right? Yes. So spirits are connected. Well, let me get a same spirit discount. Hook the spirit up. Right. Hook the spirit up. Get that spirit discount. A resonate discount.
Yeah. And you're so right about like people not understanding what karma is. Like it's as simple as like if you're an employer and you don't pay your employees money and they're gonna get mad and they do something to you, that's part of it, right? Like that's it. Like your input equals your output, you know? And yeah, it would behoove people to understand that past, understand where you come from, these dynamics, because it's all there. You already have what it takes to break through it, you know?
You already have it.
Yeah. Like you already have that data.
Yeah. You just don't know how to access it because you've gained all of these attachments to all these other things that you thought was the answer. Right. And a lot of people are frustrated that it's not. And so they just keep trying. And then next thing you know, it becomes that loop again where you're solidifying, you're calcifying your behaviors. So you're like, okay, I know that I went to church once and I had this really cool experience. I'm going to keep going. But you know, unfortunately, like now it's like, okay, the pastor's asking me for money. There's all this different kind of shit, but you know, I'm going to keep going because I had this one experience. It's one experience there I had. Man, that one experience had nothing to do with the church. It had everything to do with you being in a space. You were in a specific space. You can keep going to church if that allows you to reach a certain space, but eventually you're going to have to start to detach from these objects. Because true ascension, the shit we're talking about is where you don't even need tools. You don't need an environment to be in that state.
Right.
I like that. So many different directions to go there. One of them being, though, this trauma that I talked about, we associate trauma with negative. It's not always negative. That feeling in church when you caught the Holy Ghost and you was on fire, that was a good feeling and it was real. It was real. And you may not have experienced it in church since because it had nothing to do with the church, it had everything to do with you, right? But since you keep looking for the church to do it, you continue getting disappointed, but you keep going back. But like what you were saying here about the need to transcend the use of outside tools to get that feeling. So check it out. Here we are, so in love. Can y'all see that, or is it too bright?
No, I see it.
Okay, so in love, right? We have this feeling of love. Who's feeling it? Only you're feeling it. Only you can possibly feel it. But like you said with the church, you know what I'm saying? We felt it at the church house. I don't know why I'm attempting to draw a church with a marker. we felt it at the church house, or even worse, we felt that through someone else, right? So we dealing with this person, and we felt this feeling. We're feeling it. She ain't feeling it. Maybe sometimes, or maybe not. Who knows? Who cares? But that's our feeling. Now, the problem that all of us on this planet have is that we think that we can only reach that feeling through her or through that place. But the truth is, you ignite that feeling within yourself. Most people never realize that. And you can ignite this feeling whenever you want to, however you want to. You know what? You can use a freaking unicorn to feel this feeling at all times. If you want, you do whatever it takes. It's yours. Why would we give it to someone else? Well, why would we give someone else the power to take it from us or to dangle it over our heads and make us dance for it? Why do we choose to do that? Or why do we choose to go in here and make them charge us the tithe and the bullshit ass speech every morning just to feel that? When you can feel it yourself. Like you said, that's the advanced magic. That's where we're really trying to go. How do you activate the feelings within yourself and to use them to move forward? Because remember what I said earlier about the different levels. Within the etheric and within the physical, the emotions are using us. So we've got to expand even further to use them.
I like how you brought up the love thing, because I've been so part of watching my thoughts and all that kind of stuff. And I'm aware too that at this point in my life, I am still working on manifesting tangible things, sensory objects, so then I can gain more freedom to do what I wish, right? Which is to have more time to go into my studies, which I always have time for, right? But, you know, I would love for that to be more full-time. So like right now, I'm still operating within this sensory perceptions and all of that. But one of the things that I've been doing as well, just kind of as a side thing that I have fun with, is like love, manifesting love. But for me now, it's been a really cool type of thing because I'm realized, because it's truly processed that it's not within a person. And so now I'm able to evoke these states of being loved and being in a loving relationship within myself. And I realized that by the triggers that I had already had programmed in my memory banks. So, for example, if I'm going into a meditation about love and I want to evoke that feeling I had, there are certain memories and experiences that I can call upon, right? And so it's like, when did I truly feel that most wonderful love? I remember one time I was out in the rain feeling really bad. And then I saw my dog, who was a puppy at the time. He was sitting out there in the rain with me, and just like knowing in that moment that like, that's the homie, you know, like that he's my soulmate, you know? And so like, so there was that moment. And then there was a moment too where I'd randomly met these musicians after getting a tattoo. For the first time in forever, I heard a DJ playing like actually good hip hop. So I went in and I met these musicians and we had so much fun. And there was a particular moment where we were crossing the street and one of them was holding my hand. And I felt so much love for this experience with this person that it didn't matter what happened afterwards, because I just really loved being in that energy. So I took those memories and then I took the specific parts that triggered the emotion for me. So I took the experience out of it, and instead it was, you know, like for the memory with my dog, it was the rain and then feeling the support from his little face. Then after that, you know, it's the image of just holding the hands. So those became now my anchors, or my buttons that I use, that I can now call up in my mind and evoke those emotions. And then I feel fulfilled. Yes. And I also know how I like to be treated and how I like to feel. So then my standards get higher when it's like, you know, oh, there's a possible date potential. I'm having fun experiencing the fact that someone likes me. That's always fun. But I'm not like, this person now has to follow through. Now, you know, now I'm solely being able to evoke the emotions from an experience and take the experience part out of it and just hang in there with the emotions and that state of being.
Yes, that's called taking power over yourself. That's called reclaiming your power. right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know about most guys, but I know that a lot of girls have this issue where that same feeling you're talking about, they let somebody else control that. They let someone else have control over that repeatedly. It's like you don't see that this is hurting you.
Mm-hmm. Right. And it's because you're letting the ahankara, or is it the ahankara? Yeah, you're letting the samskara work you instead of you work it.
Mm-hmm. The whole reason we're learning about these different aspects of mind and these different labels and parts of the mind is so that we can start to utilize them and understand what's utilizing us. It's the knowledge, it's the light that brightens up the darkness so that it's not dark anymore. But yeah, that same way that you harnessed your love, that you took those pieces and those moments, not even the whole story, just little moments in the segments, use those as buttons to turn that trigger. Who says that you can't feel love all the time? Who says that you can't be in that state all? It's not gonna run out, right? I think that was one of the fears that I had. Well, if I stay happy all the time, then it's gonna run out. No, I had to prove that that's not true. It's possible to be happy all the time, or I should say joyful, right? Because you're not always going to feel happy, but you can still be full of joy and appreciate life and just love existence, regardless of what's in the fridge, what's in the bank, or who you're hanging out with, or how many likes you got on the social media. Regardless of any of that external stuff, you can choose to be in a state of appreciation, happiness, joy, no matter what. It's a button that you can press. And then this might not sound deep and spiritual and magical, but this is something that you have to gain mastery over before you come to me talking about how do I go to the astral plane. Why?
Legit. Because the astral plane. Go
ahead. No, you got it.
No, I mean, just, like when I went in, there was a whole bunch of shit that was right in the forefront. As soon astral plane, if you go in there and you have not mastered if you haven't reached a certain level of mastery with your experiences and emotions, woo boy, that is the first thing you see.
That's probably the last thing you see, because you're probably going to scare yourself and not go back. Or worse, convince yourself that you've made it. I am the great Ankh Heru Swadhisthana Muladhara Guru. The astral plane, the substance of the astral plane is what we know as emotion. That's how we perceive it, as a plane of emotion. So those of us who are doing these meditations at a deep level, what are we experiencing? Memories, flashbacks, emotions, and what are we learning? Non-attachment. Because as they come to us, we don't attach to them, right? The last time I did my meditation, I was feeling some intense emotions and some intense physical sensations. But the thing is, you push through them and you realize that this is the body's karma. This isn't me. I didn't sit here to meditate so I can feel this feeling. I just sat here to meditate, but these feelings came up anyway. This is a process. This is almost as if you throw a rock into the water and it's plunging down and you see little bubbles coming up and stuff like that. That's you penetrating into these higher realms and all the activities happening around your awareness, right? But what you do is you have to focus on the rock itself as you go deeper and deeper and understand that none of those bubbles are you. They're just a result of a cause, the cause being that you jumped into the water. Now you're going to learn how to swim. You're not going to sink as long as you don't float off with them damn bubbles. Non-attachment, self-control, management of the chitta, the mind stuff. It should be making sense. It really should. Like, I have a little sense of pride here, knowing that all this stuff that we've been talking about, none of it is like forcing you to believe it just because I said it. Like, all this shit has been backed up by other books and other people, like, and most importantly, your own experiments. Chitta.
Yeah.
You gotta fix it.
How?
You gotta fix it. My son, sometimes he'd break his toys because he's really rough, and like he'd come to me with the toy that I just bought him, broken in pieces, and he'd be like, "Fix it, fix it." You gotta fix it, man. You gotta fix that cheetah. Fix it.
Yeah. And I think and I think that's also the root of most spells. Like, I've realized that these anchors or these triggers that you program yourself according to the experiences that you've had is the root to almost all spells. Like, I remember doing spells for beauty, right? For like, you know, everlasting love, all that kind of stuff, right? And what do they have you do, right? Get some really nice, sweet smelling herbs, surround yourself with it. You look at yourself in the mirror, you imagine, you visualize how it is that you want to look. And all of those things are doing what? They're triggering not just the sensory experience, but also memories, right? Yeah. This is where you're getting into visualization. And the only way you can visualize something is if you've seen it before. So you're calling upon an experience that you had where you put this meaning of beauty on it. And then you are using this spell as a trigger and the cause and effect of this spell, giving it that meaning as this is going to mean beauty. This is going to mean love. This is going to mean money. And that's how I'm going to get this. And then throughout the rest of your days, you're going to be looking at how this spell worked for you because of the meaning that you assigned it. But really, it was you creating the effect the whole time from your chitta, from your memories, from your experiences, from what you were referencing. You were just assigning them duties now.
Yes. And if you learn how to dissolve boundaries, you can even take other people's experiences and then pretend that they're yours, like graft them onto you. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's different levels to it. Like you said, that was a good point, by the way, Laura. Visualization is limited to what you've already seen before. But what I've found with most people and just dealing with people in consultations and stuff is that we put our own limitations on us. Sometimes we know better, but we stay within our limits. One of the main things is that when people are doing affirmations and hoping for a better future, they base it on now. Oh, it's like, say for example, oh, I want to own my own house. Well, I can't because right now I don't have good credit and I don't have da. Look, why are you taking your present limitations into this future? Like, I didn't ask you to do that. Go into a completely new space and start fresh. But like you said, we're only limited to what we have already visualized. So one of the things that can also help is it doesn't have to be you doing it. You can see someone else who you might think is beautiful and look at that and appreciate that and feel that beauty and then somehow put that onto yourself. Like, do you get what I'm saying there?
Oh, I totally do that, especially with the beauty thing, and the money thing too, but the beauty thing in particular, right?
Money thing, success, you take that from other people and you put it onto yourself. No one says you can't do that. That's what you're supposed to do, right? Just because you haven't seen yourself go to the bank and cash that check, you've seen somebody else do it on TV or on the internet. Put yourself in that position.
There's a reason why teachers ask you to look up videos of people doing the stuff that you're learning, because you are going to put yourself as an archetype. You're going to take these things from these videos that you watch or from these references and implement them. Like, I got, like I'm really big into sports massage and all that kind of stuff, right? And so I watch sports injury specialists, right? I watch these videos and I apply them. And there is a state that I copy that these other professionals are utilizing. So then I have the confidence naturally to go into a massage session and feel like I actually know what I'm doing and implement new strategies. But that also comes to my perspective of it. For example, if I'm doing some type of beauty ritual, right? And I look at Beyonce and I'm like, she's the most beautiful woman in the world. And I'm like, oh, but I can never look like her. I can never look like her. Well, then I'm going to continue looking like a degraded kind of bunked up version of myself. Yes. Where if I'm like, Beyonce is hot, but that's because she and we kind of look similar. And all of a sudden, my perspective is like, yeah, see, she and we kind of got the same lips going on. Or, oh, we kind of got, I got a little booty too, like we can do this together, right? Like she and we could be like cousins,
Look, that might sound, it might sound silly to some people.
Point.
But there's magic going on there, because check this out. When you look at her and you see that and you feel that feeling, like, damn, she is just gorgeous. I love it. That feeling that you inspire, and like you said, oh, we got the same kind of lips. You're thinking that about yourself too. Damn, my lips are gorgeous. I'm beautiful. I'm fantastic. You're feeling that same feeling. And guess what? As you walk out into society, as you live in your environment, that's emanating off of you. That's a vibration. Other people are perceiving that too. Matter of fact, your reality is perceiving that and feeding it back to you. Like, I've seen many people before who may not look like, say, traditional standard of beauty, but they carry it. And it's in that carrying that they might as well look that good, because they damn sure believe it. They believe it so hard, hell, I start to believe it.
Right. And that's because our perception is always changing. Like, that's why beauty doesn't really have a standard, because it constantly changes. Same as age, same as everything in this realm that we're experiencing. So why the fuck not make it work for you? Like, you know, like, I see myself as abundant because I can pay my bills. And here's another thing that I started implementing that really helped me out, was that I made a list of my priorities of where my focus is actually going, you know? And then under that, I split them up into categories. And then I wrote down all of the thoughts I had pertaining to these things that I had been focusing my attention on, all of the thoughts. And then I wrote out whether they were positive or negative and where they were coming from. Was it coming from a place of hope, a place of fear, a memory, or an experience? And once I started doing that, I was able to see that, like, you know, okay, in this particular focus area, I have a lot of worry that's based off of an experience I had. Okay, now I'm going to identify the trigger that inspires this certain type of thought. You know, what about it? Okay, well, you know, when it's the end of the month, I know my bills are coming up. So this is where this worry thought starts to come in. Okay, now at the end of the month, instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come at it from a different aspect. Something that's not so totally like, no, I'm fine, my bills, you know, I'm fine with my bills. Well, if that's not going to work for me, then I'm going to come from a different experience. How about, still got my job this month, what's up? Yeah. You know, or something that can work with that thought and change my perception of it. So then the thought itself changes, and the emotion it evokes also changes. And then the experience changes. So, like, I don't know, that's what I've been doing though.
Yeah. I hope you guys appreciate that free glamour magic, right? I usually don't speak on the whole glamour magic thing, but that's essentially it. You defining your experience. And bump the categories, man. Magic itself is you defining the experience, whether it's wealth magic, whether it's beauty magic or good luck magic, or whatever you want to call it, is you defining the experience and working accordingly. Cause, you know, effect. Some of these things are not changeable, but one of these are. You determine what it means. You look at the clock, you see 11:11. Some people say, oh, it's just a coincidence. That's it. Some people say, oh, I'm in the flow. Some people say, oh, a gateway is opening. It don't matter. Say something, right? But also understand you're causing this whole thing to shift. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. So regardless of what you say, you're saying something. Now, to play this on expert mode, just look at it and smile and don't give it any meaning. But if you're not ready for expert mode, at least just call it something good, right? Don't be the one that's like, oh, I'm cursed. They're cursing me. Don't be that person, because you get what you say. Like what you said about when the bills are coming and, you know, money might not look right. We've all been there. But it's how you act at that moment. Oh, shit. I'm not going to be able to afford my rent. They're going to kick me out. And then I'm going to have to do this. Then I have to find a place for, and then, you know, it's going to downward spiral. And then what really sucks is when you do come across the money to pay the bills, and it's like you wasted all that energy, right? When you could have took that same time and been confident and proved to yourself, you know what? I am practicing vairagya right now. I'm not ignoring it, but I'm trusting that if I made it this far, why the hell would I just be let down randomly? It doesn't make any sense. I trust myself. I trust my higher self. You know, I trust God, whatever you want to say, but have some trust, have some faith. and move as if it's gonna work. Move as if it's gonna work.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody got to hear that. Somebody need to hear that. I hope you're listening.
Yeah. No, it's true. Like when I got scammed, right? I got scammed and had to start all over in my savings, all over. Oh my God. And, you know, when that happened though, instead of assigning it as like, oh, this, I'm fucked, blah, 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 blah. Because I had been reading, because I'd been working on changing my perception around money and all of that kind of stuff and gaining an actual wealth and abundance mindset, I had been reading a lot of stories about millionaires and stuff like that, right? Or people who were super successful. And one thing that was part of the road is that you have to be a risk taker. And so, because I had been placing myself as an archetype for a certain amount of time within these stories, when this happened to me, my first response, surprising to myself too, was, all right, well, this is the risk you got to take sometimes. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, whatever, you know, and I kept going, right? And I kept working on my own business. I kept working on doing the things that I really wanted to do because I was very clear about where my direction's going to be. And I was also redefining this experience, not as something that was going to hold me back, but actually as just a part of the road, a part of the process. But if I hadn't put myself as an archetype in those character stories, I would have been functioning from the same lack mentality, from the other archetype I had been playing with.
Yet again, another example of taking power in the situation. This is one of the reasons why it's important to learn the archetypes, because if you can find what role you're playing in the story, you can act accordingly. It's all a story, it's all patterns. And if you don't know your place in the pattern, you're the one that's thrashing around like a wild toddler breaking shit. Talking about fix it. No, you're the one that's supposed to fix it by understanding your position in the story. There's nothing to worry about, ever. You don't understand, Travis. I'm being cursed and I have enemies, and the demiurge tried to eat me last week, and reptilians too. You don't understand my story. No, trust me, dude, chick, trust me. There's not that many different experiences to have. You're not that special, right? I understand psychology and patterns in human nature. Nobody has some experience where it's like, you just don't understand. No, everybody goes through the same stuff. We all do. And there's similar solutions to handle it. It is. So get out of the woe is me, get out of the, oh, it's just so hard for me. No, we've all been through hard times. Some more hard than the others, but it boils down to this. Either you want to make it out, or you just want people to feel sorry for you. You got to pick one. If you want people to feel sorry for you, you're not going to find that over here. I have compassion for you. I hate that people have to suffer, but I'm not going to spend any time, you know what I'm saying, unless you're trying to find a way out. You don't understand.
The devil's in the details, like my boy Corporal says. I watched that video, by the way. That was fire.
Good stuff, man. Yeah, he's on it, most definitely. Most definitely. The devil's in the details. And that should be said and resonated on, because as human beings, we have a tendency to generalize, and we just assume like it's natural. And we have to break that habit if what we want is clarity. We've got to break that habit.
One thing that Corporal Chaos Consulting said that like stuck with me, like, man, such a badass thing. He said he was talking about taking the middle path, right? And how like it's kind of redundant to take the middle path when it comes to ascension because you've already done it before. But he also brought up, he was like, you know, it's like an apple tree, and you're the apple, and the apple falls from the apple tree. You can't just like, as the apple, like just climb up the tree again and reattach yourself. You have to decompose into the soil, then be eaten by the roots, then become part of the cell of the tree. and then eventually you become the fruit again. But how much of a process is that? You
right.
know, like
that's by that time, it's not even about the fruit no more, right? You were wanting to be a fruit again, but you've been the roots, you've been the tree, you've been the soil, like you've been through all of it now, that it's like what you started out the path on is not even as important. Just like how I first really got into this, like, oh, I want to get my girlfriend back. I'm going to find all these demons to use to get my girlfriend. I don't even care about that no more, or anything close to that. Doesn't matter what starts you on this path. What matters is that if you're here for truth, you stick on that journey.
Yeah, and whatever works for you works for you. Like whatever you're resonating with is going to resonate with you. Like if you're pushing for something, you're being really rajastic about it. You're trying to, you're not being sattva. Like you may know something is in your design, but like a big thing about recognizing it's a part of your path is that it's only a part of your path. So there's other steps you're going to have to take in order to reach that. Like for me, I've been talking forever about this ashram thing, right? Well, I don't know, it feels like forever, but you know, like that's definitely in there, right? Like going to be doing that martial arts ashram. I knew I needed to leave the country. Like I knew I needed to live abroad. And then COVID hit, and then all this other kind of stuff kept getting in my way. And then my job situation changed and all this kind of stuff. And it was like, man, like for a long time, I was within the confines of time. I was stuck within the idea that shit, I don't have enough time. I don't have enough time. I don't have enough time. And that was leading me in a repetitive behavioral loop that where I was the one that was now confined within the confines of space and time because I wasn't able to see my way out of it. Then when I gave up on that, because I realized that there are other aspects to this path that I'm on that perhaps I need to be paying attention to a little bit more, and started actually enjoying the steps I was taking. Now, just recently, there was a place that popped up that is abroad that fits beautifully with like everything I'm doing. But if I had forced myself into some of these other locations, I would be so fucked. Like, because I would have been trying to force my reality instead of allowing for things to actually unravel how they're supposed to. I think a lot of us get a viewpoint, get this. I think we have connections with our higher self all the time, right? So we get these visions where it's like, oh, that's where I'm supposed to be. Or like, oh, I'm supposed to be doing this. Or like, wow, I know what this is now. And we just want to jump to it. We just want to go to it. But the whole point of you having that visualization, at least in my perception, the meaning that I've assigned that, is that it gives you a clue as to what's in your future. But if you notice, it never shows you. Like you're always looking out, right? You're always the observer of this vision that you're having. You're not ever looking at yourself. So you can't be saying that, oh, that's me next week. Or whatever. Like you got to take that aspect out of it because you just observed an experience. But when that happens is a different thing.
Yeah. I'm so similar to that as well. And I started like thinking about like all of the past times where I forced some situations. And I thought about like, what would be the outcome if I would have forced that? And I never would have liked it anyway. So it like goes to show you, you know, like this is not about something that you have to force. You know, you really do have to be like in this sattvic state, you know, cleansing and observing yourself. And then I started realizing, well, it just these past couple of weeks, having dreams of me observing myself, like me, like on like this like higher perspective, and then looking at myself doing some things in my past or future, who knows, but literally doing that. Like it's being more clarified the more I understand why I'm doing the things that I'm doing, right? Especially when you like fuck up, especially when you fuck up, you know, like you don't ever think about it in that moment. But then when you realize the next time you pick it up and it's like that karma burns out right there, you're realizing like, hold up. And then everything just changes. It's not the same anymore. I don't know how else to say it, but yeah.
You're right. That's part of the karma burning aspect of these meditations. You're going back into those experiences and reacting differently, or should I say non-reacting. Because every time we access those moments and we react, it causes another ripple. This is how it leaves our system.
Peace, everybody. Peace.
What's up?
Chillin'. That's definitely dope, Melissa. I recently came to a conclusion. Well, not conclusion. I guess a synopsis, I guess, of recent. Oh my God! I guess it's been over like 3 years of this recurring dream, and I finally just realized what the fuck just happened. And I expressed myself like, I'm a cook right now. And it's very, like, I remember, like you said, when you fuck up, I remember I got fired from this job, right? But it was like a really high-end restaurant. I always try to attain to get back to that, right? And just, life goes on, I'm like having dreams of like just me working there and at that point I was just like, it's like hell in the kitchen in my dream. And then throughout the last maybe year or so, this year and a half or whatever, this dream has been like coming up more recently. And I even expressed over here that I got promoted. I'm like the sous chef in my freaking restaurant now. All this amazing things that are happening. And I was like, what? And these dreams, every time I'm like very good at like lucid dreaming and all this other stuff, and astral projecting, and like you're saying, being that third person, I'll come back and be like, whoa. So, and I know how to like to change things in a dream and whatnot. So I will go there and I guess subconsciously, like, I will go there and I'm like working hard and I see myself like go up in position in the dream. And it's really weird. Like one day I was just a cook and then one day I see myself as the freaking head chef in there cooking it up, boss. Hey, take that to this table. And then I'm like, wow. And it was just like, and I wake up and it'd be like, damn, aspirations, like, wow, I wasn't maybe good enough. But I kept on working harder and harder because I had this aspiration to see myself somewhere. And then I wake up the other day, I'm talking to my girlfriend about these recurring dreams. I told her this before. I'm like, yo, I'm having this dream about this restaurant. I always talk to people about this restaurant because as in a learning experience about them. And like, I talk about like, oh, this, and that. And then I realized, I said, oh shit. I guess I was dreaming for myself to be where I'm at right now, if that makes a little sense. All those dreams of me being at where I wanted to be at this holiday spot. I wanted to have it. And I got fired from that damn job. But I guess subconsciously, because you know how I the dream work and it talks to the conscious mind. My conscious mind is having a conversation with my subconscious mind back and forth. And I'm looking, I'm like, well, damn, I was pushing myself to a certain level. And I mean, like, now thinking about it the other day, I totally forgot about it. I was just like doing. I wasn't like trying to like move up or anything. I was just working. I was just, going through life, but trying hard, thinking consciously, doing all this stuff that we've been talking about. Like I was listening earlier, having these frameworks and, going back, like you was talking about something, or I was listening, like I would go into work and I would evoke this energy, this emotion. And I would tap in it. I would take the whole walk to work and I would literally embody like Haru in my hand, like the champion. So I would go to work and I would kill it. You know what I mean? That was what I used to do to like pump myself up. Like, I'm going to put this like strong warrior energy into my body. But now I'm looking and I was talking to my girl. I'm like, all that was a synopsis of me putting that work in. And I'm still figuring it all out. Like, that was my me going in the past, I guess, seeing myself in the future, but I was in the present, living it all, like doing myself, working every day. And I looked up the other day, I'm like, wow, all that stuff that's happening in a dream, I'm doing it right now. That's me in a dream. I was dreaming myself doing all this stuff that I'm doing now. So I'm like, oh shit. Wow. It's kind of like, interesting now at this point. I'm like, wow, because I've been having this dream for years, and now you can say it came true.
Malik,
yeah,
you remember on Karma Yoga, on page 55, you mentioned something that's very key to what you described. Because before, I used to kind of feel weird about like people have recurring dreams because like, oh, it never happened to me. But it makes sense when you think about it in the aspect of karma. Page 55, he's talking about how the sannyasin had asthma and he overcame asthma through his meditation because he went back to a buried memory of him being force-fed by his nanny. Basically, he was saying that you will realize that he was able to cross layer after layer of the mind and dive deep into his chitta so that the suppressed memories came up. And once that impression was taken out of the mind, the inner balance went away. The inner imbalance went away. Memories exist at the conscious, subconscious, and unconscious levels.
Damn.
If memories appear in the unconscious, they manifest as karmas. And if they appear in the conscious, they manifest as knowledge. Recurring dreams as a karma that is manifesting itself as a memory at the unconscious level. Equivalent to an ambition of being awake, basically.
That's intense.
I can make this even more tangible, I guess. Going back to more recurring dreams. This is the funniest shit ever. Because I used to have this, it's like another recurring dream. My ass used to be, when I was younger, boy, I used to have like, you have fines and like that. I used to never, ever want to pay them. I used to be like, yeah, them cops after gonna catch my ass. You know what I mean? I was a knucklehead. I was like, yo, remember, I don't know if everybody's seen Bobby Hemming, but he was like, yeah, you got to put Anubis in the car, man. You ain't gonna get pulled out and mastered that shit. That'd be, boy. But I was still, and I got caught up a couple times. But then I would have these recurring dreams. I used to always talk about like, oh man, the cops would come get my black ass in a dream. And I would be like, ah! And I would wake myself up and I would always be like this. And I would talk to my friend about this. And then we were talking. He was like, dude, you just need to pay your fucking fines. Maybe the dreams will happen. But that was like the karma being played out. Like I was being a knucklehead. I didn't want to do that. It was so bad that my subconscious mind was like, nigga, you gonna be awake thinking about it? You gonna be sleeping thinking about it? You gotta handle this. You gotta handle this shit now. Right. And my friend was like, dude, just pay that shit. And then like after that I still to this day, I now having one of them dreams. Funny.
When you think of it in those terms, like karma stops being this weird superstitious belief and you start to see it for what it is. It's just the outplay of energy, of events, of action. Seed is planted, the seed sprouts, and the seed drops more seeds of its like.
Handle this shit now.
Whether that's memories, dreams, emotions, guilt, lust, desires, basically.
And that's why I think it's important to be able to analyze them and then to take different parts of them, because different parts of this memory or experience or dream is residing in different parts of the mind. So if you can tap into what's in the unconscious, then you can work from that and be able to use it as a tool for your path working. Like it no longer has a debility. You don't have to relate it to the whole thing. Like, oh, I have this emotion because of this dream. And so now every time I think of this emotion, it has to be the whole dream. Like, no, you could just take the emotion or the energy from that dream and leave the dream back where it is. And instead just harvest the emotion or harvest the energy from that and use it in whichever way you can, like whichever way works for you. But that's where I think analyzing those thoughts, analyzing those dreams, analyzing your desires and seeing where they actually reside and different parts of them reside in the mind can become so useful when doing your path working.
And I think that's what path working is about, exploring those different parts of the mind and approaching that karma from different angles. Because if you look at the whole tree of life, right, path working, that whole tree is you. It's your soul, it's your body, it's your mind, it's your emotions, it's all that. But it's compartmentalized so that you can address it and approach it in respect to its different aspects. So really, we're dealing with the whole mind in total, but one slice at a time, one angle at a time. I want to show this diagram of karma. Karma starts as a desire, it starts as a seed, it starts as an impression. It's planted in that soil already. So this is karma that's already in process. You can't dig it out. It's already planted. Now what happens is that seed of karma sprouts, right? Now that sprout makes seeds of karma of its own.
Yes.
The process repeats because those same seeds fall into the ground and make more. So, you have a desire to, I'm trying to think of something non-sexual. It's always got to be sexual examples. Say you have an example, you want to be the best poker gambler person, right? That's your desire. You keep thinking about it long enough, eventually you're going to learn how to do it. And once you learn how to do it, you're going to start playing poker. You're going to start actually fulfilling that desire. Now, whether or not you win or lose actually doesn't matter what happens. The fact that you've put that karma into process, you've already planted seeds. Say you win, now you want to do it some more. Or now you want to challenge other people, or maybe you want to challenge people who you can beat, right? But you're going to continue this whole desire. Or say you lose, right? Now you're blaming gambling, or you're feeling upset. Whatever emotions that you've generated from this experience is going to cause more seeds of desire to be planted. All this is karma. You're not breaking karma by continuing in the process. The only way to stop this is to nip it at the bud. No more gambling, no more desire. It's the desire that plants karma. It's the desire. If you still have desires, you still have a ton of work to do. Because just like what I read a bit earlier, he was saying that the sign that you're actually advancing on the path is a reduction of desires. A reduction of desires. A reduction of seeds. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Man, when I started feeling that reduction of desires, like I thought there was something wrong with me. Like, like it made me feel like, and I've always kind of like been like this. And I realized like a lot of the things that I've done has been for like just to appease other people or just do what other people do. But in my mind, I'm like, or in my intuition, I always felt like I don't care to desire these things. Like it's not that desirable to me. Like, am I made to be a nun? I started to think these things like I think I need to have that discipline like a nun. Like that's what suits me. And just being real with myself, even in that, has liberated me from a lot of those attachments.
Yeah, that's good you say that, because a lot of people like, and here's the thing, like sometimes you experience this without even being quote unquote advanced. I've talked with plenty of people who just start on this path, and right away they start experiencing a diminishing of these desires, and they instantly go to think, oh, what's wrong? Something's wrong. I don't want to do the things I used to do. Like, is something wrong with me? And it's always a challenge to explain to them, like, no, this is natural, because the things that you used to find joy and pleasure in, you're realizing that they never did bring pleasure. They never did. You just used them as distractions. So now your mind is used to chasing pleasure. You feel uncomfortable because you don't know where to find it. You're not used to generating pleasure and joy just because. You need something external to generate it for you. So it's part of the process.
I think too, because we have such a self-identity with these things, that it's like, oh, I'm no longer going to be me. But it's like, well, who was you? It wasn't what you wanted. This is what you want. So, and even that's a desire, right? Like I'm experiencing this interesting kind of turn when it comes to martial arts, because martial arts is pretty much all ego-based, right? Like it's self-preservation to the max. Like you put yourself into the extremes in order to, and in very dangerous situations, so you can experience your own capacity to preserve your body, right? To preserve your space. And so within that, you get a lot of hardcore personalities, and there's a really interesting kind of two-path type of system there, because you get the fighters who are all ego, like very much, and they ascend in martial arts. They're amazing at it, right? Like, oh, and you just hate listening to those kinds of people, because they'll just be like, oh, oh, beat your ass again. I'll go lighter on you next time, like you get these motherfuckers. And then you get the others who are like, it's not about the fight. It's about, you meeting yourself in your most desperate moments and what happens, and experiencing that strength and utilizing that energy to assist yourself and others when needed or whatever, right? Like you get this whole other type of philosophy. And so in these reduction of desires, I still experience them, but now that I've been working on putting them in check, it's amazing the interactions I'm having with different martial artists now. Because when we're fighting or sparring, like I'm not giving the reaction that they want if they hit me or if I hit them, because for me, it's no longer like a win or lose kind of thing. It's just like, okay, well, that was a blast. Like now I'm going to move on and I'm going to learn from this. Why am I learning? And I always ask myself, like, why am I learning this? And recently it's been like, oh no, I just enjoy it. And I just kind of am letting that be a thing, and then allow the different answers come to me. Because another yoga technique that I've picked up, that I've used a lot since then, has been every morning I ask myself, who am I? Because the who am I changes all the time. And so our reasons for doing things that we love also change, I think, when we actually take a hard look at it. But when you start releasing desires, there is like this fundamental kind of change where it's like, well, shit, am I no longer who I am? Am I going to stop doing what I love? Am I going to no longer be who I love?
Yeah. So many things to deal with, which is part of the reason why these books say it's important to have a guru or some kind of guide to help you on this path. It's not about going into a cult and worshiping somebody until you're broke. It's about having a teacher or someone that can at least say, hey, I've been there and this is what you want to avoid. That's just natural. There's nothing spooky, scary, or like terrible. I think we've done a lot of work in scaring ourselves away from a spiritual teacher, that it helps to hinder the process. Because think about it, if you're alone on the path and you start following some of this stuff and you suddenly start experiencing that the disillusionment of the things around you, the Netflix ain't popping no more, trying to find sex on the Tinder ain't popping no more, like none of the stuff is really fulfilling. If you don't know what to think about that because you've never felt it before, you don't know if anyone else has ever felt it before, you think you're going crazy. And you can deal with that if you have the strength and maybe try to push through it, or you can quickly go back to where you were and pretend like it's still fun, because there's people out there too that are still doing the same old stuff, but they know better, but because they're too afraid to leave their comfort zone, they suffer through what used to be joyful. That sucks, man. But when you're around people who've been through this and are going through it now, it actually starts to feel a lot better, because you're like, you know what? If so and so can get through it, I can get through it too. Oh, there's something on the other side of this. Cool. I don't feel so bad. We need that as human beings because we are social animals. And until you really get to the point of being, a type of person who can tap into the guru within, we'll put it that way. Until you can tap into the guru within, it's going to do you very well to have a community of people on the same path as you. Because and that's another thing about the guru. You're not supposed to follow a damn guru forever. You're supposed to follow the guru until you activate it within. Just like what we talked about before with love and stuff like that. A lot of times we look at somebody else and we feel love inside and we say, oh, I feel love because that person. Well, likewise, oh, I'm spiritual because I have a spiritual teacher. No, you follow what is being taught until you can activate that spiritual teacher within. Inner light must be activated.
Yeah, you gotta look at it from a different perspective. I think that's like a real key. At least that's what I found is like a real fucking key of breaking into the karma thing, is that because your karma is playing out. You're living the life that you're living right now because your karma is playing out a different aspect of the same thing it's been learning. So what harm would it do if you also started looking at it from a different aspect from what you've learned? Wouldn't it be just a natural process?
That's what I was saying. Like when you have experiences and you look at different angles, you pick up different things. And those things that you pick up expand your awareness.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's like I remember when I realized I went through the stages of identifying with, oh, like this is what society's doing like to us, and oh, like we're being boxed in, like just all that. You identifying with these things, you could write a whole thesis paper of how historically this shit all happened or all came about, right? But that doesn't mean that you just stay there, right? Because then it's like you're at the whim of that. You know, you're being victimized from that. Anything that you do from that is just going to be a pattern of that principle that you validated. You know, it should be like, okay, this is exactly what they're doing to society, but now I know this, let me use this as an opportunity to make a different decision. At the end of the day, it's still your choice. It's still a choice, you know. And it gets harder, you know, like with more awareness, it really is more responsibility.
And as we expand into that responsibility, you know, we start to become a little bit stronger, hopefully, right? We start to become a little bit stronger to handle that. And then that's why there's levels. That's why there's the different gatekeepers or whatever, because the safety mechanism of this whole program is that you only advance when you're ready, right? It's all harmoniously beautiful. Like there's nothing to be scared of. Like you're not going to encounter something that you can't handle. You're simply not. Listen, if you do encounter something, that means you're able to handle it.
Yeah, there's a reason why they say your life is your responsibility. It's your ability to respond.
Ooh. Say that one more time.
All right. So life is your responsibility. You have the ability to respond.
Message.
Well, and you can choose which direction it goes in. Like, you know, like I just brought up with like the martial arts thing, right? Like there are two path working things. I started my path working with martial arts because I needed to feel strong again because I was a victim of some serious shit, right? I no longer practice because of that. Like that has now shifted its way outside of what I've been identifying myself as. I don't even share my past like that. Like I don't live from my past anymore. What like it's not, when people see me training, they don't think, oh, she was hurt, that's why she's doing this. You know, now they see a completely different response because that reason has changed. I've taken, you know, like the things that we do, when we start doing them, if they truly transform, and we transform our abilities to respond to it, we also change the direction as to why we're doing that thing and what that thing is doing for us. We now harvest that energy and utilize it for whichever way works in that moment.
Yeah. Your responsibility, your ability to respond when? Now, in the moment. Not your ability to respond months later, weeks later.
Yeah, that's where like doing this work, even just becoming aware of how our mind works and how what our kinks are, is so crucial, because those are the steps on the path. Like that's how we gain better awareness, because it's where we came from. And are we still living from where we came from? Or are we truly in the present moment? Are we actually opening up a channel that, like, okay, so like David Snyder, right? He brought up that pretty much most people, if not all people, live from their memories, right? They don't actually live in the present. So anytime someone is referencing someone or something, or talking about an experience, they're talking about it from a memory.
Right.
We live in our memories. So how are you living in your memories? What memories are actually activating for you in this moment? What loops are you in? What karmas are you playing out? Then from there, that's when you can start to live in this time period and start checking out what's happening in the now and recognize when you're living in a memory and when you're actually making a movement towards something that opens up those further channels, which is extremely hard. But like what we've been discussing this whole time is that you can actually channel parts of those memories without needing to access the entire fucking thing, just the energy. If you still find that energy constructive and you can utilize it in your present.
I think that's a good indication also to the question that Melissa asked in the chat. Who is you, right? When you think about the fact that many of us live in the past, right? We live and make decisions based on our past experience. Well, who and what, where, why, right? If I'm closing my eyes and I make decisions based on my past, my body isn't there, so I'm not my body just by default. Are you the memory of yourself? What are you? What are we? What is you? What is that? And if you think about that question, it's not just something to be like edgy, like, ooh, who is you? But when you answer that question, that should start to shed light on some other things like karma, right? Because what is karma really affecting? Karma is affecting the body for the most part, physical matter, right? Karma is the process of matter evolving and balancing. And because matter exists in time and space, those parameters bind it. I mentioned at the beginning of this chat that the etheric aspect of the self escapes space, but it's still bound to time. So the etheric body is subject to karma, not as much though, not to the same intensity. The lower astral is still bound to time a little bit, so it's still bound to karma, but once you get to the higher astral and those higher planes, you start getting away from karma in the process of evolution. Why? Because you start getting closer to the unmanifest dimension. There's no karma in the unmanifest dimension. Karma happens when manifestation takes place within prakriti, matter. So like what you were saying, and what you were saying also, Laura and Melissa, about how when you change the angle, not only do you gather more data and more experience, but you also change the angle of where and how karma is experienced, right? Because if you're not identifying with the material aspect, then you're not identifying with the karma that's taking place. Yes, this body is breathing oxygen and exhaling CO2, whatever that is, right? I never seen that stuff, so I don't know. That's just what they told me in school. The body's doing those things. I'm not doing those things because I'm not the body. I'm aware of the body, though. I'm aware of it. It's here. I'm looking at it on the screen, or rather, I'm looking at the reflection that my computer's making. I've never seen my face. Neither have you. What's up?
Man, I love that. I've never seen my face, and neither have you. My face, and neither have you. I love that, man, because that's like that. Because that's true, right? Like, we are really living in a dream, and so we are literally accessing different dimensions of self, and we're trying to clarify. And it's interesting because, you know, at this point, most of us know what those different dimensions are, right? We talk openly about them. Like, we know that there's an emotional body, that there's an ethereal body. If you go into the astral plane, you experience what is considered the emotions firsthand. You get all this different stuff. You have, you know, you have the thought realm, you have space and time. Like, we know these terms and we know what they are, but now it's a matter of accessing them. And that's where the real stages kind of come into play of that active detachment. And if you can detach from the fact that you are really not the body nor the mind, yet you have the ability to use the body and the mind for whatever purpose you're serving, that can really assist you on your journey as you're starting to walk out of Hotel Earth. But it's a giant ass hotel.
It is.
Or so it seems.
Until you look at the map of it and see the pattern.
Huh?
It's a giant ass hotel until you look at the map and see the pattern and realize that it just repeats itself.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say we used the Lord sparking a thought, and it's like waking up these patterns of thinking. You know what I mean? Like, we all have them, but they're lying dormant. And that's what we said. Like, we're walking through this hotel, but once you get these better like goggles or like different frameworks that we can start applying, like now that we know about like brick trees and all this other, and now we can start applying these, like you're saying, thought processes to how we're just, you know, maneuvering. It's allowing us to build repetition in these frameworks. This is something that we got to constantly do. A year from now, we're going to be like, oh, this is bam. That goes back to when I was 6. And then you can further work, you can analyze all that and go deeper into that memory, get, like you said, different perspectives of the same scenario that happened in the Cheetah, right? So now we're going back with, that's why I love this, because it's like the perception, and I've been working this one for years, and now I've come to a deeper thought. It's all of just how you, like you're saying, even with the karma, where are you putting your mind thought at, you know, and how we are maneuvering and things. Emotions are going to come as part of the body, like you said. It's just going to happen. How we are perceiving our own perceptive thoughts about how we're going to go. Like I said to somebody the other day, if somebody calls, like I was explaining this to my mom. It's how easy it is. I was telling her about Richard. I'm like, peep this. My mom, she went to school for psychology, so I was just hitting her from a different standpoint. I'm like, Mom, I ain't like, you know, I had to be nice, but I was like, I know my mom. I'm like, if somebody calls you a bitch, you will get out of line. And I made her go, but like that's just in any woman. You know what I mean? But let's see, I'm not saying that that's the same thing. But you know, if you're in the streets, smile like, yo, bitch, it's gonna be a turn ahead, but that in itself is a victory. And now you can look at that as a certain, but I could just be a joke. And I used to like always tell to people on Bobby Hibbert, he'd be like, yeah, Pieces of the Dog Star. You know what I mean? How you looking at it is how you can perceive it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's all changing the frameworks of how we see things. I got myself cut. And I was like, oh, this is a good thing. I cut myself at work and it was busy. I'm like, damn, I was bleeding. And I'm like, oh, shit. And I was like, this is a good thing. This is a test. But at the same time, I'm freaking out like, oh, shit, I'm bleeding. Let me think logical and smart and not let me, because I see blood. You know what I mean? Most people are like, oh, shit, blood. I didn't puncture yourself. You know what I mean? Physical.
Same thing I said right here, right?
I was watching that earlier.
Of the experience.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter what happens. The meaning that falls upon us, and how we categorize it has everything to do with what happens next.
That's what we talked about a while ago with Snyder and how we can only get in so much input at one time, the mind. You know what I mean? He says like, going to get 3 out of 10. But when we can change that, expanding that or contracting that, I feel like in certain situations can help you get to where you need to go. You know what I mean? If you were in a situation where there's a lot of stuff going on, you have to be in a certain place and perspective of your mind where you can have a smooth thought as a magician. You know what I mean? Because you can't just be in certain situations and be doing certain things and expecting certain things to go down. You can, like you say, like if you want to be able to go in a room with thousands of people and be able to, like what Snyder talks about walking it with a sense of presence. You got to be in a certain type of way. You can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna sit in here. You got to, even from your attire, from what you're wearing. But this is all thought processes people have to get to. This is, another perceptive of how we can apply certain things. But that's a whole nother level, like wearing colors on certain days and yeah.
It's all awareness of patterns, right? It's not even like having a bunch of information in your head. When you can compress it down into patterns, it makes so much more sense. Because like on one level, when you're trying to learn everything, that's a lot of data. But over time, all that data congeals itself into patterns. Then all you have to become aware of is the relationships of the patterns, not the stuff themselves. And what happens is everything that happens, you can put it in its right category. That's why it's so important to learn about the Tree of Life, because that serves as a framework pattern that you can place all experiences into, to the point that you can literally just handle anything that comes your way. Like there's nothing, no experience in your human realm that's going to fall beyond the Tree of Life.
So all this is kind of making me think like recognizing the patterns, like another kind of story that comes to mind. So like if you're working at a restaurant, right? You got your regular customers. The customer is going to come from the experiencer position, right? They're going to come in, they're going to be expecting a certain type of service, right? And they're going to be ordering food. They're not going to be thinking about how many hours the cook has been working, or if the orders came in today, or, like how the barista at the front counter is doing it. But the employees, they're going to be coming at it from an observer perspective, right? They're going to be like, okay, they're not going to be necessarily thinking about the customer. Like, I mean, maybe if they're a star employee, all right, let's make them a star employee, right? They're going to be thinking about like, okay, we're going to make sure we're going to take care of this customer. Even if all of a sudden there's like a little fire in the kitchen, all right, we'll handle it, but we're not going to let the customer see that because we're putting on a presentation, right? So the experiencer is having a different experience from the actual employees who are running the business, who are providing the experience. So if you come into something as the observer, as the one that is giving an experience to your body and mind as you're living through this, right? You're now changing the dynamics of the whole relationship.
You know, that's super fire because I've literally been thinking about that. And I've thought about this. Listen to this one. This is about to be fire. So, and this is, I was thinking this from a business aspect, which is even more juicier. So now you said this, we have the employees working there. They're just trying to put out good food. You have the customer coming in trying to get this experience. That's like, you know, and then you have the star employee, you said. Then there you have, this is how like the business is. This is how any corporation works. Because I've fucking been keeping some game in at least in my place. Then you have the boss. There is you call them like, you know, the kitchen manager and the general manager, whatever. There are aspects of where they're like, all right, now we got to worry about like the hours, like you're saying. These are like Travis is saying, it's a circle. There's a grosser and subtler levels of how this operation or this pattern is going on. And I was even thinking, we were talking, is now there's even people higher than them. Because I recently just was pretty enough to meet like the CEO of the company. We're sitting there chilling at the corporate office, and I'm like, this guy's running around in sweat joggers. I was like, damn, this nigga, he is a millionaire. I'm like, yo, and I could touch him. So I'm like, oh shit, this is getting juicy. So now these people, now you're talking about us on even a greater level, where these people are now like, how do we get new people in? So what new experiences can I bring from these customers? They already know what's happened to the grossest level of where the customer might have cut his finger. This guy might hit overtime, labor hours. Oh, they down to the penny. Down from this how they flip money. I'm like, wow. They're getting like 500 markups on fries where you can bring them in and sell them for a low amount of money. Or you bring them in as low and then sell them for $8, $9. I'm like, oh shit. Going up to the grossest level where it's so freaking crazy how this business shit is. Cause the people out there, if this higher up realm don't do nothing and just spit out the same food, repetition, it gets boring. Versus now these people at the higher realm, they're like, oh, well, they're up there brainstorming, you know what I mean? Up in this brainstorm, oh, we can do this with the company. Maybe a new product, you know what I mean? A new good, maybe a fucking new catchphrase. It's very interesting how these higher up people can manipulate a whole other level. You know what I mean? Even me just moving up, I'm seeing like just the control, and I'm like, damn, I was down here at this level of the totem pole, and just seeing like it's like almost like going up the ladders of you could apply this to the Kabbalah. You know what I mean? The CEO is sitting at Kepler. And guess what? He actually will probably be on so far and all that will be just yeah.
You can use all of this as like a reference, right? We can even say like, well, even the employees are going through their own patterns of functioning in order to create an experience for the customer. And then they're running underneath the pattern that is developed by and independent of at the same time, because they're bringing their own, aspects or whatever to the table, that underneath the CEOs who are running their own patterns, right? So it's pattern after pattern after pattern. There's a reason why companies are called entities.
Yeah, I was going to get, yep. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that's like Travis even just put up, these are all moving parts of one big wheel. And I'm sitting there like, wow. Because I'm seeing it in real life at that time. I'm like, oh shit. Now I got to figure out which part of it. Oh, that's just deep. Where am I on this wheel? That's funny. That's awesome.
Find out where you are on the wheel and play your role. And if you have ambitions to change your role, do so, but make sure that yours is replaced, because like you said, it's all parts of the whole. Even though a lot of times we find ourselves in a position and we'd rather be somewhere else, it may not be the smartest thing to just abruptly change it, because that affects the whole. Sometimes it's smart to create your replacement before you change, but you can't do that if you don't recognize where you are and what you're doing. Yeah, patterns and cycles.
Interesting thought. Creating a replacement for a pattern before you abruptly change it. you said before you change roles, you might want to come up with a replacement before you abruptly change it. Yes. And if we're thinking in the realm of patterns, you're basically saying replace the pattern before you change it to a new pattern.
Yes.
So it's like you're building up from the foundation. It's not like you're, so again, you know, it's karma yoga, like you're not getting rid of something, you're neutralizing it.
Right. And see, this is another, I mean, like a lot of this stuff, it's like talking, you know, for people who are still trying to do spells and rituals and stuff, like this is extremely important. And this is probably why your shit ain't working. It's all about patterns. So if you're in a pattern and you're trying to do some magic to get into another pattern, then you've got to move respectively to the patterns. Something's got to take your place, and you are going to be taking something else's place. It's all about balance, harmony. That's why we have to work through the sphere of availability, because you gradually move. The benefit of moving gradually and consistently is that as you move up, something takes your place. But if you're just trying to, you know, I'm going to summon I'm going to summon Citri so I can make someone fall in love with me. Well, it's like you're shifting patterns there. If you're successful, that means that something shifted and you may not be aware of it, but you're going to find out.
That's very interesting.
That's like when people win the lottery and then lose all their money because they made a giant shift, but they weren't actually ready for it. They were still the same person that they were. They hadn't replaced any of the other supporting patterns. So they didn't build up for a foundation to have this.
I've seen patterns where people win the lottery and end up dying.
Y'all ever seen that movie in Time? It's an old movie with Justin Timberlake, and the currency instead of money was time.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And like the people that were poor, they ran, and the people that were rich were like, they walked real slow. Everything that they did was slow. And Justin Timberlake's character, he wanted to be so nice and kind-hearted, and he gave one of his friends that needed time, and he spent it all in the bar, and he died. Once you run out of time, you run out of time. So it's never really about that currency. More or less is like about your mindset first, right? And that dictates everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make a very prominent point, because when we think of currency, our minds automatically try to think of something that we trade, right? But currency is really all that you place the meaning on something, and if someone else agrees that it has that same value and meaning, so it transcends all types of metals and all types of, you know, objects and stuff like that, because really currency only exists in the thought realm. It like moves, it shifts. It's constantly shifting. It's a thought. So if I give you some sand and you're like, man, I don't know about this fucking sand, I'll be like, no, dude, you don't understand. This sand is of Mars, okay? It's worth a lot. Then you'd be like, oh shit. And you might not even ever be able to sell it for USD dollars or crypto or anything like that. But that value you place on that sand from Mars is going to be a currency.
Look, Alora, we're going back to what we were saying before, right? Like, that's massive. So getting outside of the realm of time and space and getting into the essence of a thing, which is what high magic is about, getting into the essence of a thing, you're looking at the source of currency itself, not the effect of currency. So it's not about the money or the gold or the actual manifestation. It's the energy or the essence of it. So you and with that being understood, you can see the currency in everything, including dirt. You just flipped around the meaning of it, right? You flipped around the interpretation of it. That can be done with anything. Seeing it from another angle. That's what angelic magic is. Moving the material plane, moving reality from a different angle. We dropping too many gems today, but you know how that goes.
Well, we're high magicians, so you know. No, that came from the ego. I'm sorry, y'all. But
unless you're a high magician.
Unless you're a high magician, then fuck that. But speaking on that though, on angels, right, and angles and stuff, you think that's why they relate to the elements, because they shift things in the material and and slightly more subtler aspects? Do you think that's why they're generally associated with the elements?
Absolutely. Because if we're dealing with angelic principles, we're dealing with elementary principles. We're dealing with foundational principles, contextual principles, not content, but contextual principles, meaning the underlying framework of the situations. Yes.
I think that's great that also Galatia run off of the same thing.
I'm drawing some elements right now because you mentioned about how these angels and elementals relate. Because essentially the archangels are like the lords of the elemental aspects, right? If you were to take the entire essence of the earth element and like zoom out and see it as one intelligence, then you'd come into contact with what we know of as Sandalphon. Booty, rocking everywhere. Oh. I made a picture. Can you tell me what you see? What's that?
Well, I said I saw Tasha Shooty.
Okay, so from the bottom to the top, what do we have?
Yeah.
Yeah, the elements. I think your mic went out.
Which ones?
Oh, the 5 you have, the top was, but the earth, water, fire, air, and ether. And then you have the Om. And that would be the yin and yang. That's interesting. I also see that you could say it would be the tree of life almost too. It's just showing like states of like different, to me, and it's like different states of like going up the tree, because you have the elements and then you have like the harmony of Om, then the combining of both of them, and then like you're hitting Ein so far after that.
Yeah. So we got the earth, which we could see as being ruled by Sandalphon. We got water, which we could see being ruled by Gabriel. Fire element, air element, Akasha, and just like you said, Tawashuti. Now, as we go up, we're actually expanding outward because, and the same thing happens as above so below. The earth is a culmination of everything before it, but everything has emanated out of the source, which contains the essence for everything. So earth, water, fire, air, ether. But ether contains the potential for all these. Just like water contains the potential for earth. Fire contains the potential for water and earth, etc., etc. But anyways, beyond the etheric aspect of things, this is our personal Merkaba, right? This is our little personal universe right here. Physical plane, etheric plane, astral plane, mental plane, causal plane. Now beyond that, it stops getting personal and starts getting more universal. The vibration source, Om, we talked about that unmanifest plane where all these vibrations emanate from. That's here, Om. Now beyond that, we've got what we know as Buddhi, or the highest self. Self being an individual. This is the highest aspect of me. Ahamkara still exists here. This is actually Ahamkara in its purest state, but this is the seed for Ahamkara, which is Buddhi. Now, I drew the yin yang because this is a representative of being Prakriti and Purusha combined, masculine and the feminine combined, in its purest state. Now, the only thing that would exist beyond the sun, because this is the upper triad here, father, mother, child. So what would exist beyond the combination of father and mother, which is the new thing, comes out of mother, right? So mother contains the child, which contains everything else. But even mother comes out of father, just like Eve came out of Adam's rib, which is pure consciousness, undifferentiated consciousness. This is really the ladder that we expand into. So when we talk about expanding, we talk about going within and meditating and all that stuff. These are the levels that we cross. Like there's no skipping levels. Like these are the levels that you cross. And with practice, you can train yourself to maintain awareness further up. Because here's the thing, it gets very difficult to maintain awareness unless you are used to doing that. There's certain barriers between each level. And what happens at these barriers is not that you get attacked by spirits. You simply fall asleep, right? Or you start having these overwhelming memories come up, feelings, experience, all these things come up that keep you away. They don't keep you away as if you're being prevented. Your awareness attaches to these distractions because you haven't trained in concentration. But let's say, for example, you understand non-attachment and you understand how to hold your focus no matter what. You can start to expand further and further and perceive these subtle realms. But you're not going to be able to do that if you're constantly carried away by distractions. Oh my God, it's World War III. What are we going to do? Oh my God, everything's falling apart. Don't talk to me about no astral plane if that's on your timeline.
I've been listening to, he's been talking about like trying to find like a link between all this and like physics and all that. I found a video I'm gonna send it to you because I was caught the end of it and the kind of the beginning, but they was talking about it was like, y'all know if you ever heard Dan Winters?
Yeah.
And boy, that shit was fire. Oh man, I was like, oh man. But something that kept on popping up and it kept on applying in my head like yoga, talking about wave conjugations. And it's, to me, I gotta do a little more studying, you know what I mean? Don't quote me. But like, and I literally, right as you saying, I was writing down definitions, like to be able to hold a thought to, but then I gotta get what's it called? Darshan, when we talk about like pointed focus, concentration. I feel like there'll be a lot in that book. And I could probably compare about it with his wave conjugations. But he's talking about being able to hold your thought to a certain point and then like be able to get to this singularity point in your consciousness. And this is what it sounds like when you're saying like when you're going past the Om. And it was going, I'll send you the video. It's a couple hours. But yeah, it was fucking fire. And it's very interesting that because I like to get into like physics and like mechanical physics and all that. So a lot of this karma is like just be able to have your thought. It's all about like, this is where the variables I'll be using, like just you literally just pop a thought out. But it's so much because it's even, I'm thinking about meditation right now. And when you be able to, because there's these points, or even not even through meditation, even just sitting there like what you guys saying, being at this point of in the presence. And then when you're on like this spiritual, because there's certain times when I'll be thinking about this shit and it be just clicking. I don't have a pen around me. I wish I could just be like, my mind could just and like write all these stuff in my head. But a lot of the time, this shit just, and this is where you say you're catching into the pattern. I think this is the wave conjugation and this particle point that we get to. I wanted to say that word. You know what I mean? It's very interesting. I wish I would have watched it before the video because I would have been on point with this shit right now. But it's very interesting how, like you said, there's fucking a total connection to all this stuff in physics. And this is where like the whole, if you do watch the multiverse, all this shit, people talking about that, and this because of the singularities, and that's a whole nother conversation right there, you know.
That's the more advanced way of explaining the stuff that we're talking about here. Nuru in the chat, you know, he's always sending me information specifically from Dan Winter, and I'll admit some of it is a lot to digest. I've yet to sit down and watch the whole video in one sitting because it's just so much thrown, and I don't come from a background that's like all science and physics, but from what I've heard him talk about, he does explain it in a way that just connects science and spirituality. It's awesome that we're in a time now where we can break this information down and provide references so that you can verify it yourself. Really cool. But you're right. A lot of it has to do with awareness and concentration. We don't take our body with us on these other planes. We take our awareness. That's what, for the most distilled definition, that's what we are, a point of awareness. Now that point of awareness has a magnetism around it. And that magnetism, it's in a pattern, it's in a shape, it's in a form. And that magnetism reflects on all the different planes. The same way as samskara builds layers, and those layers show the impression of that samskara, the same way that magnetism of our awareness builds impressions on the dense planes. Mm-hmm. So that awareness, mm-hmm. Or that soul or that spirit or whatever we call it, that point, that gravity builds around it an astral body. That mental thought of you, that mental archetype of what you are, builds an astral body around it. And that astral body leaves an impression, just like a samskara, and builds an etheric body around it. That etheric body builds an impression in the physical plane, that's our physical body. Now, we can change and manipulate the physical plane by manipulating what's going on in those higher aspects. Because like I just said, that high point of awareness is what causes tangible material manifestation to have form and shape. But granted, that whole tampering and evolution process is also what we call karma.
That reminds me of this thing that they did with Aborigines, where they put down 4 straws, and they asked the Aborigines, they're like, all right, well, so how many straws are here? And they were like, 4, yeah. And then they were like, all right, cool. And they take one away, and they're like, okay, how many are there now? And one of the guys is like, 4, duh. And the Westerner is like, no, there's 3. We just took one away. And the dude's like, nah, bro, because look, even though you take the physical thing away, there is still an imprint from this 4th straw that remains there. Just because you take the tangible part away doesn't mean that the other part isn't there. There's multiple levels, you know what I mean? You know, I'm paraphrasing, but you could tell, like, he's just laughing at the Westerners. Because, like, you know, for us, being of a Western mindset, we think that, you know, it's in one state, and if it's not in that state, that it's no longer in that state. But we have to break out of that. We've got to break out of that paradigm, because that's not what's actually happening.
Very key to magical thinking. Very key. Obviously, there's what's in front of us, but that's not all there is. There's an etheric resonance of things that have happened before and will happen in the future. That's what I call etheric patterns. I talked about this on a video a long ass time ago, and many other videos, because there's nothing new to say. This is all the same shit. I remember when you told that story when you first joined us. That was like a year ago, year and a half ago. Do you remember how long?
Yeah, I had that like a year and a half ago, but yeah.
Yeah, that whole book that you mentioned with the Aborigines. And you gave some other stories from that book as well, that just, nothing has changed as far as like what we've studied. Like, that science was understood by original people on this planet. No, I'm not talking about no race. What I'm saying is, these patterns were understood by people on the planet. There was a time frame where we just knew this, but things have changed because we've become more material, more attached to the material expression. So as a result, we've forgotten in a matter of words. But it's still there. It's always been there. Never has been hidden. Never will be. It can't be hidden. Because just like you said, you can take one of them straws away, but the resonance is still there. This information has never been hidden from anybody. It's on you to get it if you want it. Nobody owes it to you. The ancestors did not fight for you to have this information. The information's always been here.
Right. That's how you kind of know what's authentic, I think, versus what's not. Like, if there's consistent patterns that we're seeing, like since the beginning, that we can record or even conceive of, those patterns then are probably that's probably your that's karma. that's like prime example of how karma works and how things here kind of work. And so you just work towards adapting to that, towards recognizing those patterns and then changing your own personal patterns. I think a lot of us get into this mix up because we are intentionally taught another that degrades us, that limits us, that puts us into these, never-ending spirals of just confusion. So we think that it's just so hard to get out of that. And like, as we were discussing earlier, right? Everything's repeated as we were discussing earlier, like Melissa had mentioned, like things can become calcified. Bob, I see you, come back here. Sorry, my dog. But, like, things if you don't take care of your body, certain things are going to become calcified, and then it's going to be harder for you to take care of it. It's like the same thing here. Like, we see these patterns, but they seem so far away for us to access, even though they've always been there for us to access. It's just us getting uncalcified.
This is where we are. This is the information. But as long as we're in this very dense calcified state, it's going to be very difficult to see anything. It's difficult to see this next level, let alone all this up here. So unless we have trained ourselves to focus and have learned what non-attachment is, unless we're on that path, then we don't know what we're talking about. And like, I don't want to sound like an asshole, but that's just the way it is. Unless you understand non-attachment and focus, what do you know? Does that mean? Is that ego filled? What I just said?
Yeah, that makes me think about. That makes me think about the mystical Kabbalah, the chapter of the method of the Kabbalah. This is, I think, page 14. It says that the Kabbalist goes to work in a different way. He does not attempt to make the mind rise up on the wings of metaphysics into the rarefied air of abstract reality. He formulates a concrete symbol that the eye can see and lets it represent the abstract reality that no untrained human mind can grasp.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. She's given us the definition of magic. She's given us the definition of working with these planes. We can't rise ourselves to see it. So like what I teach in the class, we use the etheric plane to build a symbol to be able to access those higher aspects. What are we going to take up there? What are we going to take to the astral plane? But if we use a symbolic reference, we can tap, because the substance of the astral plane is the emotion. So we use a symbol to tap into the emotions required to get to a specific place. Man, that book has all the answers in it. That's why I love it so much, and that's why I will read it every year.
Hmm.
God bless Miss Dion Fortune. Man, I love that environment you've got there with the fresh, living Prana fruits in the background, fruits and vegetables.
Yeah. How to make some room.
Laura, are you not cooking tonight?
I'm always cooking, man. I'm walking my dogs right now, but I'm gonna do some grocery shopping. Good food. Yeah. Anyway, I'll send you a private message. I sent you a private YouTube video of how to make vegan korma.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'm glad you got it. I didn't know if it worked or not. Yeah, no, I'm cooking tonight, man. Always. I don't eat that. Especially after all the work I've been doing, forget that, man. That's like picking up a cigarette after not smoking for 10 years, you know? It's like, oh, what is it?
Man, listen. There's some stuff in these books. Jeez Louise, I can't even talk about yet. Especially that Tantra stuff. I understand now human ignorance that demonizes spirituality. Because, like, they used to call Aleister Crowley the evilest man or the most wicked man or the beast or whatever. And everything that people have to say about him is just some shit that they heard someone else say. Like, no one can point to anything specific. But what we have to realize is that Crowley was working with the same stuff that we're reading right now, and he was going further than us as far as into the tantric system. And the tantric system, it does involve sexual aspects. Right now we're learning the non-sexual aspects of tantra. Most people, they dive right into the sexy stuff because they're human and very calcified. But there are different ways of experiencing different angles of reality through the sexual activity, but it's done in a spiritual manner, not in a gross, dense, physical, lusty manner. But, you know, who can you really expect people to separate that, to be able to separate that? Because when most people get in the mood, they can't even separate. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's game over until the mission is accomplished. So, like, when people hear about Crowley performing sex magic and tantra, like, instantly people like, oh, it's just a sex cult and they're just getting together to do it, and how evil. Like, there's ways that you can use your body and your emotions to tap into information, but that the methods get lost on people because the minds aren't prepared to understand that information. But man, there's so much stuff in these books. There's so much information out here. But at the bottom line, just like what Swami Satchidananda or Patanjali said, you got to have non-attachment and you got to have constant, consistent practice. Otherwise, you're gonna get confused and lost and make some shit up. Melting your chakras over Facebook for $50. Who made y'all this way? I'm gonna keep saying that until she gets mad and messages me. You talking about me, Travis? Yes. I'm gonna quit your Facebook group. Oh no. Let me stop.
You know, a side note on that sex magic thing. I started fucking with that, pun intended, and it was. And you know, it's hard. The thing about sex magic is that you gotta be. That consistency is hard to keep if you don't have a partner who's willing to do it.
Yeah, you might as well like, give up on finding a partner that knows how to do it.
For real,
or a partner that knows how to read on a regular basis, let alone. Let me stop.
No, it's true though. It's true. So that makes that part of the tantra. I don't even think most people are like. It's not even like the fact that it's hard to practice, but that just having the consistency, because now you're relying on another person too to have that consistency with you. That's like, nah, man. That's where Crowley got us, because he's like, man, I got the crew, so he could do it. But like, yeah, for us other folk, that's not so common. So yeah, that tantra stuff though, like it goes so much more beyond that. You're right. And that's the thing, right? With like magic, right? Is like really it's all a type of yoga, because it's it's one path, but there are different ways to accessing that path. And you can access it from all aspects because everything is a reflection of that path that you're on.
It's true. So many of what you said, so many of it, right? Number one, that consistency aspect. The whole tantra thing is difficult because, I mean, just because of the time that we're in, it's going to be very difficult to find another person that you can rely on as a partner. But thankfully, there are ways that you don't have to require a partner, and thankfully, there are ways that you don't require a partner to be involved in it consciously. But yeah, all magic is yoga. That's why we're studying yoga.
I got into a conversation recently with a friend about that. Because we were talking about, if you consider yourself a chaos magician, can you have something like your Kundalini awaken? And can you be in a state to recognize it? And my answer was, well, yeah, because Kundalini awakening is kind of just like a mechanical process versus like what's actually, it's like a mechanical process. Like there are ways to doing it. And it's not really based off of a moral code. But then we got onto the discussion of like how you identify as a being and whether or not, if your Kundalini is awakened, are you considered a master of self? Are you actually experiencing ascension? And I thought that was a good question because I think a lot of us at this point in the game, it's kind of like, I'm not really, I mean, I fuck around and be like, yeah, I'm a magician, but like, like when it comes to actual self-identification, like that's not really there anymore. But what happens if someone does actually still identify themselves as a chaos magician and use chaos magic in order to obtain certain things that, such as a Kundalini awakening or anything like that? Is that possible at a certain point? Or is that where there's sort of a break in what's considered magic use versus yoga?
Well, there's nothing that I've seen in any of Western magic that isn't found in the Eastern traditions. As far as Kundalini yoga or Kundalini awakening, we're experiencing the evolution of matter back into consciousness. We got the two extremes, consciousness and matter. But within matter, consciousness is inert, asleep. And as we begin to activate it, it becomes energy. And what's really happening, what energy actually is consciousness moving within matter. And then we continue that process, then eventually consciousness becomes liberated from energy, liberated from matter completely. And that's what Kundalini awakening is, when that happens within an individual human body. When the consciousness inherent within all of our cells becomes energy. And that he says in Drana Darshan, he constantly calls it an explosion. And in Tatwa Shuddhi as well, she calls it an explosion, because that's what it feels like. When that consciousness is liberated from the very cells of our body, from the energy that animates our etheric body. When we evolve our physical and our etheric body, it becomes a Kundalini awakening. Can a chaos magician do it? I mean, anyone can do it. Resisting the urge.
I don't know if this applies, but I think it was a verse from Wu-Tang Clan, and they said it was I forgot the name of the song, but they were talking about he was like a drunk man, a high man, a Buddha man, all these different types of people, everybody, and they're all working to enlightenment. They're all going to reach it, but it depends how long they stay at enlightenment.
Yeah.
How long you gonna stay at that piece of enlightenment?
Right. Given the experience and given the level of concentration of an individual, that anybody can experience it, but how long do you stay there, right? How long can you hold your awareness there? Just like we were saying earlier about the awareness. How long can you maintain that focus? This is why we practice meditation. Those of us who are doing the deep aspect of chakra shuddhi, like what Melissa said and what people have said in the chat, you start experiencing these memories, you start experiencing these emotions well up, crazy, like not just, oh, I had a memory, like, no, you're going through that experience again. But it's in that moment that you learn to stay focused, because most people, they'll get drifted away by that emotion. Oh my God, it feels horrible, or they take action on it and they continue that cycle of karma. But every time you sit down and meditate, and every time you push through, right, these emotions come, these feelings come, all these different things come. Every time you push through them and see the meditation to the end, you've increased your capacity to hold concentration. So eventually when Kundalini does awaken, eventually when enlightenment does come, you'll stay there longer. Don't forget to breathe deeply. Don't forget to inhale, because that's the primary way that you pull prana into your body. It doesn't take much to have a deep inhale and then a full exhale.
Now, do you know if there's a way of breathing and how it pairs with tattvas?
What do you mean?
Like, so for example, fire breathing, right? Like that kind of thing that produces a certain effect, right? Because you're utilizing the prana in a way that that then produces a neurological and physical effect on the body. It puts you in a different state. Would you say that that's like activating an Agni Tattva, or would it, you know what I'm saying? Like, are there different modalities of breathing techniques that pair with tapping into certain tattvas?
Yes, ma'am, there is. Absolutely, most certainly. You'd want to look into pranayama. I've only, that's not my strong field yet. I've only just started branching into pranayama. That would explain a lot of these breakthroughs that I've been having lately. But I've been studying a book called Swara Yoga, and it's a book that connects the prana and kundalini and pranayama breathing. That's where I am right now, but you definitely want to look into pranayama if that is something that you're interested in learning, because pranayama has everything to do with the tattvas and everything to do with prana and everything to do with kundalini. Pretty much the stuff that we've been learning so far is good, but learning prana breathing will add a whole nother layer of depth of experience to chakra shuddhi, tattva shuddhi, kayastherium, etc. Ajapa jap, chitta shuddhi, karma yoga.
Yeah, I remember a couple months ago I was like fucking with breath, and like, you know, what happens if I don't breathe for a certain amount of times and then let in the breath and all that kind of stuff. And that started leading me down, like, how can you connect to different tattvas with different things? So I just started my pranayama book, but I haven't gotten to the practices yet, just mainly like, you know, what it is, how it works, that kind of thing. But
what did you say it was?
I have a pranayama book. Hold on a sec. Let me pull it up here. It is Prana and Pranayama by Swami Nirajanananda Saraswati.
Oh yeah. Hey, when did you buy that?
A while ago.
Mine hasn't arrived yet, but I'm branching into prana and pranayama.
So it's really good, and it talks about like nasal cycles and brain hemispheres and all this kind of stuff. But I'm at the part where they're still talking about the location of the nadis and like how you can kind of recognize those flows, right? Because this all has to do with like, you know, which corner of your eye is this, you know, this flow going, and how it connects to your big toe and all this kind of stuff. And then through that, that's where you get like the neutral channels linked with kosha. So I'm still in very much the definition stages of understanding prana and pranayama. Here, I can turn my video on now. But it's really interesting because they talk about like, here they have, you know, and this is, I guess this is aside then from the breathing strategies, because, you know, there's all this nasal stuff that they'll have you do. Like, you know, I came across this Tattva Shuddhi meditation. Well, it wasn't a Tattva Shuddhi meditation, but it was kind of getting in touch with tattvas. And so every time you worked with, for example, Prithvi, you would breathe in, and every time you would breathe in, you would clench your reproductive organs, right? You'd clench your excretory organs, and you would imagine it coming up, and then as soon as you let out your breath, it would release. And that's how you would really gain access to Prithvi Tattva. Like, you can't just breathe there and be like, Prithvi, you know, like there's actually
Prithvi.
Yeah, like it's a little bit more. There's more to it. And yes, so it was like really, really effective. And so in the pranayama book, which I'm sure you'll see, girl. So, which I'm sure you'll see, there's like stuff where they talk about the different channels and then like how they affect you. So whether it has something to do with like the yin sign, moon, imagination, desire, night, internal. So all of these other anchors for these channels start coming up along with how you pair with the breath. So I was curious to see if you had gotten actually into the breath work, or if you could shed any more light on that.
Interesting, because like I literally I've just started working and adding pranayama to my stuff probably the past week or two. Cool.
Yeah.
And I see that just from increasing the amount of prana, and you know, I've been doing that, but this is, yeah, like I said, another layer to it. Increasing the amount and the quality of prana that you experience, like literally information rides on the air. Like you are literally breathing in information. Like, I'm not even just trying to sound cool. When you do these meditations, you start receiving insight, right? It's just there. It doesn't even come it's not like downloads that come into your brain. You expand out into it. At least that's how I'm experiencing it. It's like when I'm doing these meditations, I've been doing them for a while now, right? So understand, like it might be different for you, but for a long time, it was just me sitting down, doing the meditation, and it felt good. It had a calming experience. I was able to kind of see clearly, and that was good, right? But lately, it's been transformed now to where I'll do these meditations, and before long, I'll break into a realm of data. Maybe because I'm at the point now where I'm able to see it, but I break into a realm of data, and it's taking a lot more for me to actually sit down and maintain myself through it, because it gets very intense. There's many times where I'm tempted to like break the meditation and just start writing stuff down, but even that's a distraction.
I'm so glad you're saying that, because I've also been doing these for a while, and recently when I started tapping into specifically the air tattva, and I've just been working with Vayu, because I realized that my connection with Vayu was sort of like, when it came to visualization and all that kind of stuff, it was like, you know, Agni was strong, Apis was strong, Prithvi was strong, but then I'd get to Vayu and I'd be like, oh, Vayu, and then I'd like move forward. So I was like, all right, let me like tap into this. And as soon as I did, and I started pairing it with fire breathing beforehand and then getting into it, whoa, like I'm really glad you're saying that, because I have the same thing where it's like I almost can't get through the meditation because there's just like so much coming in that is stuff I already sort of knew, but it's coming in a different way that's like, oh, okay, now I feel like, you know, I consider it as where like I actually process the stuff I get now, you know, so like there's like this level of processing that's definitely has increased. like to the max of just like getting all these ideas and all this kind of stuff. And I thought it was just air tattva. But now what you're talking with here, it's like, I'm like, oh, okay, like this might actually be a thing.
I didn't say it's not though, because what is prana?
Prana is the raw energy.
What is it? Well, let me rephrase the question. Pranayama, right? This is breathing, air, vayu. This is all connected to the air element. And what else is the air element connected to? Intelligence, data, knowledge. So it does have everything to do with the air element.
Cool.
The air element and tapping into the essence of it helps us to see the data that is stored within the other elements. Each one of the elements has its place. But tapping into the breathing, pranic breathing, and understanding the vayus, that's what they call them. I'm sure in that book they get into the 5 vayus, prana vayus. Those are 5 types of the air element. And if you know about the tattvas, then there are 5 aspects of vayu. Gotta love it. Look, there's one of them. Right? There's 5 different aspects of vayu. I don't know yet which one that's related to, but here's another one. That's the densest aspect of vayu. I'm sure somewhere in that book it's got a diagram of a person with the 5 different pranas circulating in his body.
That's so funny. I just opened it up and it says Pancha Prana, pranic force fields. And there's the body. So here, I'm going to hold it up. The picture that I got here. Can you see that?
Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fascinating. The 5 types of prana.
Yep. Udana, prana, samana, apana, and vayana, which pervades the whole body.
So that udana would be the aspect of prana that is this one here. Prana and akasha together. That next one is called prana, ain't it?
The next one is prana, that's right.
That's pure air element, right? The next one down, if you know the
samana.
Order, samana, that's going to be the prana with the fire element mixed in with it. You see how that works? And then that last one, or not the last one, but the second to last one's going to have the water element mixed with it.
Apana. Makes sense, right? Apis, apana.
And then that last one's going to be this guy.
Vyana. And that pervades.
You said that pervades the whole body, right?
Yep.
Why? Because the body is material.
Right.
Oh, Prithvi. It's all patterns and mathematics, man. And I haven't read that book yet, but just putting 2 and 2 together.
Yo, and there's a part in here too. It talks about the Kundalini. It says, let's see, so on subtle level, so they're talking about apana, right? So apana was the second to last, right? That was the apis. That's like the apis mixed with the prana. Okay. So on a subtle level, apana brings energy down through the koshas. Swadhisthana and Muladhara chakras are within the range of apana. By realizing apana, these chakras are also realized. The Kundalini force lies within the periphery of apana and assists in the awakening of Kundalini. While prana... Okay.
Wait, you named a chakra in association with that one. Which one did you say it was?
Muladhara and Swadhisthana. They're in the range of apana.
Okay. Now, if we look at where the Swadhisthana, where is that located at?
The forehead area.
No, Swadhisthana is the sexual region.
Oh shit! Wait.
Now check out that moon right there. Where's that moon located at? In the region of Muladhara and Swadhisthana. I'm telling you. See, I didn't even read that book yet. Look, this is what I meant when I sent that thing in the Instagram chat. Like I'm pretty sure I found a way to use these cards for divination. If you just know what each one represents, you can figure some shit out.
Okay. So the Kundalini force lies within the periphery of apana, and it assists in the awakening of Kundalini, while prana helps it in its upward ascent. Thus, Mahaprana is experienced in the region of apana. Control of apana is also control of the sexual instinct and the instilling of brahmacharya. At the mental level,
Brahmacharya, that should be
brahmacharya.
Not like nofap. What's the Vedic word for nofap? Abstinence. What is it? With you know, not doing the sex thing.
Abstinence.
Like semen retention.
Abstinence, celibacy. Right.
At the mental level, Apana removes negative thoughts and emotions.
Rinses it clean.
Yeah. So if you have a lot of mental issues, that's interesting because I was using Vayu to help me clear up my like mental thoughts and all of that. But now I'm looking at Apana like, another aspect to tap into. I'm glad we opened this up right here. When Apana is imbalanced, there is poor elimination, a feeling of being pulled down by gravity, depression, and negativity. So if you're in like a negative environment, your Apana might be imbalanced. Like if you keep finding yourself in some negative situations that maybe you don't even bring on, it might be your Apana region that needs to be. So you need to check out your Mulahara and Svatisthana and balance that out. But yeah, just like stuff like that. And they talk about Udana and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, so they say pranayama and pranavidya. So although the 10 pranas, major and minor, are identified separately, they work in synchronicity to take every physical action to its rightful conclusion. For example, in the process of metabolizing food, prana helps to take the food down the esophagus, samana facilitates its digestion, vayana circulates the nutrients, apana eliminates the waste material, and udana carries the energy derived from the food or physical work. So it draws on the analogy between the pancha pranas and yajna, like apana, vayana, and prana to the yajna fire, samana to the priest, mind to the host, and udana to the fruit of sacrifice. The pranic process is indeed equivalent to the yajna process. Energy is fed, life is infused, and energy is emitted through the combined forces. Therefore, when all the pranas are balanced, the body and mind are in a state of optimized harmony. However, this is not usually the case. Due to overuse and misuse, the pranas of most people are in a state of imbalance.
Yes.
It's like a whole thing, dude. I'm gonna read this more. I'm gonna read more of this to get to these breathing exercises and how they connect. They make some funky facial gestures in here too, for sure.
Funky facial gestures.
That's right. Like there's one called the crow's beak breath, right? The crow's beak breath, which is also called kaki. And kaki or kaki is so called kaki pranayama is so called because during inhalation, the pursed lips form the shape of a crow's beak. Those practitioners who are unable to practice, these other ways or whatever, find it easy. Kaki is really a mudra, but it is included here as a pranayama practice because of its similarity to the other ones. So yeah, you gotta purse the lips, make a whistling sound, hollow in the middle, open the eyes and focus them at the nose. Bro, straight up, this is a practice. You're doing this. Okay, ready? Hold on. You cross eye, and you go like this. Yeah, cross-eyed. Do this practice alone.
You just automatically knew how to cross your own eye. Like it was effortless. You just like clearly you've done this before.
Obviously.
So you have to cross your own eye. Watch.
Yep, that's right. Cross your eyes. And then like whistle.
You have to whistle out.
Let's see. Okay, open the eyes, focus them on the nose tip. Inhale slowly and deeply, drawing the air in through the lips. And at the end of inhalation, close the lips and exhale slowly through the nostrils. Oh, shit. Okay, so you inhale slowly and deeply, drawing in the air through the lips. Then at the end of inhalation, you close the lips and exhale slowly through the nostrils. No whistling. Okay.
Trying to give us the Laura version before you give us the Niranjanananda version.
I was sitting there like in the temple, like like, girl, what you doing? Pranayama. Okay.
Sheesh, I'm feeling something after 3 times. Just imagine doing that for 10 minutes.
Oh my God, I know.
Oh, Laura, what's the name of that book?
Sorry, I had to reset. Crossing your eyes is hard, man. That uncrossing, that's like a whole thing. All right, it's Prana and Pranayama by Swami.
Oh,
yes. Yeah. Hey, okay, it's in the back.
Just happen to have it on screen.
Yeah.
I had a feeling. What page?
Yeah, dude. 250.
Oh
Okay.
My gosh, this has never happened before. How am I the one without the book?
I don't know, Trav. That's weird. No,
look, I already ordered it though. It's on the way.
All right, that's good. You're catching up. Yeah. So yeah, I guess I kind of answered my own question then. Can you do it versus for a tattva? Yes, you can. In different poses. So, man, self-realization is crazy process. This is where like this is where I kind of just like release, get into a certain destination with things when I realize that like even just by breathing, like I'm changing a perspective. I'm like tapping into a totally different way of life. So it's like kind of just gave up on like I know the destination in the back of my mind, but like, you know, for the main part, like I'm cool with taking these steps, learning how to like cross my eyes and breathe and find out what happens.
Yeah, just like what Will Trent says in the chat. He says, see, this is what I'm talking about. When you're good at what you do but don't know what you're doing. I cross my eyes easy, never thought to use it. What the fuck? See?
They have they got a breathing exercise where you do the taco tongue.
Oh yeah, I've done that in Kundalini yoga.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think that was a thing, you know? I thought it was just like, you want some tacos? So I'm like, whoa, it's deeper. Like,
yes.
This could actually open up my Kundalini. I need to watch it. Like, make sure I do this move intentionally.
Maybe that's why we're all here, right? Because of our taco tongue experiences as youth.
That's true. That's true. See, this is the thing. Like, we're always, even though we're living in a Western paradigm, there's always little things that we learn that can be utilized when we're actually in the process of self-realization. Like even the useless stuff or the things that we deemed useless have a use.
Listen, man, there's so many, oh my God, there's so much stuff that's been going on. Like, at least with my personal experience in these meditations, like a lot of parts of my brain that I put away and categorize as like negative. And I'm seeing like there's a place for all this. There's nothing to be ashamed of. There's nothing to run from. There's nothing to demonize about yourself. Like, truly, you got to come to a point where you can appreciate yourself and love yourself. I'm talking about every piece of it. Every piece of it. You are the way you are for a reason. You are who you are for, like, there's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with everything that you have. It's supposed to be that way. And you know what? There's even a still small voice that's telling you, hey, you're on the right path. Everything is the way that it's supposed to be. And if you're not hearing it, you need to listen a little bit closer because it's there. You're on the right track. Keep going. And when you follow that voice, you're going to find liberation because that's the only part of you that's real. That's the only part of you that's honest. Yeah. I'm seeing parts of like just myself and my past that, you know, before I might have like turned away because of what my parents taught or what my family taught. And I'm seeing it even in some of these Vedic texts. I'm seeing this in these books that I'm reading. Like parts of me, parts of us, these are parts of the gods, parts of Shiva, parts of Shakti, parts of Parvati. Like nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you. Nothing wrong with me.
Man, it's wild that you're saying that. Like in last week's or this past Thursday's class, when we were like, you guys were talking about how spirit has its own language, and it tripped me out because it's like I've always knew that and I've always been led by that, but I didn't know that I was being led by it. Like even when you're lost in the sauce, there's like people that I followed, like let's say on Instagram, I was lost in the sauce. Like how could I ever have known what that meant? But but there was something inside of me that did, you know? And it was so trippy listening to you guys talk about how spirit has its own language. Like I felt like I was on mushrooms. Like it felt like it was like those like sacred geometry. Like, and I'm just like looking like, like it was awesome.
Yes. That's how you know that like the energy is here, the spirit is here, like this, whatever it is that is real about this whole thing, it's present amongst us and we're all experiencing it. Like look at all these people in the class, these people in the chat, like all of us, like everyone's having authentic experiences. Like nobody's faking, nobody's pretending, right? Because you'd be able to sniff that out. Like there's no reason to. I can tell by what you guys are saying that y'all are having real experiences, and you can tell by what I'm saying I'm having real experiences because there's something real. Remember I said it's not about the thing itself, it's the relationships. Mm-hmm. Between us, there's something that we can't put a finger on exactly, but there's something there.
We're a soul tribe.
Heart.
Oh, I had to throw it in there. I'm sorry. That just cracks me up.
Whole family, love and light.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But you know, like, but we are of the same spirit. Like it's the same energy. It's the same energy. It's the same. This is the ancestors. This right here. Right. You know,
not somebody that died 1 million years ago. Like it's present. The presence is present.
Mm-hmm.
No reason I even bring up the ancestors thing is because you know, there's always one person who doesn't understand what I post. I made a post about you know, the 50 cent thing, and he said you don't owe anybody anything, and this guy was getting just offended, talking about we owe the ancestors everything for what they did for us, and they died for us to have this knowledge. It's like we're looking at it from different perspectives. I'm not going to say you're wrong, but you're not seeing it how I'm seeing it. The
right.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say they're still seeing death as in something to fear.
Something to fear and something that separates you from, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yep.
I can just gather from what he's saying is that when he thinks of ancestors, he's looking at some statues or some pictures or some concept of something that's dead and gone and separated from him. That's not what I see, right? And furthermore, the whole experience of the past was karma being burned, right? There's not somebody to blame and somebody to get angry at and somebody to go to war with. Like, this is all a process of balancing. I know that's going to hurt somebody's feelings because they feel like they need to be justified and we got to fight and get it back. There's nothing to get back and nobody to fight. But anyways, spirit, ancestors, whatever you want to call it, it is present. The presence is present. Not in the past, not somewhere else, not in a statue, not on an altar. It's not on an altar. It's not in a picture of your grandma. It's here.
So are you saying that the presence that people speak of is actually always been here because here in the moment is all that there is?
Is that why they call it the present?
Is that what you're saying?
Whoa, hold on now. Y'all are blowing my mind too much today.
We the gift.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. This is good. I'm glad that y'all are here.
Glad that you're here too.
Yes.
That's what I'm
Because
saying.
otherwise this would not be happening.
Gratitude, man. Gratitude. Like, this is good. This is good. This is
Ooh.
very good.
Hitting on the gratitude. I've been doing like a gratitude, like I've been trying to apply that just because it's something anybody can do. I just be like, dude, when you say that, it just gives me goosebumps. I'm like, I could be more grateful. You know what I mean? And like sometimes when I'm in a pissed off, like just annoyed, not being socked with, I go, what am I grateful for? And all that just cease, and then I start living in the presence. And I don't say, what am I grateful for? Oh, I got this, no, it's just like the small stuff. And then you start to like, I can walk, like I could breathe. I'm literally walking right now, like just to be able to do that. Some people even know the privilege of walking because I see them driving so much. And I'm like, wow, just the state of gratefulness, picture in the state of presence.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine what kind of power you realize when you're able to pull gratitude from even the simple shit that we take for granted. Like, that's really peeling back the layers and seeing the love that's always present. And when I say love, I'm not talking about some emotional attachment type of shit. I'm talking about, when I say love, I'm talking about the experience and the experiencer. The fact that there's good food to eat and a tongue and a nose to taste it and smell it. That's love. The fact that there's something beautiful to witness and eyes to witness it and a mind to cognize it. That's love, and I appreciate that. The fact that there is things to learn and the capacity to learn it. I'm grateful for that.
You just inspired a little thought in my head about like the definition of love being of unity. Like, it's right, like love is actually unity. When you experience something and have the nose to smell the sweet smell and the mind to cognize the fact that it's a sweet smell and evoke a sweet emotion that combines it, like it's that combination, it's that unity of combinations that's love. And then gratitude is the awareness. So when they say like love and gratitude, like they're talking about like awareness of the unity that is constantly happening. And so when you gain that for yourself and you acquire it for yourself, you're never without, because it's happening all the time. It's just, do you practice the gratitude or the awareness of the unification?
Yo, that's worth clipping. Write down 4 hours and 17 minutes. I'm serious.
That's
4 hours and 17 minutes. Love being the unity. That's what it is, right? No matter what religion you go to, that's what they're talking about. And then gratitude being the awareness of that unity. Because love exists whether you're aware of it or not. But gratitude comes when you become aware of that thing. Hell yes. Write that down. You might need to clip that. I'm gonna get to it. But that doesn't mean you can't either. You can't also. Society Ejects. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for that donation. Wow. I appreciate you.
We appreciate you too, man. Soul Tribe. Representing.
What up, soul family, cosmic, chaos family? All these words.
Chaos, light and enlightenment, kundalini raising, pranayama.
Chaos, enlightenment, kundalini raising tribe.
Yeah, but and that's what they say too. It makes like, even if you want to condense it into like oh, I want a relationship, right? Or whatever. What do a lot of experts say on that? Kind of experts, you know, what do a lot of people say on that, right? They say, well, if you want to have a successful relationship, you need to take out the negative expectations, right? You need to show gratitude towards the person and what they're doing, and then come in it with positive expectations of that person. That way you can be aware of what they're doing and how they're expressing their love. Why? Because typically within our partners, that partner represents for us a form of unification. So if we're not unified within ourselves, though, how can we possibly expect another person to do that? That's where gratitude comes into play, and putting in positive expectations in your relationships, in all of your relationships, whether they're romantic or whether it's just a friendship or whether it's your pup, you know, like it's important to check in with yourself and make sure that because you are going to have expectations, as long as this channel is here, you're going to have expectations of that other person or of that other being or of this relationship. How is this going to unify me? You know? And so if you're going into it like that, it's important to see it for what it is. So that's where you bring in the positive expectations, and along with that, the gratitude, because that keeps you in alignment with what's really there, instead of creating more disconnectedness. Because like we spoke about before, right? Like we had sessions before where it's in your interpersonal relationships that you can find all of these hidden aspects of yourself, or things that you've been doing that you haven't been conscious of. So it's important to have relationships. And love is associated with relationships, not just because of the chemistry, but because you are unifying with self, because you are unifying. So in that act, practice that gratitude.
Even grateful for the low vibration people and the victims and the angry folks and the people who misunderstand. Even grateful for them, because everything has to manifest. All vibrations have to manifest. They have to, including the ones within you that you try to hide or keep away or ignore or avoid. Look, if it's in you, it's got to come out one way or the other. The best thing you can do is direct it into a way that is suitable, right? Because if you try to close it off and hide it and keep it in a box in the attic, it's going to spring out in other ways, right? It's going to come out in other ways that may not be in your control. And if you're lucky, it might be like with what Malik was talking about. It might come out in your dreams, unconscious. But if you're unlucky, it's going to come out in some type of behavior that you can no longer control. That sucks. But if you've got to come to a point where you accept yourself and have gratitude for yourself. I'm talking about the things that make you feel good and things that don't, because it's all you. Every vibration has to be expressed. So channel it in ways that are useful, that are appropriate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Be grateful for it.
Yeah, straight up. Like, I'm so grateful that I went through all the shit I went through, not because like, I think this is I don't know, I like this perspective that I currently have on it. I'm grateful for the traumas that I went through, because not only did I grow from them, but the way how I grew was that I am no longer dependent on them. So I know that I can have some serious shit happen and it not be so serious. Yeah. I've actually ascended from that. I am so grateful that I had these shitty ass experiences to teach me of my ability to detach from things that are considered terrible and live through it and not be held by it, like not have that define me. That's a great feeling. That's a really big accomplishment. I'm grateful for those things. So even if it's like, I can't forget, even if it's like, man, this experience was so horrible, like, just be grateful that you made it out and that it no longer has to define you. that you can actually detach now, especially if you're like listening to Trav and taking his classes and shit like that. If y'all ain't being detached, like I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Like I don't know which Travis Mages y'all are talking to, but it's not this one. Got Travis Mages LVX 222, you know.
Yeah, LVX 223.
Like, you know, I'm talking about LVX 777. There's a difference.
Big difference. I like that. And see, we're also talking about the ability to redefine the cause and the effect, right? When we have these things happen to us that are harmful, they stress us out, or they just outright are terrible, right? They suck, they hurt, and they damaged us in a way. We still have the right to redefine it, right? Like what you were saying, like, you know, because of this, I've proven to myself that I can go through anything and still hold my head up, still be strong, and still count it as a blessing. That's a power. Because there's a lot of people who go through things and it defeats them. They're broken down. Every time they think of it, they lose energy, right? There's experiences that people have, whenever their mind goes back to it, they become drained. Like it's still, think about that. The experience is still sucking their energy, even from the past, right? This is what we're talking about here. But you very well have the right to transform that into something that feeds you. Because look, it's taking all your energy all this damn time. We talk about nobody owes you anything. Well, shit, at least make that thing owe you something. Flip it around. Make that experience feed you energy. I went through that and I'm better for it, right? When I think about the things that I've been through, the alcoholism that I was stuck in and the mistakes that I made, right? The relationships that I ruined, the opportunities that I lost, I'm grateful because maybe I wasn't supposed to have some of those opportunities. I'm grateful I didn't get tangled up with some people that I probably shouldn't have been. I'm grateful that I didn't spend time at this other place, right? Everything moves perfectly and in accordance. So I look back at myself with love, appreciation, and gratitude. I'm not ashamed of myself. I don't feel bad for what I went through. I don't feel sorry for myself. Matter of fact, I'm grateful that I went through the experiences that I went through, because if I didn't, I wouldn't be able to talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what's interesting too, back to the pranayama, you know, in all therapy and stuff like that, exactly, it starts with the breath. Because when you're going through a certain memory or you get taken back, your breathing changes. So if you can start to control your breath in the moment, then you can change how the experience unravels for you.
Yes. First of all, in chakra shuddhi, my root and my sacral, as soon as I start to actually focus on it, there's a whole bunch of distractions. Is where I have the most distractions out of all of them, right? And my breath is totally different. I'm noticing that. Like I'm noticing that from these times, like it's completely different than the solar plexus. Like I'm able to focus on that one like real good. But the root and the sacral, like it's a lot. It's a lot to focus on those two. Like it takes a lot. And there's 3 rounds there.
Right.
Like, it's still a lot.
This is work. It's work. This is like
it's
exercise
work.
At the gym.
Dude, y'all ever been tired after a meditation? Like I've been straight tired.
Listen,
yeah. Or even forgetting your ohms. It's like, oh shit, like I forgot like I forgot to do it. And it's just, I'm noticing that there's like so many like mind chatter when I'm doing that. So yeah.
Yes.
But I'm even grateful for that, you know.
Shit. Look, I'm grateful that you're saying this, because like I said, this is how you know that you're actually doing it. When you're deeply focused on these chakra points and you're moving your awareness back and forth through those kshetrams, experiences come up. Because here's the thing, usually when you're in a state of survival, guess where your awareness is? It's in the root chakra. When you're in a state of abundance and gratitude and I just love the world, your awareness is in the heart chakra. So all these experiences of our past, we haven't really stored very many memories up in these upper chakras. We haven't really stored that many. Some people have, but most of us, we got an overabundance of information stored in the root chakra and the sacral chakra. So much that it's disorganized and in chaos. So when we start focusing on those points in our meditation process, all the strongest chunks of data are going to come to the surface. And like you said, in that root chakra and that sacral chakra, it's a lot of intense memories there for all of us. I don't care who you are. You're going to feel something. If not at the root, you're going to feel something at that next one. Now, the thing is, can you pierce through it? Because it's going to rise up, and you got a choice. You can either turn your awareness onto that thing and get swallowed up by that memory, by that feeling, by that visualization, right? Because they're going to, you know what I'm saying, you're going to be tested with some of the best visualizations that you never thought you could muster, right? But the thing is, you can do that, or you can stay focused on the meditation. Breathe in and out, breathe in and out. You got 5 minutes. You can make it to the end. Wait for that bell to ring, right? Boom, I did it. Move to the next chakra, right? But it's in those moments that it feels like it's going to take forever. It's like, damn, I didn't even get to the homes yet. I just started.
Man, I have straight up been in meditation, and I thought I was focusing, and then I realized that I was in a memory.
Oh, like man.
You know, I was like, I'm doing such a good job. And then I was like, where the fuck am I? And I realized that I wasn't on the present moment. That like I was actually, I thought I was doing work, but I had pulled up a working like daydream visualization that I was in. Oh, yeah, like man, that stuff will play you. That'll play you.
But that's good though, because you're learning the difference. There's still people who don't know the difference. There's some people who think that tuning into that visualization is meditation. There's people who think that drifting off into distraction is part of meditation. There's people who think that sitting down thinking about your day and planning out tomorrow is meditation. At least you see that there's a distinction. That's part of the growth process.
Well, what's cool too is that you can also, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, yeah, for a long time I was doing the same thing, like drifting off into it and having these vivid imaginations and fantasies, and then finally realizing, wait a minute, I'm not meditating, I'm just playing around.
Yeah. And then that's when you start noticing too, when you start becoming aware of that and the meditations, and you're consistent with your meditations, you start seeing how it plays out in your behaviors down to the physical levels. Like for me, kind of like with Melissa with the distracted mind at the root chakras, for me, there was actually like physical pain that I would experience there. And so I had to take some time to really hash that out, because I realized that that was all from Chitta memory. And then it would act out in my daily life too. And it still does sometimes, but like I had to really like focus in on healing that, on bringing in gratitude energy, like literally light like into those areas, and just like, and help to like heal that space. So then the next time I would tap into it, it would be more subtle, more, you know, like just less and less. And it's interesting how that stuff comes up, like I was saying, with like the behaviors and how your breath changes and all of that. Like now I can tell if I'm speaking from a level of affirmation from others, right? If I am seeking affirmation from others on a subconscious level, I can notice that now, because when I speak, my breath goes like this. Like it starts to suck in more rapidly. And so that's when I'll know to stop, to calm myself down and to be silent and to allow that moment to pass. So it's really interesting when you start actually meditating and getting focused on your roots, on your, you know, on the system of how your consciousness and awareness are playing how you're playing your role, and really down to the very physicalities of what starts to manifest. Can you then start to actually like change that? And it was a really big thing to infuse the gratitude, because the gratitude comes from the higher realms. It comes from that higher density, from that higher self there. So you can actually transmit that all through your body in all different parts. With the dense stuff, you can't transmit that all the way up. Like it's very interesting, but like that deep, dense vibration there, it doesn't transcend. It cannot. You can only take it so far. So it's better to bring the more subtle energy through the entire body, through the entire system.
And you feel that density when you're meditating. It feels like it feels heavy, you know? Like I noticed that like just when I'm like all these past couple of weeks that I've been meditating, it feels like just like you said, Trav, like I'm not really meditating yet. Like it's almost like there's like this going on, like I'm going like this, and then there's like a point where I go into like the middle and there's nothingness, and that feels like the meditation. But then again, it just goes like this, and then it's like it's trying to get to like it's trying to be like aligned or something. That's the only way that I can picture it in my mind, because I'm starting to catch that middle, that alignment, that nothingness that makes me feel like super serene. But then the thoughts come and it's again like this. Like,
yeah, I feel you on that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
We're moving into new territory here. So this is really exciting because there's a lot of experiences that haven't been really fleshed out or mapped out or talked about. But this is really good because hopefully there's people in the chat who are also experiencing some of these things, and hopefully this is kind of helpful to different people who may have questions. And what you were talking about, Alora, previously was very crucial too, about how some of these dense, heavy experiences cannot go any further than the root chakra. They can't go any further than the sacral chakra because they don't belong up there. They belong where they are. And that's why they collect there. But the thing is about attachment. A lot of us remain attached to these lower, dense vibrations. So as we try to raise our awareness, we face difficulty because we're literally being forced to choose, hey, that shit you're holding on to, or you want to move upward. Which one? Face the void or the abyss. It's your choice. Which one? And if you refuse to let go, then you stay there and you're beating yourself up because you're trying to raise your frequency, but at the same time, you're trying to hold on to low vibration. It don't work like that. But like I've been saying, if you practice non-attachment and understand that you are not that heavy shit, you can start to transcend that heavy stuff and move a little bit higher. And just like what you said, Alora, you start to experience the higher manifestations of life, which include gratitude and love and compassion and all these other things. It's not about being a good person. It's about seeing that this is all one thing. It's not separate things that you have to reach out and love these people and that. No, you love the human race because it's one thing. There's no point in singling out a person. There's no point in singling out a person. It's all one thing. And you start to see that all nature is one thing. But you can't see that if you're coming from a very, very low perspective. They hurt me. No. It's karma processing itself. No, but I need revenge. No. That's karma. That's the body. It's not you. We need to take this country back. From who? How? Why? And where's it headed? No, we don't ask these questions because it's emotional. And with it being emotional, there's no end to it. It's just this repeating cycle of emotions. Just like when you're in a fight with somebody, you're mad, so you lash out and say something mean to them. Then you feel good for a minute until they say something angry and lash out at you, and then you're just passing the ball back and forth.
Right.
You think you're doing something, but you're just stirring the pot eternally.
It's what like those like 1,000 comments in that one like Instagram post that says we gotta. Yeah. It's a never-ending thing.
No, not a loop or a cycle that I'm interested in.
All right.
Keep that. Keep it and close it.
I think that's too where we can talk about like, you know, this being of a dream realm, right? Because when you're in a dream, it starts and you don't remember when it starts, and you kind of have to wake up, right? Like before it ends, like it doesn't really ever end, right? That's the same thing as our thoughts. If you ever get stuck in a tangent, but you were doing something completely different, like you were driving, and then next thing you know, like you're having this crazy ass thought about super villains coming down the street. You gotta turn into a ninja or something like that. Because that's where my mind goes sometimes, you know. like this totally different thing plays out, right? And for me, I'm even grateful for those distracting thoughts, because it reminds me that this is a dream, that I'm constantly going to be going in and out, where I don't remember my beginning. And I'm sure as shit probably not going to remember my end, you know? So like, and everything in between just cuts in and out. This present moment is always cutting in and out. We are always cutting in and out of the present moment. All of meditation is to bring us to the present moment and try to stay in the present moment, because that's how we can recognize what's happening. Why is that important? Because we're in a dream.
That's deep. So, because I always had that question recently, like, all right, because that's what I be trying to hit on, like that present moment when you're just in it. So you're saying meditation is, the more and more practice of meditation is, the closer we're not meditating that we can stay in that state. That makes sense. Because that's where, like, I'm like trying to get to the point, to where I can always be in that state where it's more 50% of my, or say higher than 50, I'm in that state, and then the other 40% I'm just in the woes of life, instead of being I'm in present. You know, go on.
Yeah, I mean, like, because I don't know, have you ever reached those moments where you've been in the present moment, and so that's where you actually realize what you are? Like, I am really not the body. I am really not the mind. I am really not these sensory objects that are around me. I know it because I feel it right now, because I'm in the moment right now. When you're actually in the present moment, you realize that nothing else of this exists. Like there is something else that you can feel. Like I felt the atoms on my body vibrate. You know what I mean? Like I felt stuff vibrate. I've seen the waves of energy and stuff like that projecting in and out, and all the diagrams of my thoughts like turning into shapes and stuff like that. But I can't maintain that state because I can't maintain the present moment. But if you tap into the real present moment, like I think that's what meditation is about. That ascension is you being present with you.
Well said. Well said. Sounds like Dharana as well, right? Concentration, one-pointed concentration. You're getting closer to that state of non-distinction between object and subject, which is what we're headed towards, being able to maintain that state at will and consistently.
And I feel like at that state, you see, at least for me, it's like when patterns come more easy and visible to see, or even like I'll be doing something and I know it's about to happen. I'll be maybe walking the street. I've been thousands of things happen recently, and I'll be like, oh, it's about to happen. It's about to happen. Boop, boop, boop. And then it happens. And I'm like, oh. Huh. So it's very interesting. It's just when you're in that state, everything just seems to just line the fuck up.
Perfection. Because in those expanded states, like I was trying to describe earlier about space and time and how things play out like that, in this physical manifestation that we're currently in, things have to play out in a specific way. It has to play out in a linear fashion, beginning, middle, and end. It has to take place within space. But before that happens, it is an impulse on a more subtle realm. Now, if we can learn to attune our awareness to that subtle realm, you can literally perceive things before they manifest completely. And when you think of it like this, this whole psychic ability doesn't sound so far-fetched. Conversely, it actually makes a lot of sense. The more time that you spend in those subtle realms, the more you become used to how it feels to perceive things before they happen or before they completely materialize.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Like with especially with the psychic ability, because like even if you spend more time on those subtle realms, you can even tell subtle behaviors. Like that's how you can really determine how a situation will end up or not, because there's like this feeling or like this sense, right? But that's this subtle energy. That's you being able to see it. And I think all of us have this. It's just a matter of that we second guess ourselves.
Right. When you have the opportunity to put a meaning to it, we put a different meaning on it. Nah, I'm just exaggerating. Nah, I'm doing too much. When you read that book, Alora, the gray book, the manual, I mean, even that's a mundane way of looking at how to perceive the subtle inflections of human behavior, right? It's like reading body language. When you understand how to read that subtle body language, that even still, that subtle impulse, it goes through a process of manifestation from an impulse to somebody doing, thinking, or saying something. Sometimes you can read it before the person even does, right? It isn't so far-fetched.
And two, that's where like your environment is so important for you to adjust. Cause like, so David Schneider had a thing, right, where he showed a video of, I think it was a metronome, and there were a whole bunch of metronomes in a building, and so they're all started at different times. So it's going like clap, 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 and they're all at different times. However, within a matter of seconds, they all aligned to the same sound. So, and that was just from them aligning to one specific sound, from one specific little timer or metronome going cluck, 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 back and forth. So, and then the whole grip of them changed. So we use this generally as like, you know, you be the change, right? You can set the tone for the room. You can set the tone for the environment. So you have to also look at what environment you're in and how it's reflecting back at you, because most likely you're doing this and your environment, no matter how off it seems, is also probably doing this at the same time, because it only takes us a matter of seconds. So where are you then? Where are you? That's why your environment is so important to look at in your interpersonal relationships, because more likely than not, you're going to be like blaming your outside environment, even though y'all are ticking at the same time.
And this is what most people do. Never taking responsibility. It's all your fault. You did this to me. Greetings to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining this chat. And if you haven't already, go ahead and hit that like button, because it helps the algorithm of YouTube understand that my content is fire, that you guys enjoy being a part of this community. For those who are interested in being a part of the chat, I posted the link in the YouTube members area, and also if you're in the class and you'd like to join, I just now posted the link in the Inner Light Activation System website. What they really want from it? Somebody let me know. Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? I guess I'm gonna take a quick break to grab myself an ice cold pop. Dreamwise, peace and greetings. Good evening, brother. Good evening. All right, taking a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. La 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 la. G's worth of gun clap. Peace in the Middle East. Who do we still have with us in the chat?
I'm here.
Hey. Higher Octave Productions. Peace. Rich Nigga. Peace. CC. Long time no see. Peace, peace. Yeah, man. So, this nigga asks, any advice for overthinking? And honestly, so we're dealing with what we would call a rajasic mind. We're dealing with a mind that is extremely active, dealing with a whole lot of movement, which indicates a lack of control. Now, the mind is a tool that can be used to do anything, but it's not going to get much done without a sense of control. So in order to control the mind, it's not you simply saying, oh, be still. You have to actually sit with it, and you have to understand what the mind is. You have to actually take the time to do the difficult work, which is getting to know the mind, getting to understand the mind, to analyze the mind. You can't control a thing if you don't understand it. So you have to stop and take a look at the mind, see it for what it is, see it how it is in its natural state. The only way to do that is by sitting still, being quiet, and just observing the mind. Watch it dance up and down, left and right. And here's the thing, nobody's mind is so special and different that it can't be figured out. As a matter of fact, we've all got the same mind. It operates in the same way. Nobody's different or special. It all operates, it has the same basic operating system. As we've learned in this book that we've been reading all month, Karma and Karma Yoga, we learn that the mind is founded upon a basic operating system. Just like there's a million different phones, like I'm not too sure what phone this is, but it's a phone. You know what I'm saying? And I have this and some other people have the same exact phone, but the content of the phone is different, but the context of the phone is the same. Somewhere off in phone production land, they've got a blueprint of that phone with the same mechanics, the same parts, and the same software. And they pump it out in mass. Everybody gets one. Same thing with your mind. It's got the same operating system, the same foundational aspects. It's all the same. The only thing that's different about your mind and my mind is the content that is held within it, right? Some of the stuff that I've learned and gathered and studied is different from what you've learned and gathered and studied. That's not your mind, though. That's just the data. That's just the data. The mind itself is the same mind across the board because it's part of the human experience. Nobody's mind is special or different. It's just the content that's different. So if you find yourself stuck in loops of overthinking, then the context of your mind is beyond your understanding. You're letting the mind do what it wants to do. So in order to grab a hold of this thing, you literally have to sit still and quiet and just observe the mind, because that's how you got to learn about it. Unless you're going to read about the mind, which is one way, the best way, hands down, is experiencing the mind by sitting still and letting it do what it does and watching it as it does what it does, and then learning from it. Oh, look at my mind. Look at how it jumps towards the things that feel good. Look at how it runs away from the things that feel bad. Could it be that I'm overthinking because I'm constantly running away from something that makes me feel bad? Right? You start to notice things like that. And as you analyze the process, once you get a good understanding of how your mind works, now we can talk about controlling the mind and changing and redirecting the mind. You gotta understand it first. And you only understand it by experiencing it. You only experience it by sitting still and observing it. Because it's there that you can see it in its natural state. Otherwise, it's not in its natural state. When it's jumping around from branch to branch like a monkey, we call that the monkey mind. That's not its natural state. That's its agitated state. That's its active state. It also has a receptive state where it's calm and it can receive data from places that are beyond the five senses. Peace, Malik. But if you're still here, rich nigga, that I would say is a pretty comprehensive answer. Adrian Lang, peace and blessings. So good, so good. I got one of these.
Is that a marker and a soda?
Yes.
Nice. I decided that I'm not. Go ahead.
It's an orange marker.
Orange marker. It's pretty red. I decided I'm going to make pancakes tonight. Keep it nice and simple. That's what I'm going to make.
Good, good. Simple is good.
You know what I've been having recently? Interesting about like controlling, or not controlling, but I guess dictating. I don't know how to describe it. I'll just say controlling. Controlling the emotions and kind of keeping aware of the desires and such. Like every time I really step into doing this kind of work, I have these crazy nostalgic experiences. Like recently I've been experiencing and have been desiring things like movies from the 90s and like from the 80s and stuff like that, and all these like 80s related things or 90s related things started coming up, which is very much like for me like in the chitta, right? Like that's very chitta acting up. But I find it really interesting that as soon as I start to work to really dive into like not having cravings or desires or relating to them as much, that like very much in my reality these nostalgic cravings and desires come up.
What do you think about that?
I'm not quite sure yet. I mean, I do think that there were a lot of agreements that I made when I was a child, and so and archetype, and also it probably has to do as well with like the archetypes that I've identified with since childhood that played out in behaviors. Like that's kind of how I'm seeing it. But I'm sort of in between the realm of like, do I necessarily need to define this as anything and just leave it as what it is? Or should I try to seek deeper into it? Like, is this kind of like, you know, when you give up smoking, you just have this sugar craving because your body's craving the opioid thing, you know, or whatever. Like, is it kind of a similar thing that I'm going through with my thoughts, or I need just to say like, okay, this is just like a detox symptom? Or is it something that maybe perhaps I need to further investigate?
Karma implanted and playing itself out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. And I still give into a lot of those desires, which I'm not going to say is bad, but distracting.
Yeah, because these things all have an origin, even if they are memories, or like Zero says in the chat, even if it's just nostalgia. Like, you know, it's never just anything, because everything has its origin point. Everything has that origin point. Everything we say and we do, even the clothes that we choose to wear, it's all related to a samskara.
Right. And so recently I've been thinking about, because for me it's been playing out in the media. right? There's been a lot of 80s and 90s things coming out, you know, in my awareness. And I don't really watch TV, but I had like such a hardcore craving for like an 80s and 90s thing to feel good last night, to tap into, to feel good. And I was only entertained for a little bit of the movie before I was just like, all right, I'm done. Like, you know, like it was like a fleeting moment. And so I've been kind of wondering, like, maybe the foundation for my desires really were molded by media. Maybe it was, you know, maybe it was these specific media influences that really affected me. Like last night I watched this movie with Fran Dresser and like only part of it, right? But it took me to a scene in New York because my family is from Brooklyn, New York. And so whenever I think of, like, I tried living there, I tried reliving that Cheetah, it's just not the same. I just can't fucking stand it. I'm not, you know, I'm an outdoorsy kind of girl, and New York is just too congested, right? There's so much stuff. But in, you know, she's Fran Dresser represents like that New Yorkie kind of 80s vibe style, right? And so when I was watching this movie, it was interesting because the whole concept between, it's called the Beautician and the Beast that I came across. I could only watch a part of it, but like the whole thing was like this guy who's like mean and all this kind of shit, and she just like plays like kind of like this doting woman that like mumbles sarcastically off to the side, and he can't stand her sarcastic mumbles, but you know, he loves her and they fall in love and blah, blah. And it gave me kind of a viewpoint of like, oh, wow, like these are, I wonder if this came up because this is how I had been viewing my relationships. Like, oh, like literally there's a part in the movie where she was like, oh, I'm just where like the dude's kids are like freaking out that he's going to find out about like their secret lifestyles. And she's like, oh, don't worry about it. What's he going to do? Like, he's going to blow a fuse and then he's going to calm down again. And it's going to be fine. We're going to make him a sandwich, you know? And like, I totally, and that stuck out to me because I was like, wow, maybe this is why I had always given more of myself to partners than I should have. Because of this type of media influence that had always sort of played its role in my relationships. Like, let this person continue being a jerk, minus the fact that their environment and that even their kids are like scared of this person, but I'm going to go in and like help balance this person out because that's my role, you know? Like it brought up some interesting things. So like so for me, like with this nostalgic moments are I guess I'm giving into them in the sense that I go in to see what messages they have or like what necessarily I'm attaching to and like how I'm attaching to it. Like I attach to the city stuff and to these movies where it's all based in New York because my family was from there and they have the similar viewpoint. But it also shows me a different aspect as to how they view relationships and how you should be managing your life. Like a really big thing, right, in the media that now that I remember, like from these nostalgic moments and all this kind of stuff, is that as a single female lady, you're not really supposed to be single at my age.
Like, yeah, that was a big thing in America.
Right. And so that was really pressured within my family. You know, you need to go to college, you need to get married, you need to have kids. What are you doing, Alora? You know, I'm like, none of that. So I think that it's been kind of interesting how I've been going through releasing these cravings. And as a side note, all of these different Cheetah memories having to do with media have been coming up. And so that's where I've been it's almost been like a balancing act where it's like, am I giving into a desire or am I investigating a little bit more? Am I living in the memory or am I doing this because this is going to allow me to detach? Like it's a very interesting process of unraveling, I should say, that, you know, to say the least, that happens when you start really changing your patterns. and trying to replace the old ones.
Yes. Did you ever grab that metaphor book that I mentioned not long ago? No?
Apparently not. The metaphor book.
Yeah. It's really key. The metaphors that we use to describe our lives. We store the knowledge of our reality in metaphors. We tell ourselves stories. The same way that you're able to relate your life to that movie and the tropes that exist within the movie, with Fran Drescher and her relationship with the man and the children and what they're trying to hide, and her reaction, oh, he'll just forget about it, make him a sandwich. And even take that, I know you've seen the movie or the series The Nanny, right?
Yeah. Whoa, he was so mean. Yeah.
Even this is one of the things I learned from Brother Panic. There's a thing that's happening with our subconscious mind in these metaphors. The same actor carries with, or same actress carries with them the previous roles. Just like this is why people like Will Smith and Keanu Reeves and Denzel Washington, at some point, once you see enough of their movies, they're playing the same character every movie. That there's something going on intentionally, but also subconsciously, because we keep seeing them in the same role. They represent that role to us in our subconscious mind. That's an example of how these metaphors work. So when we relate to movies like that and compare our lives to them, we're taking it all in.
Oh, yeah.
Taking it all in.
And that's where too, like even with sorry to interrupt, but even with like Claire Nakti will have videos on the different nakshatras and the actors that have these nakshatras that continue to play the same character that is directly related to the nakshatra.
Mm-hmm. So that goes to show there's a cosmic aspect. I love this word. It behooves us to move our attention beyond just the physical. Like it's not just some amazing movie director that's casting everybody as these roles. Like there's a cosmic influence. A lot of these actors and actresses get these roles because it's in the stars for them. They represent it cosmically, not just for them, but for a whole nation of people. It could be seen as a big responsibility, but it's just their karma. That's no more special than you being the nice lunch lady who makes the kids smile every day at lunch, right? You might be, for some kids, that might be the only smile they get all day. That's equally as important as whatever actor is out right now and the movies that they play in. But it's important to recognize the metaphors that we use to describe our lives. It's important to understand the stories that we tell ourselves to describe our lives, because we take it all in, the good and the bad. Like you just told what you're aware of, but take another look at that movie and also the story of that actress, because you're taking in all that too.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was like, is Fran Drescher a Swati? Like, I need to start looking into her chart. Because, like, because, you know, like the other thing with like Keanu Reeves, for example, I believe he's a Swati ascendant or something like that. And he is always taking these roles as someone who's like in another reality, right? And he's like his own stuntman. He lives outside of like the culture that he's born into and all this kind of stuff. And interestingly enough, he's in New York. And I like would watch all of his movies and like would, you know, so, and not saying that I would feel like a specific connection, because to me, he was always Ted from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. So like, you know, love you, Keanu, but remember when I tried to ask your mom out to prom? like I just think of that, but either way, like there is, but you're right. There is like, and I've been noticing that as well. Like there's, like we talked about earlier, there's an archetype that we all kind of mesh to, you know, and there are different ones. And so on this journey, especially in media, like there's a lot that we pick up these different things. And it's very interesting to see like how cosmically we might be connected to these people as well. Not like we're going to meet one day and be best friends, but just that there's similar patterns that were already sort of inherent that are now being projected. And so now I take upon this projection as part of my own reality which is, and as kids, we do this unconsciously, I think, which is where we get all baffled when we're adults, because when we try to realize things, we can't remember, like, why the hell am I doing this? Or like, why does this have an attachment to me? And it's because when we were kids and very unconscious, we would just take this in as like, oh yeah, I'm that character, or I'm this person, or whatever. And the next thing you know, we would agree to it.
Dreamwise in the chat says someone needs to decode Jim Carrey. Think about that, like what we just said, as far as like the astrological significance and the roles that they play repeatedly, and the fact, how he has evolved in his personal life. That's almost like really breaking the fourth wall. You know what I'm saying? That'd be something intense to look into.
Yeah.
I used to love The Mask. That was probably my favorite movie of his.
Yes, same.
I related to that one the most.
Yeah. The Mask.
I was looking back. Yeah, I was a big fan of Jim Carrey. I used to love The Mask. I used to love Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. That was a big favorite of mine. I had the coloring book and everything.
I liked his later films, like Me, Myself, and Irene. Oh my God. That was my favorite. So funny.
That was on the TV when I lost my virginity.
Oh. So your
11th.
Hank came out?
Wow. Interesting. And of course, The Truman Show. That was another big, That one used to scare me, I'll be honest. When I was younger, the concept of that movie scared me, because I didn't want to think about that as being something real. Like, that scared the shit out of me.
Oh, I loved it. I was looking for people all day. I was like,
Gee. Yeah, and then the thing is, like, after I started doing shrooms in 2004, like, it started to mix in, like, well, what if all these friends, so-called friends, are just paid actors? Like, what if they're just paid and this is all scripted? And it was getting really scary. But, I learned now, like the past year or two, like, so what? The answer to all my paranoia now is, so what? What if it's true? Then what? It's gone now. No paranoia. How can I be afraid?
Yeah.
Well, they're coming for you, Travis. After this, it's okay, then what? Can't be scared of that.
That's a method that they use to assist in creating resilience. Is if you have more worries, what you do, like say a situation happened, right? And now you're thinking about it afterwards and you're deeply affected by it. You write down that experience and you take out all of the emotion from it. You write down from purely observational. So I came in the room. Then my boss also came in the room, told me they needed to talk. My thoughts were, oh, I'm going to get in trouble. This was because I ate a sandwich from the fridge. He never liked me. I was 5 minutes late. How could he not like me? What the hell is wrong with this guy? What transferred? My boss said, I would like to see you put in a little bit more work effort when it comes to the end of the shift. There's just a couple of things. And you try to put it, take your emotions out of it. So you try to write exactly what they said. Then you write down your response to it. Oh, this motherfucker thinks he knows I need a sandwich. Like, right? And there's no sensory. Then after that, what you do is you determine where those beliefs came from. At what point in time did you start thinking this about your boss? And what other times did you do that? And then after that, you start relating to shit, man. I forgot where I was going with this, because there was something that you just said that I was like, oh yeah, what does it matter? Okay, so then you would say, then you put in another, then afterwards you say, okay, well, what would happen if the worst came true?
Yes.
I lose my job. Okay, what happens next? I can't pay rent. Okay, what happens next? I become homeless. What happens next? oh, I die. It's like, okay. And then when you look at it and you see what's the worst that can happen, you realize how kind of ridiculous it is, because there are all these steps that have to happen. If I lose my job, I'll find another one. If I can't find another job, I'll go and, you know, file unemployment. If I can't file unemployment, then I'll go and do this. There's always another step. So you see the ridiculousness of it. And then also you see, okay, if this does happen, you're not going to leave yourself there, right? You're going to pick yourself back up. You're going to do something about it. So it helps to change your reactions to things and build your resilience, because you realize that within each of these processes of the worst case scenarios, you still can do something.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop at the scariness. It doesn't stop at the pain. It doesn't stop at the, oh my God. It doesn't end there. So why should our thought process end there?
Right.
That's a great exercise that you listed there. Like, honestly, I think that if you've never heard of anything like that, or if you struggle, that's something that you should possibly consider doing. Mapping it out to its conclusion.
Well, and here's the root to it too, right? And here's the thing that's like the real clincher about doing this, is that when you start getting to the worst case scenario, you start to also recognize where the base of your fears came from. If I become homeless, what's so scary about that? I will bring myself into my family. Who are you bringing shame to? My family, because my mom told me that I need to have a job in order to be able to be anything. Right? Like all of a sudden, all of these things, all these previous agreements that we had made in our moral code starts to come up and affect us emotionally, which then affects our resilience and our ability to react to things. Oh, if I don't react to my boyfriend in this way, then I am no longer representing strong, independent women. Where did that come from? Oh, my older sister told me that I was too weak and submissive when I was a kid. You know, like all this deep stuff starts coming up when you actually look at the fear and you look at your emotional relationship with it. That's where you can really not only see, okay, I have a plan if the worst shit happens, that's not where it ends, but also, where is this fear coming from emotionally? Most likely it's coming from a previous experience or a memory that you had.
Samskara.
Yup. It's that ripple.
That made me think about Bobby Hemmett and how, like, he had a whole phase of, like, you know, tantric sex, and how, like, he used to talk about sex. You know, we didn't really know how to have sex, or even a man pleasing a woman. Like, that wasn't shown on TV, and like, we don't know anything about that. And he was very passionate about that. Like, he gave out like books on like pleasing women, and like, he was so much about that. And then you go back to these movies, like from even the 80s, 90s, even now, like, they depict sex in such an animalistic way. There's no foreplay. There's just like, let's just take our clothes off right away, blah, blah, blah. Like, let's just do it. And that's animalistic. Like, that's still kind of like keeping you there, you know? And then, like, children who are exposed to these things, they end up absorbing that and thinking that that is the way to connect with someone. You know,
I'm telling you, like, on one hand, right there, what you said though, that should be noted. A lot of people celebrate Bobby Hemmett just because he talked about magic, spooky shit. But if you really pay attention to him on a scholarship level, the path that he went through in those phases, that's the same path that we're taking as well. And I think that's the same path that most people who are serious about this study you're gonna trace a lot of his steps. He made it to the Vedic information. He made it to the tantric information. Right? He talked about prana and pranayama. He didn't focus on it, but I mean, I found myself recently now getting into the pranayama aspect and also the tantric aspect. And I am seeing that those are missing aspects of the whole science. Not missing, But those are aspects of the whole science that can be added together to really enhance the experience. And I say that because you're approaching your capacity to understand yourself from different angles. And just like what you said there about the sex and the foreplay, like the way that it's depicted and given to the masses, it's given to them at their current level, which is very animalistic. So when people see it like that, that's what they expect, because as a mass, we're at an animalistic level still. But what we learn is that when you do employ the techniques to really raise the energy consensually and harmoniously, the end result is explosive, because everybody's on the same page. It's not just like an animal where you just run in there, do the thing, and leave. Like that was played out last incarnation, not played out a couple years. That's been played out before we became a human being. That's what animals do. But when you begin cultivating those different, and I mean, remember when he was talking about the different secretions that happened from, you know what I'm saying? Like that's advanced information that people still ain't ready for, honestly. But there's more to it. There's so much more to it. Gotta love it. And by the way, this is the part of the science that Swami Satya Sangananda specializes in. The woman who wrote Tattva Shuddhi. This tantric stuff, this is her specialty. So Tattva Shuddhi really is understanding Tattva Shuddhi is going to prepare you if you are interested in some of those other aspects.
Oh, that's my girl. She just got a little freaky on us. I'm down. She's like, I may have a shaved head, but baby, it's all wow. It's all Kundalini, mama.
Yes.
Hey, and what did she say? You have to shave your hair because when that fire raises to the crown like that, your hair gonna fall out anyway, so you might as well get rid of it.
Right. That's right. It's from all that tantra.
Wow.
Man, see, you don't know what we're dealing with. You think you're reading a nice little book about sitting still peacefully and envision the beautiful orange woman. No, there's more to it.
Swami Niranjananda was like, that is a keeper.
Yeah. Somebody asked me, because Swami Niranjananda was raised in this since he was 4 years old, and she was like, Trav, do you think that Swami Niranjananda had sexual thoughts? Do you think he ever had sex? Do you think da-da-da-da-da? Well, I mean, people in his crew have mastered Tantra, so I mean, it's probably not like the way we would think of it over here in the West, like, oh, I think you're pretty, let's do it. It's probably done scientifically, for science, right? Now I can actually use that as a pickup line.
Yeah, it's for research purposes. I need to see. I know, I'm sure that's what he used too, when he was like 15. He's like,
it's for the sadhana.
I'm trying to reach sadhana right now. Can you help me with this sadhana? It's pretty difficult.
I don't touch that.
Oh. Yeah,
this is the stuff that Aleister Crowley was getting into, and it scared a lot of these people in the Western world because they didn't understand, like, there's a spiritual aspect to sex. Some people still don't understand that. They're like, oh, sex is a spiritual experience for me. No, like, not just because it feels good, but like, seriously, you can use these energies in a meditative practice. Imagine employing that aspect of things with Chakra Shuddhi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think about that because I think a lot of people are, especially females, like I feel like we, at least in my understanding of it, it seems like we as females typically have a very confused idea of it because we relate it to unification. We relate it to our purpose, right? Like, oh, women are the muses of the world. We're the ones that are, our pictures are always being taken. We're the goddesses. we need to be the goddesses, you know, and so we're like sexual. And I think that there's like a lot of misconception with that, and a lot of baggage that comes with that. Like I see girls, and you know, I'm cool if you want to be a sex goddess, you know, you go and do your thing. But I don't think that that is actually a no, I don't think that that's, I think that there is potential for a lot of unfinished karmas or baggage that's attached to that if you advertise it like that. I think that, yeah, like I don't think you're actually connecting to the actual element of what sex brings. Because like in my understanding of sex, it's actually a rejuvenation system. Like it's actually a way for you to rejuvenate the cells in your body. You just need to know how to direct that energy so then you can actually heal yourself of diseases with sex. Like it's so much more.
That's important that you say that. That's important that you say that, because that goes back to what you were saying about sensing subtle, like sensing subtle, or having that discernment, that discrimination. You can tell who's doing it for what reason.
Yeah.
Like there's like a subtleness to that. Like
yeah.
I pick up on that shit too.
Yeah. It's like, okay, so you're a tantric worker. Cool. But like it's also like a whole thing. Like, and that also kind of, and on the speaking on those subtle levels too, right? Like, okay, so this is something we use to cure diseases and we can use to rejuvenate our bodies. How are we projecting that on a basic level? So like the men that I've been with, I've tried to fix before, right? How is that not being reflected in our sex? How is that not being reflected in our tantric exchange right there? When it comes to, you know, I found myself always giving more because and that left me depleted, because sex is, again, a rejuvenation thing. It's a very much healing thing, and it's an emotional thing. It's kind of like tapping into the astral. You know, you bring all of your shit with you. So you need to be clear of the mind and of the body in order for you to go into the astral and actually have a clear focus there. And so I see that the same way with tantric practices, especially when it comes to the sex element. We bring so much of our baggage into it that we spend all of our time focusing on the other person, because on a subtle level, we're trying to heal them with this energy instead of actually like tapping into our own and utilizing it for what it's for in the most conducive way. And I know that females get that confused. I know it. Oh Lord, we get so lost because we think we have to be these sex symbols. We think we have to be these naked goddesses and shit like that. And you have to be like sucking from our tits in order to be appreciated.
Right. And that's the way that the media depicts it.
Yeah.
And little girls pick up on that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
It's a propagation of a specific type of force. When I've been digging into this tantra stuff a lot, so it's really cool that you guys keep bringing it up. I guess I'm supposed to talk more about it. But when you start digging into this stuff, you really start to see the power of the divine feminine. And I want to preface this and say that there is not one that's more important than the other. People, for some reason, always get that confused. Oh, it's about the goddess. No, human. It's about the balance and harmony of both. But when you begin to really look into this, you see that there is a much deeper significance than what most base, gross minds can understand. When you talk about this goddess energy, it manifests in two different aspects according to what's required. Now, one of those aspects is like the destroyer and the devourer, Kali, and she takes from the masculine aspect and leaves him as a dry husk. And oftentimes devotees who follow that path end up symbolically castrating themselves, if not physically. But then there's another aspect of the goddess which doesn't just take, she also gives back. And that's what you're talking about, Alora. And this is more of like Parvati and Durga. They take the energy, but they also give, and it's a rejuvenation. Again, this relates to the two aspects of the feminine. We talk about Malkuth and Bina. One is a barren mother. One is a fertile mother. Same woman though, same energy. Book I've been reading lately is this one here. We're talking about Bobby Hemmett. This is the one that Bobby Hemmett recommended, right? It's called Women, Androgynes, and Other Mythical Beasts.
Because women are definitely mystical beasts.
Yeah. But on the cover here, you've got the unification of Shiva and Parvati, right? And this, I didn't realize that this was a tantric Vedic book until I started reading it, because I bought this years ago just because Bobby said something cool about it. But somebody sent me a message on Instagram like, hey, what's that book Bobby talked about? And I went to digging up all the books that I have a little shelf for all the books that Bobby recommended. And I find in here, like, there's so many different things about tantric sex, not just the sex act, but the symbology of it, and why there's so many myths about incest and father with mother, brother with sister, et cetera, et cetera. It's all symbolic of how these energies are interacting with themselves. Eventually, no matter what path you're on, you're going to have to unite with the goddess aspect. But depending on how you see the world, it's going to be that Kali aspect, or it's going to be that Durga aspect. Not to say that those are the only two goddesses, but again, we're talking about the electric and the magnetic manifestation of the feminine energy.
Right. And, you know, even on the whole aspect, like I even have a little bit of a hang up because I think it creates more baggage when people are like, oh, women are the muses. It's like, well, who's Shiva then? Who's Brahman? Who are these other very powerful male figures that we use as muses? You know, like it's always been equal. And for me personally, I'd much rather look at a male than a female, to be honest with you. Like, I'm sorry, but like in this lifetime, I definitely like the male aspect more as like my muse, you know, not to deny that women have beauty, you know, and that they represent abundance. But I do think that there is a misconception about, oh, women are the muses. We are the ones used for the arts, Yes, we have a role that we play, but so do the males. So do the men. They are also the muses of direction, of valor, of, you know, courage, of that warrior-esque kind of thing. Not saying that women can't. And they switch roles too. Like, this is the other hang-up that we have, where we think that women embody feminine aspect and that male embody masculine aspect. That is the illusion. That is not true. They're interchangeable.
Right. Just like we talked about before earlier, when I drew that diagram of the battery has both a positive and a negative pole. Now, in the physical plane, the form that things take are going to be primarily masculine or primarily feminine. Cool, right? That's just a function of this dimension. But that's not the reality of life. On the subtle planes, like the etheric plane and the astral plane and beyond, the form and the function determine the gender and the sex. If we need some feminine energy, that's what you're going to get. If you need masculine energy, that's what you're going to get. Nothing is confined or constrained. That's not how nature even works. Nature does what needs to be done. So, like, all these political and social things that people got going on is just so retarded. Humanity is so silly.
Yeah, I mean, it's the ego, right? And I think that too is, I think that this is an important conversation to kind of have, because we touched on unification earlier, right? How love is unification. And we typically relate that unification with, well, I need a divine masculine and I need a divine feminine. And sex directly relates to that too, because typically when you're attracted to someone, there's a chemical reaction there, right? And you're like, whoa. And then there's like this very strong sexual attraction. And if you don't know how to utilize the act of sex, or even the energy that is drawn through that, then you're not going to be able to put it. Then it's like having an emotional reaction without any direction.
Yes. And if you don't know any better, then you're going to think that's the best thing ever.
Right.
Oh, I just threw some emotion everywhere. So cool. I want to do it again.
Right. It's like that person who's grown up in a family where they're really loud and obnoxious. And so they...
My ex.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's my family too, right? And so like if there are those moments where like my first reaction, thank God I'm alone, right? Or like, you know, or like or I could just vent. But there are some times where like if I get mad, I'll just be like, I'm about to tell that motherfucker that, you know, and it feels good. There's a moment where like it'll feel good. But boy, am I glad I do not approach that person with that kind of energy, you know, or whatever. And sex is very much like that. It's like you being that obnoxious person where you feel empowered for a moment, but in the long run, it doesn't actually do you any good.
Awareness is key. Self-awareness is key.
In all aspects. Like you can literally cure diseases with sex. You know, literally cure disease. You can age less. Doesn't mean that like, you know, you'll remind, you know, you'll like, doesn't mean that you'll be like, oh, I stayed 27 forever. But, you know, like you'll age, like you'll probably be like 50 or 60 or whatever, but you'll look a hell of a lot better because because if you're utilizing it well, right? If you're utilizing that energy, you'll be able to balance out all of your system and rejuvenate it. You're going to be able to recycle that energy. Whereas really, as they say in the Agora books, right? There's like if you just waste it, you just waste it. You just waste it and it goes out nowhere. And then
that's one of the purposes of that sexual energy. It's not just to just raise it up and shoot it out everywhere like that. You know damn well that's not what it's for. It feels good, but we all know damn well you're not supposed to just be squirting it everywhere. Come on now. You know that. But it's supposed to be used to recirculate and rejuvenate, right? And check it out. If you are one of those who's just shooting it everywhere, you are now under the subjection of the devourer goddess, that Kali aspect, who consumes and consumes, right? You're being consumed because that's the relationship you sign up for. And like I said in that book there, followers of that path typically end up self-castration. And there's an example. You're throwing your generative forces away. This ain't about right and wrong, good and bad. Do what the hell you want to do, but I prefer to have things a bit more bountiful and abundant. So
it's about a system. It's a system. Are you going to use it properly, or are you just going to like bang it around on the table and hope it works? You
knew how precious this energy was, we wouldn't waste it. And we wouldn't just waste it with everybody.
Yep. Even on the most basic level, right? Like the first time I heard about sex magic, it was like, oh, if you're going in on it, right before you orgasm, you visualize your intent or the manifestation that you want, and then it'll connect you there to that thing. Bang, right? Yeah, and that takes out, though, all of the other steps of it, because it's not always going to work. Like, as Trav was saying, if you're just going everywhere, you're not giving it a direction. And a lot of people think that they give it a direction if they just visualize at the end of it, like money or whatever. It's what
was Melissa saying before? She was talking about the build up. She's talking about the gradual, the foreplay, and it should start before you even take your clothes off, right? It should be starting earlier that day or last week. The more that you put input equals output, right? It's not just at that last month. That's kind of like saying you can live a life, a shisty, dirty ass life, and at the very end, oh Jesus, forgive me of my sins, amen. Like, sure, yeah, you will be forgiven of your sins, but you still have a lot of balancing that must be done. Likewise, sure, at the end of your little ritual, you can money, sure. But how much better if you started beforehand and kept your mind focused on the objective the entire time? Just like with meditation, where we got these emotions that come up and these thoughts that come up, and we keep our mind focused on the goal. You do that same thing during these experiences. And I'll imagine if you and your partner both keep your mind focused on the goal the whole time, how much can you get done? Instead of being distracted by the sensations of the body. But that might be asking way too much.
So I have this, so like my studies when it comes to that, I like, so Taoism, speaking of like things that surprise us, right? You know that Taoism also has a sexual culture and they're like, oh yeah, it is vibrant. And so I have this book called Healing Love Through the Tao, Cultivating Female Sexual Energy, because they have male sexual energy too. And they talk about the processes. So like for people who are kind of like, well, what is this, blah, blah, blah. This is a picture of that system, right? So this is a picture of some of the direction and what points it hits when you're actually experiencing the energy.
Hold on, pause. Hold that picture right there. Now,
okay.
Anybody who's ever done chakra shooty, what are we looking at here?
Chakra shooty.
Yeah.
I'm seeing some.
I was just looking at it.
Boom, 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 boom,
yep.
boom. Like we got the Bindu in the back. Like that's literally the same points that we hit during
the chakras. Yeah. I was thinking about the same thing right now.
Yeah. So, and then after this, they just talk about, sealing the energy within the body, being able to utilize it. So if you're doing chakra shuddhi and you're experiencing the same thing, like it's literally one system within another. You're tapping into the same stuff. You're just learning how to tap into it from different angles.
Gotta tap that thing from different angles.
Different angles, that's right. Tap it right, okay? Tap it right with light. Come on.
Light.
But yeah, it's a really good book because they also talk about how it stimulates and assists the female body. And so there's pranayama for the ovaries. Like, I mean, all this stuff we've already covered, right? I mean, ways how to breathe, certain pressure points, certain areas, certain psychic centers that you tap into. All of it's the same system. It's the same system. So why do you think you have an excuse to chill out on the sex thing? Like to just throw that out?
It amazes me. It amazes me how, but I get it. It's the human mind. It's like we'll have half the system, but don't apply it to everything. For example, matter is the illusion. It's all about consciousness. But then turn around, melanin. It's all about the melanin. You don't have melanin, so you're not going there. We are special. Which one is it? Is it matter and consciousness, or is it melanin, matter and consciousness? Likewise, the sexual aspect is part of our human life. Why isn't that spiritual too? Why shouldn't that be taken with non-attachment as well? Oh, because it feels too good. I don't want to non-attach from sex. Don't take that away from me. Leave me with something. I already had to give up meat. Give up going to the club.
To give up meat. Don't make me give up booty.
Right, I could exchange one booty for another booty.
You know what, too? That's like the crazy thing as well, at least what I found, is that with more consistent practice of like these sexual tantras and, Taoist sexual energy and all that kind of stuff, because you can do it solo. We talked about it. You can do it solo. Is that you crave it less. Like there is less of a craving because that detachment comes in. So that's how, like, now I can really see like how the monks, like, yeah, they got it on, but like but it was a meditational practice. So it wasn't like, 2 to 3 times every day, like it's an actual process. And when you recognize it for what it is, you crave it less.
And let me say this, there's 2 things about that. Number 1, like we said earlier, and what these books also said, the way that you recognize that you're really doing this work is that you decrease in your desires, right? That includes the sexual desires. So the fact that it's working means that you desire to do it less. And number 2, when we're hungry, it's usually for a specific ingredient or nutrient. If the body's craving protein, that's going to manifest in your mind as an image for something that has protein in it. I don't know why I want chicken right now. I don't know why I want eggs. Like, you're going to think of something that has protein. So likewise, when it comes to the sex and being horny and whatnot, you're craving something. Now, what you do is another story. What you actually eat is another story. But if the craving isn't fulfilled, soon you're going to want more of it. So if you're actually doing these practices, you're actually tapping into what you crave in the first place, which means that you don't have to eat as much. Or in this case, you don't have to orgasm as much.
And even on the healthy bit,
you don't have to orgasm at all.
Right. Even on like the healthy bit, right? Like sometimes you're craving stuff, right? So like this is where illusion takes place, that I think also directly correlates with the sexual thing, because it's like, you know, if you're craving sugar, most likely you're craving a protein, but it's manifesting itself as a sugar, right? And so, but you actually need more proteins in your diet. So if you were to take a tablespoon of peanut butter or something like that, you would be able to fulfill your sugar craving. Like your sugar craving would slowly go away. But you would think that it's the sugar, that it's a dopamine rush that you're craving or something like that. But no, it's actually protein. Well, it's the same thing with sex. You might be craving sex, but what you're actually craving is the relationship with your mom, or the relationship with your dad, or feeling cared for, or something like that. You know?
True. We're starting to get into territory that might be a bit too advanced, Dolores. So once again,
we'll dial it down.
What do you mean the fact that I'm horny means I want to connect with my mom? That's gross.
Yeah. Yo, I was thinking about that shit. And what the fuck you talking about?
I know you don't like to admit it, but maybe you weren't held enough as a child. I'm just saying.
Right. It really dials down. It really dials down to those basic things, you know? Like, you ever, you probably haven't heard this, but oftentimes guys are like, are you an ass man or you a titty man?
Oh, I've heard that.
I'm a breast man. I'm an ass man. Guess what? That goes back to childhood, too. Did you get breastfed enough? Did you not get breastfed enough?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. Well, what you mean? I like titties because I didn't get breastfed enough?
And that makes me think about the two different schools of thoughts of Freud and Wilhelm Reich, the organ dude, energy dude.
Yeah.
It was all about orgasm.
Like it's all about the orgasm. That's
and Freud's like no sex. Yeah.
You got bills to pay, have an orgasm. You got issues with your family, have an orgasm. You thirsty, have an orgasm. Yeah.
It's like here's the thing, like sex produces birth every single time. Now when you connect two human beings of you know, body parts that complement each other, then if everything goes according to nature, a baby is born. But that's only one aspect of birth, right? You have birth every single orgasm. Now the thing is, birth doesn't have to just take place on the physical plane. It also takes place in the etheric and the astral and the mental. And with your awareness, you can use your energy to influence things in the subtle realms. This is what Crowley talked about when he was talking about sacrificing children and shit like that. He ain't talking about physical babies. Come on.
Talking about semen.
That, and also different things that are given birth to on the different planes through these works of sex magic.
You know what's interesting? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What is the sacrifice? It's the transmutation of one life form into another with a specific purpose.
Was that the same thing as like the Greek mythology of like Kronos eating children?
Oh.
Or was it Zeus?
No, Zeus was the one who survived Kronos. Zeus is the son of Kronos.
Yes.
Kronos is time. And Zeus then became the the ruler of time as well, but he actually became the demiurge.
Sounds like a soap opera.
I know, right? I know.
He became the demiurge, and he slept with his sister and his brother. But yeah, it has resonance with that, because we can think of time being the consumer of matter. Within time, all those different children, because they are born means they have to die. Because they are born means they have to die. They're consumed. While time itself isn't consumed, because time itself exists outside of time. Archetype, function. Bina, again, back to the sterile mother, the consuming mother, right? Malkuth would be the fertile mother, bright fertile mother. Am I backwards on that? I'm gonna have to check it.
Are you checking?
Yes.
Okay.
Bright fertile mother. Who that is?
Ina.
Okay. So Amma, the dark sterile mother, and Aima, the bright fertile mother. Yeah, I need to know who's who though. Bina is the dark sterile mother. Yeah, I was right.
Okay. Ego satisfied.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, but you know what? That also makes me think though too, like what we were talking earlier about how we live within patterns that are re-experiencing traumas, and how, you know, you can never really be without a trauma as long as you keep manifesting here, because you have some types of samskaras that you're attached to, and how we were talking about birth being a trauma and death being a trauma that really shapes our whole experience here. Like, imagine how much of a pull now sexual energy has to that, being the creator of a birth, being the very foundational force of it. Think of how much power that holds right there. Use it wisely. Like, it doesn't even just go to like if we were held long enough. It was like, what was our birth? You know, what was our birth like? If we could have redone it, if we could have done it again with different people, what would that process be like? Are we subconsciously playing that out?
You want to go back another step? What was the conception all about?
Yeah.
How did I actually make it into my mom? What was that experience?
It's disturbing, but you know what? You want to know how to use the mechanism, you should really know what you're doing with it in the first place. I know a lot of people who have kids because they didn't want to have, they didn't want to give their kids the same experience they had. So they felt like they had to procreate and basically rebuild the life that they never had. But using
very selfish, very ego-centered. But it's masked as selflessness, right?
Right.
I'm giving my child a better life. No, you're trying to heal your own personal wounds vicariously through somebody else, not even paying attention to the suffering that you're causing them.
Right. And with that foundation, it all goes to shits.
It turned out nothing like you want them to be.
Right. But at best, it'll start being the same, or it'll be the same loop.
Right. Thus bringing it back to you now using sex as a way to create a new conception story. Reprogram that shit, homie. Get yourself some tantra.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, right? Like this is stuff that we got to cleanse. Like it's not just, oh, if I cleanse my root chakra now, my sex is going to be good. No, the sex itself, the partners that you choose, that's fucking important.
My sex is going to be good.
Yeah. No, people really do think that.
Yeah. I know. Like, girl, my root chakra is all cleansed just for you. Like,
like, or how Trav was saying, like, oh, all my shadow work's done. That's it.
Yeah.
Good.
I can stay fully in the present moment, baby. Like, no, you fucking can't.
Kether, here I come. Straight to Kether. Fuck the rest of it.
Oh my God. That's like, man, don't be foolish. Your sex needs to be cleansed too.
Sunshine Chick asks, has women experienced having an orgasm while asleep?
Yes. That was great. I woke up and I was like, it's only me.
Now, the person is here, but I'm not going to drop any names either because it's very personal. But just recently, after doing the expanded version of Chakra Shuddhi in the class, somebody had that experience in their dream, like afterward.
Nice.
Yeah. And yeah, it can happen. Doing it before sleep. I'm not saying try this because that's not what you're supposed to be aiming for. But if you do these kind of meditations before sleep, there's a possibility that can happen because the Kundalini is the sexual energy, and if you're working on raising the Kundalini, then don't be surprised if something like that does happen. I'll certainly say he ain't the only one that happened to.
That's crazy because when I did Chakra Shuddhi, I normally do Chakra Shuddhi in the morning because when I first started doing it at night, I just had a lot of energy, like a lot. Like I couldn't really go to sleep. And when I do go to sleep, I have dreams. And in some instances in my dreams, there's definitely some sexual like energy that gets played out in one way or another.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm the same way. Like I had to not specifically Chakra Shuddhi, but I had to stop doing like chakra type meditations at night because it would like, not saying it would happen all the time, but like I definitely had dreams where like it was like ethereal too. Like it wouldn't even be with like a specific person, but there would just be, yeah, you see that? Yeah, and it would just be like these bodies, but the way how it was flowing all of a sudden was just like bam. And I would like, and those were my orgasm nights. That's where I would be like, whoa.
Right.
It's like, did I just get off on some like ghost Casper shit? Like,
right. Like all I'm experiencing is the actual feeling. It's not about anyone. Like, right. Yeah.
And like any images that came to my mind were like almost like silhouettes of bodies, but not actually bodies. Like it was just like rivers of water almost like, and they were like light. Yeah.
I mean, it gets real, man. It gets real. Like when I first, I don't know. It's so funny because people like do it for the first time and they sit still and they're like, oh, okay, I did it. That's it. What am I supposed to expect? It's like, keep doing it a few more months. You'll get it one day. I think one of the most recent times I couldn't move for like 10 minutes afterwards. Like I was just so overwhelmed with whatever the hell, prana, energy, vibration. Like my body was just overwhelmed with the force of what the hell I tapped into. And all this stuff was just going through my head. I mean, it was clarity, but at the same time, it was like I was standing on the cliff looking at all this data. Like, and it wasn't overwhelming like, oh, this is too much. I mean, like I was physically overwhelmed. I couldn't move. I didn't want to move. it's a nice feeling too. But yeah, these meditations, these tantric transcendental meditations, it's not like you just sit down and feel good. Like, these actually stimulate energies within you. Like everything she said in the book of Tatwa Shuddhi, and also in Dharana Darshan, like, they're serious about the things that can happen. Cool stuff, man. Cool stuff.
A matter of consistency. I wonder how many new students you're going to get now that we've talked about the sexual aspect of it, Trav. They'll be like, oh wait, you can meditate and have all of this stuff? Okay. I'll try it.
I'll have to wait until they forget about that before I open the class. When we gonna get to that sex meditation you was talking about? Just go to Pornhub, man. Nah, I want to feel that new stuff.
No, that spends my energy. You said that. Not trying to spend it.
Touche. What demon do I use to have a nocturnal emission?
Man. I used demons for that before too, actually, and that worked as well. Who was it? It was one of them. It wasn't Salas. Oh shit! Was it Forrest? One of them. But yeah, that energy came very sexually as well. That was a trip. That's when I first started experiencing, like, okay, sexual energy and magic energy really are like all in one, that all this is like a whole system, and you can't just leave one part out and not expect it to come up, like, especially if you're diligent in it. Like, you know, we're using sex, I think, because it's a very taboo subject in our culture, and so it's like, oh my God, you have sex, like, you know. And I don't think that's, you know, I think that's why we continue to bring it up too. But yeah, like everything is a part of this mechanism here. And when you tap into higher magic or like yoga, like actual yoga, you're going to experience all the sensory expressions. So that doesn't just include like your memories and experiences and how they relate in your mind, and whether or not you have flashbacks. You're still coming from like the mind. Like there's a whole body here too that also goes through these transformations. So I think that is important to analyze that, like, even our taboo subjects, like even with pain, you're going to have moments of like severe pain if you stick into the meditations and stuff like that, because there's going to be something there that needs to be released or cleansed. Like it's literally all connected.
Literally. There's no separation. Again, yoga means union. But the thing is, we have to affect it according to the plane that we have access to. Now, everybody's got access to the physical plane, so it's easy to start there. Taboo. Extreme sparkles in 3, 2, 1. Allah.
Dude, I can't do any of that. Are you on a computer? Are you doing that on a computer? That's why. If I try, oh wait, there's backgrounds and filters. Okay, show me. Did anything happen?
Yeah, look at that blurry background.
Oh, right. All right, let's go wild.
Black and white. What happened to the color? Am I dreaming?
Yes. Oh, I like this one. I'm gonna do this one. This right here. None. All right. Wow, you got a halo. My ego's jealous. I think I have a samskara. I don't know. But you got a halo. And I don't got that setting. Oh shit. And kind of look like an emo unicorn. Got the side toe right there. It's nice. Wow.
How do you own that set?
It looks good with the cloak too. Like it makes it all one thing, you know? Very holy.
Set. It's good. It's good. Life is good. And we can all be happy if we just try. There's just as much goodness as there is negativity. And that's another one of the things that's been coming up for me, is that every experience exists within every moment. At any given moment, you can feel any given way. Just like we talked hours ago about how we look at somebody and we're like, oh, I feel love now because that person made me feel love. No, it's in you. Love is in you, but you use that person as a trigger. Likewise, you can feel fear, anger, courage, paranoia, love. Everything is currently there in the moment. But it's what we focus on, what we choose to focus on, that expands. So when I say like, oh, everybody can be happy, I'm not just saying good sounding words. Like, happiness exists. It's just a state. Every state exists eternally. You choose what to tap into. Nobody makes you mad. You choose to tap into anger. It doesn't matter what's going on outside of you. You choose what to be at the moment. It's always been that way. It's always been that way. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Ghostbusters. Busting makes me feel good. Okay. So, I think it's about that time. We've had quite a lot of information to digest here. It's been about 6 hours. 6 good hours. Yeah. Many times I'm not too sure what we're going to talk about, but I've learned after a couple of years of doing this that the right subjects appear. Because it's not just, I learned that this isn't just about me talking. Oh, what am I going to talk about? There's an exchange going on. There's me talking, and then there's you guys who tune in. And oftentimes what happens is that as you tune in, there's certain things that you are expecting or pulling, just like pulling from a deck of cards. And I understand that oftentimes this medium can be a channel for divination. Look at that, pulling out the Akasha in the material realm. So that being said, I don't worry so much about, what am I going to say? I hope that I find something to talk about. No, the answer comes. The answer always comes. Never has failed. Never. I've never had an episode where it's like, oh, I didn't say anything and nobody got anything out of it. Like, it's always relevant. because it's not, I don't approach this, I stopped approaching this as being about me, like, how am I gonna look? No. I understand that people tune into this platform for a reason, and I tried to play the role for that archetype. And that's how the exchange happens. When you understand the relationship that's at play, then the energy flows appropriately, right? If you are in a relationship where you have to be a father figure for a child, if the child plays the child role and the father plays the father role, then the energy flows appropriately. Likewise, if you're in a relationship where one person is to be the antagonist and one's the protagonist, you play that role appropriately and the exchange happens appropriately. It's only when people don't understand their role and they're out of place that things don't flow. So one of the things to consider if your life ain't working the way you want it to is just to analyze the role that you're currently in. Not the role you want to be in, but the role that you're currently in. Understand the pattern. And if you would request a different pattern, then find a way to harmonize and balance the one that you're currently in and figure out how to get into the next one. But nowhere in that process does there need to be a woe is me, everything's falling apart, oh, I'm a fit, none of that. There's no room for any of those kind of things. Maximilian asks, can Cthulhu be a sexy energy? Are you talking about Cthulhu? Cthulhu? It could be, if you want. Cthulhu typically, oh my gosh. Yeah, typically Cthulhu could represent a gateway into the subconscious mind. The dreamer, the sleeping king. When you think of Cthulhu, also think of Osiris, the green man. Everything you know about Osiris, use that information to also think about Cthulhu. It's a pattern, it's an algorithm, and they can be interchangeable. But if you think that, I mean, sure, it could be, it's a concept. You would be the energy though. Remember I just mentioned about the relationships and the archetypes. Now I mentioned that the subconscious mind or Cthulhu or Osiris, that's the sleeping male. So then we think about Isis, which would be his Shakti, right? Now think about the mythology, because you gotta remember everything I said. I don't say nothing like extra or random, like it all adds up. I talked about the metaphors. When you figure out the metaphor, understand that the whole metaphor applies. So what's the relationship between Isis and Osiris? Osiris died. He was killed by his brother, chopped up into 13 pieces. Isis, his wife, gathered his pieces together. She couldn't find his penis. She couldn't find his sexual member. So she created one out of gold. And she had sex with it and got herself pregnant with his essence, right? And then gave birth to a new thing, a third quality, the sun, Buddhi, your higher self. So you got to think, what is, if Osiris or Cthulhu represents the subconscious mind, then what does Isis represent? What does she represent? If the child, if Horus, if that represents your pineal, well, if that represents your Buddhi, your third eye, your higher self, your highest aspect, then what could Isis represent? In other words, we're talking about consciousness and matter. We're talking about Prakriti and Shiva. So to say, can Cthulhu be a sexy energy? It can, but that's the sex that's happening there. The same sex that's happening between Isis and Osiris. Same sex that's happening between Shiva and Shakti, between Purusha and Prakriti. So sex on those higher aspects, it's not penis, vagina, like down in the material plane. Because yeah, think about it. Everything has sex. Animals have sex. Plants have sex. Bugs have sex. Even those aspects of sex are not the same as human sex. But here's what you got to do. You got to look at all those different types of sex, right? Think about how plants reproduce. Think about all the different aspects of sexuality and find the connecting dot between all of them. It's about the relationships, right? Find the relationship between all the different types of sex. What's the common factor? That's how you can see sex from a higher plane. Not about bumping, grinding, slapping groins. That's just how humans do it and dogs do it. Other creatures do it a little bit differently. I think there's an octopus who puts all of his sperm in one of his legs, rips it off, and throws it at the female. Here, do it yourself, right? Black widow spiders, you know what I'm saying? She kills the man after the deed is done. Like, there's different aspects of this sex. But find the common denominator between the different sexual aspects and then zoom out and see how they connect. That's how sex actually is on the higher planes. When you realize that, you won't be in so much of a rush to have astral sex with everybody you meet on social media, because it ain't even the same thing. Sometimes two people talking together and having a beautiful conversation and coming up with these awesome ideas and breakthroughs. Like, you ever had a conversation with somebody of the opposite sex and you guys are just talking and going at it, and like these incredible pieces of information that's coming through, like wow, 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 wow. That's a form of a sexual exchange, because new things are being created. The same way that Isis and Osiris got together and created Horus. Same thing's happening there too. You feel me?
Hey Trev, I got a question for you though. If they're to relate to a... What?
I forgot there were other people here.
Yeah, we're here. So I got a question about Osiris though. So if you're using it as like a sexual entity, what happened with his original penis though?
His brother cut it off
and threw it somewhere.
His brother was a little strange, you know.
Well, no, I know that, but like he threw it somewhere, and then Isis was able to get it, except for this missing penis. So if you were to conjure it in some way or whatever, would there possibly be like a residual kind of thing? You know what I mean? With that, like, okay, yeah, he made Horus, but his other penis is kind of running around still.
Or was it ever there?
Well, it got cut off, so that means it had to be there for it to be cut off, right?
I mean, why didn't they have Horus until after he died?
Why didn't they have Horus until after he died? Because she made him...
Osiris is the god of fertility, but how come they never had any kids until after he passed? Or I could be mistaken. Anyways, back to your question.
The missing penis. Happened to it.
You're saying, what if there's a phantom penis running around?
I'm just wondering if you're going to conjure this dude's energy as like the fertile one, as the one that you want to embody, right? Like, I wonder if on a more subtler aspect, if maybe you should keep in mind that one of his penises is missing. And so it might be like leading to some promiscuous thoughts, or, you know, like, you know, maybe distractions, or maybe more kids than you were planning, or, you know, like, could there be maybe a side effect? I mean, again, it's kind of cause and effect and what meaning you put to it. But when you're evoking gods, you're evoking a specific formula. So we're just wondering about that part of the formula, if that could have possibly any effect that might, you know.
I can see that. The lower penis and the higher penis, maybe, right? The mundane penis and the gold gilded penis. And by the way, I related them to Shiva and Shakti, and that shouldn't be far-fetched, because how do we symbolize Shiva in the original Vedic culture?
As man and female, right?
As a lingam. He's literally symbolized as a penis, as a rock hard lingam. Everyone knows about yoni. Everyone knows what a yoni is. Well, what's the opposite of a yoni? A lingam. Shiva is symbolized as a lingam.
Yeah.
Which is...
maybe that's the missing penis. If Osiris is maybe the penis was Osiris. maybe Osiris was the lingam, and then she just put up all the spots and then just made like an extra one to like help her out, you know?
Extra penis. Anybody have an extra lingam laying around?
It's all right. I got one here. It's fine.
Stray Panther says some stories say one of Isis's handmaidens stole it. Others say a crocodile ate it.
Really?
All right, all right. So let's say like a crocodile took it, right? So if that's a thing, then like again, what in this formula would you be evoking? You know, like would you also be evoking the crocodile?
Oh my goodness. So gosh, there really is a science to this thing. Because just from what you're saying, we're assuming what role that we're taking. How do you know whether to take the masculine or the feminine role? Oh, well, it's determined by what gender I am. No, it's not. Because we're not talking about penis and vagina. We're talking about a transfer of energy. No, I don't like where this is going, bro. I don't like where this is going. Right? This is too deep to talk about for YouTube conversation.
Yeah, it's a lack of knowledge and close minders, I think.
Absolutely. What you mean? I was with you to that part. I know. That's okay.
They were with you until we got to the crocodile.
Right. I didn't have my meal replacement smoothie today. I should probably go make that.
You're not eating, bro? You having a meal replacement? What?
I didn't have time to cook anything today.
Wow. I hear you. I'm cooking right now.
What are you cooking?
Vegetables. Spinach, ginger.
Okay.
I'm mixing spinach, ginger, and I have green onions, some potatoes. Yeah. And
Cool.
That sounds good, man.
Yeah.
I usually eat I get tortillas because they're easy and I fill it up with stuff. But I used to get flour tortillas. The other day I had a corn tortilla and it was so good and so different. So I bought some corn tortillas and I've got some carne asada marinated sauce.
Yeah.
And I've got this Beyond Meat, this big old slab of Beyond Meat, and I'm gonna marinate it in this carne asada sauce. And I'm gonna chop up some onions. I'm gonna chop up some garlic. I got some seasoning for it, avocado. It's gonna. Oh, and I got one of those little grills that you press down. It's not the George Foreman, but it's kind of like it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make vegan carne asada. It's gonna be so good. So good.
Well, usually if you want to go with tortillas, you can actually mix it with black beans or brown beans. And then when you cook your beans, if you like to cook your beans manually, you can add, cook your beans for like an hour. Once they are already nice and smooth, like ready to be eaten, you separate some of those beans, you put it in a different pot. And then on that pot, you put pretty much onion. You can put coconut oil if you want, or you can put walnut oil in it. You put the beans in it, you kind of like fry the beans in it, and you put red onions in it, mix it together with the beans, and you will love it. And then you can have your tortilla kind of like, we call it like burritos with beans. I don't know, it's like a Central America type of thing.
Yeah, that's like all I ate in Mexico. It was so good.
Yeah.
So when you said red onions, are they the same as like the purple ones?
Yes.
Okay, I got those. Got those.
Yeah.
What?
Pharisee's got this marination going on, and now he's got to make sure what a red onion is. Yeah, you're coming around,
Leave me alone. Cool. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yes, it is. You can try the white onions too, but the white onions, they're not as much as nutritious as the red ones or the purple ones. Yeah,
they don't have the same flavor.
They're not.
They're pretty though. They make it look nice when you got the purple onions in there and the little green spinach and everything.
Yeah,
I love the colors. The yellow bell peppers.
Yeah. Yeah, so you will load your tortilla with that.
I like what I eat to look pretty.
Yes, exactly. It looks tasteful and it has flavor.
Yeah, so I think that's what I'm gonna make after this. So you said put the black beans. I mean, I'm not on that level yet. I'm not at that level of black bean mastery where I'm cooking them from dry. I got them in a can that says bushes.
Just boil them, bro.
No. No, you do naturally, young men. Do you know what's in those cans, ingredients and preservatives in there? You're trying to eat it. It's nasty, the stuff that's going on in there. All right, it's easy. No, you do. But listen, you buy the beans, okay? Go to this. I don't know if you have any like Spanish or you know, some places out there. Sometimes bodegas. I don't know if you have bodegas around your towns. I mean, in New York, we have a lot of bodegas. Well, they will sell you the beans in bags, uncooked beans, right? So if you get the uncooked beans, you're going to put in you know, in like a pot where you can boil them with water. Obviously, you're going to buy the beans and clean the beans with water, rinse them out, and then you let them cook with water for at least an hour. Make sure you don't burn them, obviously. But you put water into it, and when you start looking, it's an average like an hour. Once you see that the beans are getting like softer and smooth, you can make many meals with those beans naturally. So there's no really like preservatives. The one preservative that you want to put in it for you to last you long, it's garlic. If you put garlic, like 3 heads of garlic, like, you know, those little tiny, I'm not saying like the 3 big, you know, just the small ones in there, it will help to sustain the beans to not to go bad. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So you wanted to use that, and it gives you a good flavor in your meals as well. It's very easy, Travis. It's not complicated. You just boil the beans. That's all that you do.
Okay.
You just boil the beans.
I accidentally bought too much garlic because I used the you know, where they deliver it to you, and it had it by weight. So I was like, half a pound or something like that, and she gave me like 6 bowls.
Yes.
But I love garlic. I love cutting it up and eating it.
Right.
Cooking it. But you're saying that if I do the beans dry and boil them, and when I save them in a container, I put garlic in there, and that'll make them last longer.
Yeah, you can cook the beans with you can boil the beans with water and put the garlic in it.
After it? Oh, while it's boiling.
While it's boiling, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. You know, and I think I'm getting to well, I've been at this point, but it's, you know, I can be content with just like rice or rice burrito.
Yeah. Like brown rice. Not white rice, brown rice. Brown rice. White rice has a lot of sugars in it.
What about jasmine and basmati?
As long as As long as it's brown.
As long as it's brown.
There's brown, just not brown. Brown jasmine rice. I have it.
Yeah.
This brown jasmine.
Yeah, it's so good. Hold on, I'll show you.
It has fiber on it, Mr. Travis.
I didn't know that there was rice science, man. What's going on here? Oh, look at Ganesh. Look, see, that's a symbol for me right there. I gotta get me some brown jasmine. Gotta get me some melanated jasmine rice.
Oh my God, Travis.
Black rice.
It's just right. Yeah. And
look at that. There it is. Bold, silky, and dark chocolate.
This is a chocolate bar that they made inspired by me.
Nice. See, he's a muse.
Look, he's even got the 72 on there.
Oh yeah. Dark chocolate. Oh my Lord, you're funny.
With the homie.
Prosperity.
Master of the earth plane. Ganesh, the master of the physical realm.
I like how there's one commonality between all of us, and that's also that we just like seeing each other eat or like what each other's eating. So at some point in the conversation where it's like, so what are you making? What do you have?
It's really important to a spiritual path, right?
It is.
I don't eat much, but when I do, it's got to be something good and important. I don't just eat trash just because I'm hungry. It's got to resonate, right? Yeah, I got to see if my grocery store has melanated rice.
I bet it does.
Do you guys have melanated jasmine? I'm sorry, what? You know, brown jasmine.
What you talking about?
They don't have it. They don't have a jasmine rice, but have you ever had like black wild rice? That's supposed to be really good for you too.
Black is even better than brown.
Yeah,
it has more fiber in it.
That's right.
Wait.
You need to get that
brown rice, black rice.
I have that.
Yeah, right.
I'll have that too.
Yeah.
You got the black rice, Melissa? No way.
Black
way,
rice?
girl.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys eat it well. There's like a glare.
It's a really good quality of rice. That's the most nutritional rice on the family of rices. The worst one is the white one, and the brown one is the most nutritional one. But that rice takes time to cook, and it takes it takes tactic to cook that rice.
Yeah, you gotta like leave it in water.
Yeah. The night before.
But it's
Can
good.
I get that on Amazon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think my grocery store has black. I ain't never seen no black rice.
Well, you learn it now, my friend.
Wild. I thought brown rice is as wild as it gets.
There's so much of the vegetarian world, my friend.
That's
so much stuff in the vegetarian world, and people don't even know it.
It's like its own metaverse.
Yeah. Different colored onions, like different colored garlic.
Yeah.
Different colored
all that. Red rice too.
Yeah.
What?
Red rice.
Yeah, red rice is good.
Definitely never seen that.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to process black rice. I'm still trying to process brown jasmine. Talking about red rice.
That's right, man.
Wow.
Right.
Oh wow. Honey Braids in the chat. I think we're talking about Osiris's penis here. Said, I read a catfish ate it. That's funny. I'm sure she's being serious.
A catfish ate it?
Yeah. I think I've seen that before. She posted a picture on nilenet.com, but Wasn't her. Catfish joke.
Oh.
Young folks.
Got it. That's super lame. I got it.
Damn.
No, I mean, like, you know, yeah, that's kind of like a corny dad dirty joke. Catfishing it. It's good though.
I've read that somewhere also. Why is his thing floating all over the Kemet verse?
See, that's why I have that hesitation on, like, should you evoke him if you're going to be like, you know, what's up with that other part of the formula there? You know,
It's wandering.
Wandering penis, you know.
Is that the kind of energy you're trying to invoke?
You know, is it? I don't know.
But I think it's also symbolic on another level too. The fact that I don't know. He isn't really much use physically.
Right. Like, he's dead, you know?
Right.
Like, all the work was through Isis.
Right. He's not existent on the physical plane like Shiva. Shiva's in eternal meditation.
Mm-hmm. So maybe instead you should be looking into the aspect of Isis, of evoking Isis.
And she's considered the goddess of magic.
That might do you more well than evoking the god of Osiris. Like, Osiris might be good for fertility, you know, like providing fertile ground, but you might want to evoke the feminine aspect, Isis, if you're going to be performing it in sex magic.
I think it can be translated across even when we look at Shiva and Shakti, right? Because you can't invoke Shiva. What are you even going to do with that? You can't invoke Shiva. Just like you can't invoke Osiris. What the hell are you going to do? There's no invoking inside. However, it is Isis, it is Shakti who is the performance, who is the doer, and who is the one who is it's done through, and her aspect of Ma'at, the matrix, right? Because all the feminine goddesses are the same goddess, just different dimensions or flavors or angles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I guess really in experiencing Osiris or Shiva. Oh, what is that?
Those are the vegetables with the potatoes. That looks good. Man, I just had pancakes and now I want some of what Hekate's got.
You see the steamy flavor just rising up off of that?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, my tatwas are being induced. I'm falling into attachment. Help me.
Lord.
Looks good.
Mm-hmm. Your mic is off.
I'm talking in here. I'm like, yeah, it's the ginger. It's ginger, spinach, and potato in it. And then you have tamal, but the tamal it's like a plantain tamal. I don't know how the Dominicans, they have a name for it. I'm not sure what they call it, but we call it tamal, which is like a plantain on it. And then it has like potato inside in it, and a little bit of rice inside. So yeah, I know, Travis, it's weird. It's like a plantain.
It's not like that.
Yeah, it's a plantain. Yeah, it's green plantain. Yeah, it's that one right there. You see that one? Yeah, it's what you have. It is right here.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Got some bananas.
You get some bananas, yes, green bananas.
Yeah, green ones.
Yeah.
And bigger.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Speaking of banana,
That's good.
My banana bread should be done in like 10 minutes.
Golly.
Kitchen magic, flavor magic, like yo, that's still part of the process too. Like we can still use everything that we are doing with intention and patterns in the food that we cook and prepare and eat. It's just like you put your manifestations out and they come back, you can do the same thing with the food.
Mm-hmm.
We learned from initiation into hermetics, charging up the food as you cook it, just like you charge up the water.
Yep.
It all comes out of us to go back in.
And that plays on the excretion of it too. I know we're talking about food, and so this might be inappropriate, but it's a part of the same mechanism, you know, like that's another aspect. Can't be forgetting about your poo.
Conscious pooping.
That's
Conscious
right.
pooping.
That's right. You're literally getting rid of the waste.
Right. And that's another part of the metaphor, right? Because like I said, you got to take the whole metaphor in. You can't pick and choose. If what goes in must come out. So if you're putting in the goodness and the good manifestations, well, retain the good parts of it and push out the unnecessary. Conscious pooping, right?
Mm-hmm.
You brought that up last time, right? Was that you?
Me with conscious pooping?
Yeah.
Did I? Apparently I'm more interested in it than I thought.
I don't know if that was in our class or if you brought that up before. That came up not long ago.
I don't know. I don't even remember last week.
That was 2 classes ago, Travis. That was like 2-3 classes ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Look at that.
That
See,
was
like
you, Lord.
things do come back around every time. I made a post earlier. You guys remember? I think it was maybe 3 sessions ago. I was talking about like the money magic and the fake bills and everything like that. Mm-hmm. Well, KP screenshotted that, and exactly 2 years ago, I'm talking about the same day, we were talking about the same subject. He took a screenshot of when I was holding up that money, February 13th of 2020. Once again, February 13th, 2022, we were talking about the same subject.
Whoa,
I never caught that. And I wonder, like, how frequently does this stuff repeat? How frequently do these patterns really repeat?
All the time. I mean, I know that we've talked about stuff that we've talked about before. Like, and not even like days ago, but in like the same conversation. Or yeah. Or like yeah, and also just like from months before, whatever, or like one of us will pick up, like, I love how with this group we're all on this similar level now where we'll be talking about a subject and then all of a sudden we'll open up a page. One of us will open up a random page in the book, and it'll be on the subject that we're talking about. Like, I know that happens with everyone in this group.
I mean, and it goes even deeper. Like, there's so many things often, like, you guys will, like, message me, or, like, I'll see it in the chat or something like that, and it's, like, directly corresponding to something that I was looking at and didn't tell anybody about. I'm saving this for a post, but there's, like, a specific book that I've been trying to get, and I finally got it. And somebody else, Naturally Natured, in the chat, she received hers and posted it. I had a dream this morning that I received my copy. She received her copy, and then and it has a spider on the cover and it involves spiders and stuff. And then in another chat, somebody sending me a bunch of like spider memes at the same time she sent me that other one. But it's like, it's connected to me and me only, because no one else is seeing that everyone else is sending me stuff. But it just shows like, wow. And now I'm looking at 1111 on my screen. It just shows that everything like tapped in. There's a certain source that's being tapped into.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I'm seeing that with like my manifestations now too, all that kind of stuff. Like so the other day we ran, like, I'm not a big smoker. I don't really care about weed all that much, but we ran into some free weed because our neighbor was moving, right? And so like we're smoking it and enjoying it and stuff like that. And then, you know, it was over. And as soon as it was done, I was like, okay, cool, whatever, like we're done. And then I had one of the guys from the gym come over for a massage. And as part of his trade, he gave me a whole bunch of homegrown weed. And I was like, wow, okay. And like, I remember thinking in a passing thought, like, oh, it'd be nice to have more, but I'm not stressing about it. And then next thing I know, like I get this homegrown organic stuff and we're talking about seeds and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, oh, right, that's cool. Like all these little manifestations start happening kind of like that now too, where it's like, along with the synchronicities, it's like literally everything is coming into whatever I'm in tune with. Like whatever I'm thinking about is like coming out. Literally, like in my physical dimension, whether it's manifesting on someone having a similar thought or an action takes place, or I see something on, you know, a book somewhere or whatever, that kind of thing. Like it's always a synchronicity happening. And that's what makes the psychic connection really cool, because now I'm starting able to like see a situation play out before it plays out. Because I'm like, oh, okay, like I'm getting the vibes on this. And from all this previous history that I've had where like, you know, I got to go with that first intention. I bet this is going to be like this. And then next thing you know, this unravels as this. And it's like, all right, that's cool. That's how it happens. But yeah, I think you're right. You tap into, especially if you're consistent with practice, you're going to tap into like this synchronizing currents.
It's inevitable. As you expand, you start getting away from separation and closer to unity. As you expand, if you get closer to unity, then you're going to come across similar occurrences because they're unified at that level. There's no enemies. It's all you. Now, if you think that you are this physical incarnation, then of course you're going to have trouble. But if you recognize that you are something that is more than this physical incarnation, what can be against you? It's all the same thing. Oh, that chocolate was good.
Yo, I wanted to tell you, Laura, this week I did 100 minutes massage. Okay. 100 minutes massage. And all that I can think about is Travis and you. The little bitch was like, oh, the massage is too deep. Oh, the massage is too soft. Can you try to change your techniques? My bitch, I'm thinking in my head, bitch, I'm an acupuncturist, motherfucker. Yeah. I know my shit. Right? You're an acupuncturist? All right. So I'm saying to myself, I'm stuck with this bitch for 100 minutes. I have two choices. Get my dark side out or be nice. And the only thing that I can think about is Alora and Travis. I'm like, Travis say that this is not real. It's not real. This is not the reality of the world. All I can think about is that for those 100 minutes, all right? And then I go, all right. So now I'm thinking I have to adjust this shit. It's either I need to make her happy, right? Because she was like, I only go to spas. Like she's like a high class popo. Okay, I call them popos, high classes, right? High classes popos. And I'm thinking, well, I'm like, what kind of techniques did you want in the massages at this point? She went kneading for 100 minutes. And I'm thinking, yeah, exactly. You see that face that you got? How am I going to do kneading in the big rolls in the back and kneading in the big rolls? I'm talking about rolls, bro. I got my rolls, man, but at least I can grab my rolls. Okay. Now this chick is it's with these two fingers, you have to work for 100 minutes. And I'm thinking to myself, man, I'm like a fucking surgeon in here. I'm not destroying my fingers, man, because I use them for needles. Ain't not happening. So all that I did is with the knuckles, right? You're just trying to make her happy and figure it out. And at the end of the story is this. I'm trying to think what Laura and Travis are saying, right? Not the reality. This is bullshit. This is not real. All I can think about is calm down. I've been doing my chakra shooties. I've been doing the right? And all I can think of is that. Either is that or she goes down. Bones or something. I swear to God, that was 100 nightmare minutes. And I'm like, all right, I got this.
You got through it.
Nice, you got it, dude. You survived.
Yeah.
That was some karma burning right there. That was your version of chakra shooting, honestly.
Oh my God, 100 minutes. That was my one client that I thought she was going to complain at my boss. So I went before her. I went to my boss and I explained to my boss, listen, I did everything you can think about. I did reflexology, pampering the head, pampering the back, had stones. I don't care. You name it. She can't cut me on any of that. I'm like, if she gives me 1 star, man, there's nothing I can do. And then my boss is like, but you have 5 stars.
Woo!
What?
Okay.
Like, you have 5 stars. So I'm like, so that means it's not going to affect me. So why the fuck am I worried about one woman when you have, and it's not ego. It's just that you know what you're doing. And then I picture myself, because I have 5 stars, it doesn't mean that I'm ego. 5 stars means the experience, right? The experience that you had, all these hands and all these techniques. And I even thinking I probably had it in my past life. Maybe in my past life, I was the same thing. And now it's just keep coming back. It keeps coming back. So it has, and then I say to myself, you learn the differences between an arrogant person to a person who knows what it's doing in her job. So at this point, the woman didn't complain to my boss, but my boss was prepared for it. And then she didn't complain to the boss. She was even nicer. The boss was nicer. She pays her bill and she walked away.
Nice.
So, reactions, guys, reactions. Thoughts, like you guys were saying, right? You have a specific thought and then reality is something else.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what, too? You were like saying the whole time, like, none of this shit is real. None of this shit is real.
Yeah.
Think about how, like, you basically were also transferred, because we transfer energy, right? So, like, you were transferring that into the massage as you were doing it. So even though she's like, oh, I don't like this, I don't like this, there comes her energy that's like, none of that shit is real.
Yeah, exactly.
And then she ended up leaving you, like, good for you. Yeah.
It was a very interesting case. Yes, my first one actually was my first one. So, but I know what to do for the next one if that ever happens. You know, like, you gotta chill out and just fix the problem, and that's it.
Yep. I got
control.
Like,
maintain your frame.
Yes. Yeah, it is.
I got a teacher who is super obnoxious and really reactive, and the other students really don't like him, and I don't really like him either. Like, he's just really hard to be around. But I'm one of the only ones but I control my reactions to this person. And so I turn every mean thing he says into a joke. I just turn it into a joke and kind of laugh at it, you know? I'm like, oh yeah, that's what's happening, right? You know, like,
you control it.
Yeah, and I just turn, you know, I'm just like, no, you know, kind of the same thing. Like, none of this shit's fucking real, bro. Like, whatever. And why are we all showing like chocolate? I don't understand.
This is showing chocolate. I'm in competition here. Yeah, you're gonna show some chocolate. Look what I got, bro.
Competition. All right. That shit. So this dude is also, so yeah, he's like, pretty intense. And just a flash, what do y'all know about baking cocoa, huh? Oh shit, it's going blurry.
Baking cocoa. Nice.
But yeah, and so I just like control my reactions around him. And dude, this guy loves me. And I don't know why. Like, it's,
you don't argue.
Because I don't argue. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Like, dang, man, like I do not like this person, but boy, does he like me. So like,
you don't argue.
Look at it till I leave, right? I'm like, all right, that's cool, man. Like, but I am going to complain about you, but you know, like, but still, like, I'm glad you like me. But yeah, that controlling the reaction thing is huge. Because
big thing, guys.
Mm-hmm.
And with the chakra duty, it's really helping. I'm telling you, it really is helping. Because I'm a very short temper, man. Like, seriously, it's just like you say some shit and I'll be right back, man. I'm like, yo, fuck off, you know. Like, I'm a Sagittarius. What can I say? You know, just brutal. People say it's like Sagittarius, we like we are hypocrite. Unfortunately, we're not. We have a big mouth. We tell you what it is. And what is it? A hypocrite or big mouth? Big one. Which one you want? You know, so balance it up. Yeah.
That's true. I had a roommate who was, or I still have a roommate. He's still here. But like when we used to have such bad communication issues because of the way how you would communicate would just be so harsh.
Yeah.
I'd be like, what the hell is this? And then I'd get reactive and I'd be like, ah! And then, over time, we really learned how to communicate with each other, which was very good. But yeah, you have to watch your reactions. Interpersonal relationships teach you the most.
About that professor or teacher or the person that you didn't like but liked you. Mm-hmm. Zoom Man in the chat says maybe he feels like nobody understands him but you.
I think that I represent a type of crew that he wants to belong to. So he's the type of person who is, you can tell, is highly reactive and emotional because they've been put down. I think that he lived a lot of his life and still does in insecurity. And so the way how he projects that, his confidence, is to be a know-it-all and, bring everything back onto how he's awesome and then shower people in things like food or gifts to make them like him. And so he does this and over again. And as a teacher, he violates a lot of boundaries because he wants to be friends with his students. Now, one of his big qualities that makes him, I think that he's this strong, powerful entity is that he's a self-proclaimed pagan, right? Who lived underneath an occult store and all that kind of stuff. And he can do like the cool wind thing between his hands, whatever. But he said some like really dumb shit to me before. Like, in the hallway one time, he was like, Alora, why is your third eye screwy? And I was like, maybe you're still seeing it as an eye, like, but it's not. I was like, I don't know, maybe it's your projection. And then he was like, let me fix it. He just like does that to my eye. And he's like, do you feel a difference? And I was like, no. And then and he pulls that kind of shit. And he knows that I am also into occult and Vedic stuff, but I think he knows that I know more than him, but he doesn't. Therefore, I'm kind of like, this sounds really fucked up, but this is kind of how it looks to me, like it's playing out. Like I'm kind of like one of the cool kids, that like he can't figure out how to impress yet. So like he wants to be a part of that crew that I'm in, and I'm just not having it. So like, and I do also treat him like one of the kids. Like, unfortunately to me, if you're this stock, I'm seeing you as the child face that you're probably stuck in that time loop. So, you know, to him, I won't speak to him like a child or nothing like that, but you know, like if he does something positive, I'll be like, yay, that's great, cool. And I'll like rock with that. And if he does something negative, I make a joke out of it or I brush it off as like not important. So I think that I've sort of NLP'd him to like want to be part of my area.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's perfectly okay. I was actually going to say, you must have been looking at the manual because I flipped through it from time to time. There's a particular section of the manual where he's talking about, he's asking 3 different people how their holiday was, how their Christmas was. You remember that part?
In the ellipsis in that manual, in the secret manual.
There's one part where he's like, you know, the answer is, oh, I had a great Christmas because I got this and I love this and I love this. And then there was another person that was like, yeah, I had a great Christmas. We got this. And then there was another one that was like, yeah, it was cool. Some stuff happened. But just from those 3 responses, you can pick up a lot about the individuals. The first person that was focused on me, I had a great Christmas because I. This is somebody who typically doesn't get enough attention in their life. So during every chance that they get, they're going to try to get as much attention on them so they can fulfill that missing need, basically. So yeah. you can really tell where a person is based on how they try to communicate with you. Whereas that second person, he focused on himself a little bit, but mostly on the stuff that was got for Christmas. So they place importance on the actual things, and possibly even family a little bit more. Where the first person was very selfish and self-centered, probably because they lack attention. And then that last person that was just kind of like, some stuff happened. Christmas was cool. I mean, they're all pretty cool. We always get gifts. That either shows a distance between the individual and you, or the individual and Christmas, or the individual and the family. Basically somebody who's disconnected from either you or the subject.
Right.
But all that to say, with the person that you're experiencing, it probably sounds like he doesn't get very much attention or appreciation.
Yeah, he's also very, it's interesting to see how that plays out too, because what I noticed along with selfish people who are stuck with that, who don't get the attention when they're younger, right? They may get it when they're older, but not recognize it. Or who develop like that. They're very material based, very prithvi, very, 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 very dense. Like literally, like this guy, you know, like we had this thing where this slide showed about special populations, about massaging different, you know, people who are older or whatever. Mm-hmm. And he was like talking about how this lady that he knew, she died, and he had a very sad, and it was like very sad and stuff. And instead of reflecting on the life of this lady, he started talking about, he said, especially because she had just given her daughter, she had just paid for her daughter's college, and she also had just got this new house and la la la. And it went right back to material possessions. And this teacher has brought in, so like recently he went to the gem show over here, right? And like I said, he tries to appeal to me, right? To get me to hang out with him. And so he was telling me about how he got his new Ganesh statue and how he got Kali Ma. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And he was like, yeah. So the next day he brings in the box with the statues that he got, totally unnecessary, right? But he brings them in for me to see. And I'm like, so I pick them up. I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? You know? So I'm like, ooh, like this is cool. And then he's like, look at the price tag. So he makes me look at the price tag and it says $120. This is where the asshole Laura comes in. So I'm like, wow, $12 whole. It's so cool. was like, man, what a steal. And he was like, oh yeah, I wish. You're dead. You know, he tries like, you know, appeasing me or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna like walk away now. And he's always giving gifts of material things. Like it's always based off of material and the price, because that's how he determines his value. How much can I acquire? And what's interesting about this person is that he does acquire material value. He just inherited over $300,000 from his mother who died.
$300,000.
$300,000, and he spent so much of it already because he's like setting up his business or whatever, but it was all on other material things that he could accumulate and gifts for his new partner. And then he bought stuff that he also passed out to us in the class. So it's very, very clear that this person who didn't have enough satisfaction in like emotional satisfaction or emotional intimate fulfillment when they were a kid started putting that into sense objects as valuable, as this is how I demonstrate my value to the world, and this is how I share my love with you, because this is what this is something that I can unify with, because I can't unify with something else, you know, like with an actual human connection. Like that's not, there always has to be this material aspect to it. So I find that really, I've been finding it like really interesting, just seeing how he like manifests his insecurities, how it all has to come back to him and material possession. Like that's the only way he can really describe value, even on the intimate level of someone passing away that he knew. He can't even reflect on that life as much as he has to reflect on their material possessions.
He's spiritual, dude.
Oh,
he's a spiritual dude. Yeah,
he claims to be. And he spent over 2 hours in class lecturing us about how we need to find something to worship and how he can tell there's gunk in all of us. And I was just like, you do know that your reality is based off of what's inside of you, right?
Yeah, I'm a fucking teacher and I don't teach that shit to the students, period. They don't even know.
This is why I complain about this, because I'm like, you know, how like I like as a person it's one thing, but as a teacher I am
can't talk about this shit.
Expectation. Yeah. So
nobody signed up in this class to hear about that.
Nobody wants to hear, especially if you have some religious people or some people that they are different, you know, the different belief systems. You cannot, I don't know, you can't talk about it. You can't. To me,
that's awareness and respect.
Mm-hmm.
That's having awareness and respect,
right? Which he doesn't have. He doesn't have, and I think it and I think that that's another reason why he tries to appease to me, because I don't try to prove myself to everyone. Everyone knows what I do, but it's not like I'm advertising it. Like, you know, I just offer a different perspective, but you know, I come at it from a yoga standpoint more than anything. So I think that he definitely is just like he's a trip, man. He's one of those pagans that you're just kind of like, are you sure you're practicing magic?
Those people are so interesting, or just people that like dress up like everything like externally is like spiritual, like, but they're the farthest from spirituality. Like, yeah, I've definitely came across people like that.
There are some people that can read though. Like I have a couple of people, they tell me, I think that you are like a witch or something. Like they can read it. Some of these people, even if they don't practice, they can say that. Like, yo, what's up with you? Like, you like a witch or something? I'm like, no, I do meditations. Like I do meditations, you know, even like that you have to be careful.
They feel that increase in
because they perceive it. Yes, people perceives it. Absolutely.
Most of us are dense, but there, like you said, there are some people who naturally can kind of tap into that. Yeah. Of course, they They don't have no formal training. They've probably been raised Christian or Muslim like everybody else, but they still have those faculties, those senses sharpened. They probably practiced in a previous life.
Probably they do. Probably they do, yes.
Well, you know, it's kind of like the way I see it, right? It's kind of like everyone has this. Like I wrote a complaint about this teacher recently, right? To one of the supervisors, because they're just very inappropriate. And one of the things was that we're learning cranial sacral, right? And so he was like, this is energy work. And for some people, they're not going to be able to connect to it as well as others. And I have an issue with this. And I wrote this in the complaint because tell me what is not energy? What is not energy? What work is not energy work? I think that when we get caught up in labeling things, we forget our actual potential. And so everyone is tapped into this. Everyone is tapped into a psychic ability. Everyone is able to perform all that we perform. It's just a matter of getting focused, of putting your focus towards a specific path. If your focus isn't there, then your focus isn't going to be there. Then that's not where your skill is going to be developed. But everyone has these skills. Like, no one is better than the other. You know, like, it's just, what do you focus on more?
That's like what I was saying about, like, when you come into this stuff, like, your ego is still attached there. And in the beginning, like, it's so easy to feel superior. So, like, you talk to people, and sometimes, like, you know, I used to catch myself, like, why am I talking like I know more than this person may know? And I don't know that, you know? And that's part of that. Some people, like, feel like they can put, like, this spiritual mask on, even though they can feel a lot. They can sense things, but they don't have that training. They don't have that discipline, you know? And if you identify with being a victim more than actually disciplining what your talents are, guess what's gonna weigh more? Guess what's gonna show more?
Yeah.
Right. That's like what I said a little bit earlier. If you talk about doing work and stuff like that, if you don't understand non-attachment and you don't understand what concentration is, what work are you doing? You ain't doing no work. You just learned a couple of words and learn how to dress a certain way, and you learn what memes to post. Ain't no spiritual work going on if you don't know what non-attachment is and concentration. I didn't say mastered it and perfected it. I said understand what it is. Because at least if you know what non-attachment is, you can work towards it. If you know what concentration dharana is, you can work towards it. But the majority of folks don't know about those two things. They think that spirituality is dressing a certain way, saying some key phrases, family, spirit, what's some buzzwords? The melanin, the vibration, the frequency, the love and light. That's not spiritual. Those are just words. You know the difference between non-attachment and being attached.
Yeah, and I think Melissa brought up a good point too, because I also ran into this in my practice, that I think a lot of us practitioners in occult, I think everyone does, but I think this is a really good way to kind of check your baggage at the door, is when you're talking to someone, remember that just because they haven't been well versed in this focus area that you have doesn't mean that they're less than you.
Yeah.
It's an exchange that you're having. This is where you got to take those insecurities and that affirmation from others out of it. It's an exchange. When you're communicating with someone, you are exchanging information. So this person has something that they will trade in value for you. It's just a matter of, are you aware of that exchange happening?
I feel like we're bringing this back, like, full circle with the whole thing about finding new angles in your past experiences.
Yeah.
Right? Like, when it's like that whole, like, self-help books about, like, if you want to be a CEO, you have to learn how to talk to the janitor the same way you talk to the CEO or something like that. Like, when you honor different angles, that's a type of currency too. Like, there's stuff that the janitor can teach you that the CEO could never.
Facts.
You know, and that comes from just honoring the neutrality of that angle. That's it. no judgment, no socioeconomic positions and class systems, nothing. Like,
right.
Yeah.
We're all experiencing this game from a human perspective, so that at that point right there, we are all the same. At that point right there, we're all the same. Now, beyond that point, there's different levels of comprehension. Duh. But at that point of being human, we're all the same. So it's like you can't look at nobody and just based off of some human shit, you can say, oh, I'm better, they're worse. That's foolishness, man. Like, again, even with the whole, oh, I'm melanated and you're not, so you can't access, like, come on now. You cannot be that damn simple. Everybody is experiencing this life in a human body, which means that they're seeing it from an angle that's different from your angle, which by default means they're seeing things that you can't see, right? There's some things that a Hispanic woman across the world can see that I literally cannot see. There's some things that an Asian man over here, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't base it off no human shit. Or like what you were saying also, socioeconomic positions. Somebody in a certain income bracket, somebody with a certain past, maybe they've been to jail or not, or a felon, I don't know. None of that stuff, that's not a criteria for advancement in spirituality. Because spiritual is not material, it's spiritual. You know what I'm saying? I spoke with homeless people and people who may not be doing the best in life that have taught me some very significant spiritual lessons, but only because I was listening. I was listening to them as a human being, not as whatever class or with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, some people get it, some people still learn it. But I like that. Talking to the janitor the same way you would talk to the CEO. And the way that I learned that lesson was when I used to perform music, you know. I forgot who it was, but one artist was like, I don't care if I got 10 people in the audience or 10,000, I'm gonna give the same show. And I took that to heart. So like, of course, when I first started out with my band or my solo thing, I didn't have many people show up, but I gave them the same intense performance. And as the crowds grew, I gave them the same performance. And I think that's how it should be. Whatever you do, give it your all, do your best. It shouldn't depend on what's happening on the outside or what the surface level looks like. But I still want some melanated rice. Some black jasmine, brown jasmine. Simply because I never had it before.
Yeah, get it, make it, and let us know how it goes.
I'm gonna have to do a cooking tutorial video.
And cook the beans. Don't be buying cans. That's not good at all.
All right, I guess I gotta go to the.
Plus, you get more for your buck when you buy dry, like way more.
Way more. That's true.
I think the time put me off. I had a bag of black beans once, and I looked at it and it was like, cook this for a whole day and then come back tomorrow and check on it. And I'm like, I'll do this later. That bag set, I think it's still somewhere in the cupboard from like
oh my
2 years ago.
God, Travis.
Or what about an Instapot? That cooks my beans in like 20 minutes.
Instapot?
It does.
Yeah. It's a pressure cooker.
Instapot.
Yes, the pressure cooker.
Yeah.
It makes good potato fries too, and sweet potatoes.
Yeah.
Pretty good with that. Yeah.
Instapot.
Yeah, it's cool because it has a lot of functions, a lot of different functions.
You can't cook these rice in a crock pot, can you?
Yeah, you can.
The beans.
I mean, it's gonna be. I think crock pot is more slow cooking, but a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
You need a pressure cooker to get in that hard bean, you know.
to soak them up, yeah.
To soak them up, yeah. So what could take like an hour on the stove or so.
So
Takes
hit the
like
instant
20,
pot to
30
suck up
minutes.
that hard bean.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, all right. I learned some new things tonight. Red rice? That just hit me. Red rice?
There's white beans, red beans, black beans. So black beans the black beans are the ones that contains more fiber and protein than the red beans. The red beans, they call it kidney beans or sweet beans.
Yeah.
A lot of people love those red beans because they have sweetness in it.
Yeah,
But
I like those.
the most nutritional ones are actually the black beans.
I like
and
both of them.
soybean.
You said soybean?
Yeah. People goes a lot for the soybean because if you notice, a lot of the meats that you see, like vegetarian meats, are actually have ingredients with the soybean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fun fact on the occult side, Dion Fortune made a lot of her living by growing soybeans. She even had a book about it.
Nice.
Yeah.
She even had contact with the spirit of soybeans.
Really?
It sounds silly, but at one point she was really worried because she wasn't really making much money, but she wanted to. She found value in soy and saw that it could really help the human race as far as our diet. And she said at one point she was trying to penetrate the essence of the soybean, and she said the soybean said, "Look, stop. Don't worry about me. I'm gonna take care of myself. You focus on your work." And as we see, soy is doing its thing.
Leave it to an occultist to like be like, all right, Bean, let's get to the essence. Like, did I freeze?
Some people say,
I think you froze.
Laura froze?
Who froze?
I guess I did. You said leave it to an occultist to do what?
Oh, leave it to an occultist to go to the essence of a bean.
Oh,
like,
right.
Yeah, they're like, I'm having issues. Let me figure out what the essence of this thing is.
Don't worry, I'm gonna take care of myself. You worry about. Good shit. Good shit.
Beans are very nutritious, guys. You know, you can have carbohydrates, proteins, and fibers, and beans, and there's many ways to cook them. It's good for your kidneys too, believe it or not, and sustain your sugar.
Kidney beans specifically are good for your kidneys.
Yes, exactly.
And we've seen the diagrams where we see different fruits and vegetables that are shaped like body parts.
They shape
magically help your body parts that they're shaped like. Isn't that something?
Yeah.
Like walnuts and brain.
Celery and bones.
Ooh, brain bones. Yeah.
Beans and kidneys.
That's right. I'll tell you what though, man, the beans, you gotta like go through a filtration process though, or else you're gonna be gassy. Then it's gonna
there's a secret for that one. There's a secret.
You boil it and take the foam off the top of the thing?
No. The secret for that, so you will not have that gassy perspective, you let the beans the night before, you sink them with water and just let them sit with water. The next day, you throw in that water out and you add a new one.
Yeah, you're taking out the acids.
Yes.
See, I've done that before, but I think my beans were just expired maybe or something. And that was like not a good experience.
Sometimes when you have gassiness from beans, it's also because you need to like cleanse as well.
Just a gassy person.
Yeah.
Just let it go.
You can take that same gas to OnlyFans and make you some money off that too.
That's a thought. That's a thought. That and foot photos, man. I've been thinking about it. Like, side hustle.
There. Test it out for science. You gotta tell nobody about it. All kind of ways to make money on this great internet.
I know, but you know, I don't really want to play on other people's sexual traumas. Like,
rise your awareness and transmute, right? You're now giving Bhakti. Right.
I still don't know how I feel about that.
All right, guys, I'm checking out.
All right.
It was a great time.
Indeed.
Peace, guys.
Night. Thank you for the informations.
Good night.
Good night.
It was fun today.
Yes.
Night, Travis. Night, Laura.
Good night. Good night, Trav. We're all leaving you.
Only temporarily, because we're not separate.
We're the same. We're Soul Tribe.
Yeah.
Soul Tribe forever.
Soul Tribe.
Siempre Soul Tribe.
Siempre.
All right, chicos. Good night, Travis. Good night, Laura.
Good night. Good night.
All right. Well, I suppose that is the signal for the end of the show. That was a good one. A lot of good information was shared across the board. Most certainly can say that. So check it out. We just completed the book Karma and Karma Yoga. We just completed the book study on that. All month long, February, Karma and Karma Yoga, this is what we did. And it was good. Learned quite a lot about the cause and effect experience of reality. A cause is set into motion. A desire is formed out of that cause. That desire makes us want to manifest the desire. Once it's manifested, it plants seeds for another desire, and the process continues. The process continues endlessly until you become aware of that process and then manage it, right? Not about terminating it, but managing it. Because for everyone, it's out of control. Most people don't understand why they do what they do. They just do stuff. So this was a great book. I hope that you had a chance to really read through it. We're moving forward now. We've gotten through the passive poverty and nivriti. Awesome job. You guys went through the whole thing. We went through Karma and Karma Yoga. Awesome job. You went through the whole thing. So now, the next book is a little bit shorter, but it is even more potent. In order to manage karma, we have to utilize Matra and Yantra. This is the next book that we're heading towards. Matra and Yantra. And this is going to shed a lot of information as far as what's going on with the mantras and what's going on with the symbols that are used, like the tattvas, like the Sri Yantra, like Ganesh, right? So this is really going to break down how magic is operated. Sunshine Chick says, I missed Maxine and Mackenzie tonight. Yes, so tonight we're dealing with Michaela. She's a lot quieter than her former incarnations. Thanks for reminding me, though. I should probably turn the volume up. Wow, it's 10:37. Yo. Time just does its own thing, I swear. So look, I hope you guys have this one already, because we're digging right into it. Next week, we're going to be covering Chapter 1, Matra and Yantra, right? We're getting closer, and we're getting closer, and we're getting closer to mystical Kabbalah. But like I said, Kabbalah represents the map, yoga represents the vehicle. So as you can see clearly, if you've been paying attention, we're deconstructing the vehicle so that we can reassemble it, so that it can operate at efficiency, prime efficiency. That's what should be happening here through your study. Your desires should be reducing, and your awareness of life should be becoming a little bit more clear. And as it becomes clear, you should be having a more pleasant experience. Pleasant meaning that you're not suffering so much, because suffering comes from attachment. And I hope that you're learning about non-attachment. All right. Will Trent says Matra and Yantra is $8.33 on Amazon. Alright. So I gave the book diagram last year. So I hope you guys collected the copies. If you haven't, you still got a little bit of time to go ahead and grab it. But after this, we're going to do Jnana Yoga. And then after this, it's going to be Samkhya Darshan. And then we're jumping into Mystical Kabbalah. So, yeah, that's that. Time to go. Time to go. I appreciate you guys for being here. As always, I appreciate you. Appreciate your presence. I appreciate your energy. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your attention. Right? It's a two-way stream. The fact that you're here helps to bring out certain information through me, because I'm just a channel. Like I said before, I didn't make none of this stuff up. I don't hold any claim to it, and none of this information is mine. None of it. I simply represent a symbol. I'm just a symbol of a certain kind of energy. So the fact that I exist and I'm doing what I'm doing means that there are people who require this symbol to access certain energies within themselves. So I'm grateful for this experience. I'm grateful for the relationship. And when we get off here, I'm getting back to my meditation, and I'm going to tap into some more information. Got a lot of notes written down. I think I'm about ready to produce this book. All right, so for everybody in the Inner Light Activation System, I know that you guys are experiencing some things with this latest meditation. Stick with it. Keep doing your daily practice every day. Every day. And some days it's going to be intense. Some days it's not. But keep doing it every day. I got a brand new module that is being released as we speak, so keep your eyes open for that. We're still doing the meditation that we're doing, and we begin the next phase this Thursday. So keep practicing, keep practicing. This is important. We're getting to the good stuff now. But yeah, that's about it. That's about it. Thank you guys. Please like the video if you didn't already. And yeah, this was a good show. Thank God for the internet. Thank God for YouTube. Thank God for Vedic science. All of this stuff, man. Thank God for halo filters. I love it. I love it all. This microphone right here, this little microphone crane holder thing, this only costs like, I want to say like $17 maybe less. Looks fancy though. And as far as I know, it sounds good, right? My last microphone cost me $150. This only cost me about $17. You are valuable. You are worthy. Don't be ashamed of yourself. Don't reject yourself. Don't subject yourself to anything less than what you resonate with. If you feel like you deserve abundance, well, go out and get it. If you feel like you deserve love and appreciation, well, don't settle for anything less. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to happen at the snap of a finger, but if you get your mindset focused on the fact that this is what you want out of life and you're going to go get it, then you're going to notice that reality is going to begin to conform to the pattern that you've begun to focus on. If you're tired of being kicked around, if you're tired of being rejected, treated like shit, well, then stop accepting that in here first. Right? Now, everything out here is going to continue reflecting the old pattern. It's not going to change overnight, but the more that you hold on to the new you got to go through the process of karma, of the outside world, the external world, coming to terms with the new reality that you're putting forward. All right, so keep in mind, it has to go out before it comes back. Just because you made up your mind to live better doesn't mean that everything outside is going to magically get better. It's a process, but you've got to hold on to your thought, maintain your frame, and stay focused first. All right? Develop the strength to hold on. It's not the destination, it's the journey. Because it's through the journey that you learn to appreciate and maintain the destination. Who loves orange soda? Peace, bro. You were the first one here. Thank God for beans. I'm gonna get me some black rice and some melanated jasmine rice. Eventually. And what you say, an Instapot? Yeah, I'm gonna try one of those out too. Like, I might have to get me a Hispanic girlfriend, because that good food lifestyle. All right. Hariom Tat Sat. Hariom Tat Sat. Follow the truth. Follow the truth. Remember that most of these people don't know shit about shit. Follow the truth. Don't follow the confusion, because all these folks out here confused. Follow the truth. It's going to lead you to where you're trying to go. All right. So that's all the Travisisms and the good advice. Stay focused. Keep doing the work. Matra and Yantra. Maintain your frame. And I think that's it. Love you guys. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. I love you all. Peace.